Simon Dubnow's History of the Jews in Russia and Poland is a comprehensive three-volume study tracing the development of Jewish life over centuries in Eastern Europe. The first volume covers the early modern period, focusing on the establishment of Jewish communal autonomy under the Kahal system, which allowed local Jewish communities to govern their religious, social, and economic affairs. Dubnow examines the councils of four lands, representative assemblies that coordinated Jewish self-government across Poland and Lithuania, demonstrating how Jewish institutions provided order, education, and cultural continuity despite external pressures, including taxation, restrictions, and occasional outbreaks of violence. This volume emphasizes the legal frameworks, religious scholarship, and the emergence of a distinctive Jewish national consciousness during the 16th and 17th centuries. The second volume moves forward in time, detailing the gradual erosion of this autonomy under the expanding influence of state authorities. It explores the impact of wars, such as the Cossack uprising led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky in 1648 and subsequent Haydamak revolts, which brought devastation to Jewish communities in the borderlands of Poland and Ukraine. At the same time, Dubnow documents the intellectual and cultural life of Jews, including the growth of Hebrew and Yiddish literature, rabbinical scholarship, and communal debates over education and reform. He highlights legal discrimination, forced conscription of Jewish youth into the Russian Imperial Army, and the pressures of assimilation, demonstrating how these external challenges strengthened a sense of Jewish national identity. Volume 3, the final volume, covers the modern era, focusing on the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Dubnow traces the rise of professional, cultural, and political Jewish organizations, the struggles for civil rights, and the revolutionary movements that shaped Russian and Polish society. The volume examines the waves of pogroms carried out by reactionary monarchist groups and the Black Hundred, as well as the legal and administrative measures that discriminated against Jews. At the same time, Dubnow highlights the remarkable cultural and intellectual achievements of the period. The emergence of new Jewish poets, novelists, playwrights, and scholars, and the expansion of Jewish education and publishing. This volume documents the confrontation between state oppression and Jewish efforts at self-organization, showing how political activism, communal leadership, and cultural production intersected during a period of profound social and political change. Taken together, the three volumes present a continuous historical narrative, tracing the evolution of Jewish life in Eastern Europe from autonomous communal organization through centuries of adversity and cultural achievement, to the political, social, and cultural challenges of the modern era. They provide a detailed, chronological framework for understanding how Jewish communities in Russia and Poland maintained their identity, culture, and social cohesion under changing and often hostile conditions, and how these historical developments prepared the way for the struggles and transformations of the 20th century. In the early decades of the 20th century, when the old empires of Eastern Europe still cast long shadows across millions of lives, a monumental historical work appeared under the solemn title History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, from the earliest times until the present day. It was not merely a book. It was an attempt to gather centuries of struggle, faith, endurance, and cultural brilliance into a single, continuous narrative. The author was Simon Markovich Dubnow, known in scholarly circles as S.M. Dubnow, a distinguished Jewish historian born in the year 1860 in the lands of the Russian Empire. Dubnow was not simply an observer of history. He was himself a witness to the storms he described. He believed that the Jewish people, scattered yet spiritually united, possessed a cultural autonomy that could survive even in exile. His writing carried the weight of memory and the urgency of preservation. This particular volume, identified as Volume 3, bore a subtitle that immediately signaled drama and transformation. It covered the period from the accession of Nicholas II until what was then called the present day. Nicholas II was the last emperor of Russia, ascending the throne in the year 1894 after the death of his father, Emperor Alexander III. His reign would come to symbolize both the grandeur and the tragic collapse of the Russian imperial order. To understand the tension embedded in this volume, one must imagine the Russian Empire at the end of the 19th century. It stretched from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean, encompassing countless ethnicities, languages, and religions. Among these peoples were millions of Jews, many of whom were confined to a region known as the Pale of Settlement, a vast but restricted territory in the western provinces of the empire where Jews were legally permitted to reside. Beyond its boundaries, severe limitations governed Jewish life. Limitations on residence, on education, on professions. Nicholas II inherited not only a throne, but also a legacy of suspicion and repression directed at Jewish communities. His reign would witness rising revolutionary movements, industrial unrest, and deepening political instability. Within this volatile atmosphere, Jewish communities found themselves caught between reactionary forces and revolutionary upheaval. Pogroms, violent, organized attacks against Jewish neighborhoods, erupted with terrifying force in several cities. These were not isolated incidents of chaos, but often unfolded amid official indifference or tacit approval, intensifying fear and mistrust. Dubnow's third volume unfolds against this background of anxiety and transformation. It chronicles a time when Jewish political movements gained new momentum. The General Jewish Labor Bund in Lithuania, Poland, and Russia, commonly called the Jewish Bund, emerged as a socialist organization advocating for workers' rights and Jewish cultural autonomy within a democratic Russia. At the same time, the Zionist movement, inspired by figures such as Theodor Herzl, called for the establishment of a Jewish national homeland in Palestine. These ideological currents flowed through crowded meeting halls and clandestine gatherings, shaping the debates of a generation. The book was translated from the Russian language into English by Israel Friedlander, a respected scholar of Semitic languages and Jewish studies. Friedlander sought to make Dubnow's work accessible to readers in the English-speaking world, especially in the United States of America, where large communities of Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe had settled. For them, this history was not distant scholarship. It was the story of parents and grandparents, of towns left behind, of traditions carried across oceans. The English edition was published in the city of Philadelphia in the year 1920 by the Jewish Publication Society of America. This organization, founded in the year 1888, was dedicated to the advancement of Jewish literature and scholarship in the English language. By bringing Dubnow's work to print, the Society affirmed the importance of preserving historical memory at a moment when the world itself had been shaken by the First World War and the Russian Revolution. The year 1920 was itself a time of uncertainty. The Russian Empire had collapsed in the revolutions of the year 1917. Nicholas II had abdicated the throne in March of that year, and he and his family were later executed in July of the year 1918 by revolutionary forces aligned with the Bolsheviks, the radical socialist faction led by Vladimir Lenin. The old order had fallen. In its place arose the early foundations of what would become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Thus, when Dubnow wrote of the accession of Nicholas II, he was not merely marking the beginning of a reign. He was tracing the arc of a tragic era, an era that began with imperial ceremony and ended in revolution and bloodshed. For the Jewish communities of Russia and Poland, these years brought both unprecedented political awakening and profound suffering. Laws shifted, regimes changed, yet the question of Jewish security, dignity, and self-determination remained urgent. The copyright of the work was secured in the year 1920 by the Jewish Publication Society of America, ensuring that this carefully constructed narrative would be protected and disseminated responsibly. It stood as a scholarly monument, complete with bibliography and index, tools intended to guide serious readers through the dense forest of events, personalities, decrees, and ideological struggles. Volume 3 does not stand alone. It forms part of a larger historical tapestry, beginning in the earliest times when Jewish communities first established themselves in Eastern Europe. But in this segment, the tempo quickens. Political conspiracies thicken. Revolutionary pamphlets circulate. Imperial decrees tighten or briefly relax restrictions. Crowds gather in protest. Soldiers march through city streets. Families whisper in candlelit rooms about rumors of violence or rumors of reform. Through it all, Dubnow's purpose remains steady, to document not only oppression but also resilience, not only decrees and rulers, but also schools, newspapers, charitable societies, and intellectual circles. He writes of a people navigating the immense machinery of an empire while striving to preserve language, faith, and communal life. And so the narrative moves forward into the reign of Nicholas II, into a world trembling on the edge of transformation, where ancient traditions confront modern ideologies, and where the fate of millions hangs in the balance. In the early decades of the 20th century, when the old empires of Eastern Europe still cast long shadows across millions of lives, a monumental historical work appeared under the solemn title History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, from the earliest times until the present day. It was not merely a book. It was an attempt to gather centuries of struggle, faith, endurance, and cultural brilliance into a single, continuous narrative. The author was Simon Markovich Dubnow, known in scholarly circles as S.M. Dubnow, a distinguished Jewish historian born in the year 1860 in the lands of the Russian Empire. Dubnow was not simply an observer of history. He was himself a witness to the storms he described. He believed that the Jewish people, scattered yet spiritually united, possessed a cultural autonomy that could survive even in exile. His writing carried the weight of memory and the urgency of preservation. This particular volume, identified as Volume 3, bore a subtitle that immediately signaled drama and transformation. It covered the period from the accession of Nicholas II until what was then called the present day. Nicholas II was the last emperor of Russia, ascending the throne in the year 1894 after the death of his father, Emperor Alexander III. His reign would come to symbolize both the grandeur and the tragic collapse of the Russian imperial order. To understand the tension embedded in this volume, one must imagine the Russian Empire at the end of the 19th century. It stretched from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean, encompassing countless ethnicities, languages, and religions. Among these peoples were millions of Jews, many of whom were confined to a region known as the Pale of Settlement, a vast but restricted territory in the western provinces of the empire where Jews were legally permitted to reside. Beyond its boundaries, severe limitations governed Jewish life. Limitations on residence, on education, on professions. Nicholas II inherited not only a throne, but also a legacy of suspicion and repression directed at Jewish communities. His reign would witness rising revolutionary movements, industrial unrest, and deepening political instability. Within this volatile atmosphere, Jewish communities found themselves caught between reactionary forces and revolutionary upheaval. Pogroms, violent, organized attacks against Jewish neighborhoods, erupted with terrifying force in several cities. These were not isolated incidents of chaos, but often unfolded amid official indifference or tacit approval, intensifying fear and mistrust. Dubnow's third volume unfolds against this background of anxiety and transformation. It chronicles a time when Jewish political movements gained new momentum. The General Jewish Labor Bund in Lithuania, Poland, and Russia, commonly called the Jewish Bund, emerged as a socialist organization advocating for workers' rights and Jewish cultural autonomy within a democratic Russia. At the same time, the Zionist movement, inspired by figures such as Theodor Herzl, called for the establishment of a Jewish national homeland in Palestine. These ideological currents flowed through crowded meeting halls and clandestine gatherings, shaping the debates of a generation. The book was translated from the Russian language into English by Israel Friedlander, a respected scholar of Semitic languages and Jewish studies. Friedlander sought to make Dubnow's work accessible to readers in the English-speaking world, especially in the United States of America, where large communities of Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe had settled. For them, this history was not distant scholarship. It was the story of parents and grandparents, of towns left behind, of traditions carried across oceans. The English edition was published in the city of Philadelphia in the year 1920 by the Jewish Publication Society of America. This organization, founded in the year 1888, was dedicated to the advancement of Jewish literature and scholarship in the English language. By bringing Dubnow's work to print, the Society affirmed the importance of preserving historical memory at a moment when the world itself had been shaken by the First World War and the Russian Revolution. The year 1920 was itself a time of uncertainty. The Russian Empire had collapsed in the revolutions of the year 1917. Nicholas II had abdicated the throne in March of that year, and he and his family were later executed in July of the year 1918 by revolutionary forces aligned with the Bolsheviks, the radical socialist faction led by Vladimir Lenin. The old order had fallen. In its place arose the early foundations of what would become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Thus, when Dubnow wrote of the accession of Nicholas II, he was not merely marking the beginning of a reign. He was tracing the arc of a tragic era, an era that began with imperial ceremony and ended in revolution and bloodshed. For the Jewish communities of Russia and Poland, these years brought both unprecedented political awakening and profound suffering. Laws shifted, regimes changed, yet the question of Jewish security, dignity, and self-determination remained urgent. The copyright of the work was secured in the year 1920 by the Jewish Publication Society of America, ensuring that this carefully constructed narrative would be protected and disseminated responsibly. It stood as a scholarly monument, complete with bibliography and index, tools intended to guide serious readers through the dense forest of events, personalities, decrees, and ideological struggles. Volume 3 does not stand alone. It forms part of a larger historical tapestry, beginning in the earliest times when Jewish communities first established themselves in Eastern Europe. But in this segment, the tempo quickens. Political conspiracies thicken. Revolutionary pamphlets circulate. Imperial decrees tighten or briefly relax restrictions. Crowds gather in protest. Soldiers march through city streets. Families whisper in candlelit rooms about rumors of violence or rumors of reform. Through it all, Dubnow's purpose remains steady, to document not only oppression but also resilience, not only decrees and rulers, but also schools, newspapers, charitable societies, and intellectual circles. He writes of a people navigating the immense machinery of an empire while striving to preserve language, faith, and communal life. And so the narrative moves forward into the reign of Nicholas II, into a world trembling on the edge of transformation, where ancient traditions confront modern ideologies, and where the fate of millions hangs in the balance. In the summer of the year 1920, as Europe was still trembling from the aftershocks of the Great War, the final volume of a monumental chronicle appeared before the public. It brought to completion the vast undertaking known as the History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, written by the distinguished historian Simon Dubnow, a scholar who devoted his life to preserving the memory of a people tested by centuries of upheaval. This concluding volume did not stand alone as a simple continuation of narrative. It carried within it an immense treasury of references, a carefully assembled bibliography, and a detailed index that served almost as a map through the labyrinth of Jewish existence in the lands of the Russian Empire and the Kingdom of Poland. The bibliography gathered an extraordinary range of sources. It was arranged according to the chapters of the book itself, allowing readers to trace every argument and every episode back to its documentary roots. It functioned almost like a hidden scaffolding beneath the narrative, revealing the foundations upon which the historian built his account. For serious students, it was more than a list of titles. It was a guide to archives, memoirs, government decrees, communal records, and scholarly investigations that together formed the raw material of Jewish history in Eastern Europe. The index, prepared with painstaking care by the translator, Professor Israel Friedlander, was no mere alphabetical convenience. It was, in effect, a condensed outline of centuries of struggle and endurance. By following its entries, one could reconstruct the drama of Jewish life in the vast territories ruled from St. Petersburg. The translator himself, a learned scholar who had served with distinction on the committee of the Jewish Publication Society of America, had departed from the United States at the beginning of that year and did not live to see the final proofs of the bibliography and index completed. Then came the news, shocking and terrible. Professor Israel Friedlander, an eminent historian and writer, was murdered under circumstances described as revolting and brutal. His death struck the American Jewish community like a thunderclap. He had been more than a translator. He was a bridge between worlds, carrying the intellectual heritage of Eastern European Jewry into the English language. The Jewish Publication Society of America, an organization devoted to the dissemination of Jewish learning and culture, mourned deeply. So too did Jewish communities across the United States and beyond. With his loss, a guiding voice had been silenced, and a generation felt the weight of an irreplaceable absence. It was in this somber atmosphere that the narrative turned to a decisive chapter in Russian history: the accession of Emperor Nicholas II, the last sovereign of the Romanov dynasty. Throughout the 19th century, the Russian Empire had moved in uneasy rhythms, as though history itself were breathing in and out. Each change of ruler often brought a change in direction. The reign of Emperor Alexander I, who ruled from 1801 to 1825, began with gestures toward reform and intellectual openness. Decades later, Emperor Alexander II, who reigned from 1855 to 1881, would emancipate the serfs in 1861, loosening the bonds that tied millions of peasants to the land. In contrast stood Emperor Nicholas I, ruling from 1825 to 1855, and Emperor Alexander III, from 1881 to 1894, both of whom embodied stern autocracy and suspicion of liberal change. When Emperor Alexander III died in November of 1894, many believed that history's pendulum would swing once more. According to this pattern, the son who followed him might be expected to soften the harsh measures of his father's reign. Hope, cautious but genuine, stirred among many subjects of the empire, including the Jewish population, who had endured 14 years of increasingly restrictive laws, expulsions, and social exclusion under Alexander III. The new ruler, Emperor Nicholas II, ascended the throne in November of 1894. He was young, reserved, and untested. Optimists imagined that youth might bring renewal. Yet these hopes soon collided with reality. Nicholas II, limited in political vision and deeply attached to the doctrine of absolute monarchy, sought to preserve and even intensify the principle of autocracy. Autocracy in the Russian context meant that the emperor possessed unlimited authority. There was no constitution to restrain him, no elected parliament with genuine legislative power, and no independent judiciary capable of checking imperial will. All authority flowed from the throne. The first signs of the new reign revealed its direction. Between November of 1894 and January of 1895, assemblies known as Zemstvos took a bold step. The Zemstvos were local self-government institutions established during the reforms of Alexander II. They operated at the district and provincial levels, composed largely of nobles, professionals, and property owners. Though limited in authority, they managed local matters such as education, health services, and roads. Over time, they became centers of moderate liberal thought. Representatives from 9 provincial governments prepared formal addresses of loyalty to the new emperor. In these addresses, while affirming their devotion, they cautiously expressed a hope that Nicholas II might eventually invite representatives of these local institutions to participate in the legislative work of the empire. This was not a demand for revolution. It was a modest request for a voice in governance, a first trembling appeal for constitutional participation. On January 17, 1895, a deputation composed of representatives of the nobility, the Zemstvos, and the municipalities appeared in the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg, the imperial residence that symbolized the grandeur and authority of the Romanov dynasty. There, in that vast hall heavy with ceremony, they presented their greetings to the emperor. Nicholas II responded with words that fell like ice. He declared that in certain Zemstvo assemblies he had heard voices carried away by what he called senseless dreams about participation in the affairs of internal administration. He made it clear that he intended to guard the principle of autocracy as firmly and uncompromisingly as his father had done. The message was unmistakable. There would be no constitution. There would be no sharing of power. The effect was immediate. Those who had cautiously hoped for reform recoiled. The system, often described as the regime of enforced security, remained intact. This term referred to extraordinary powers granted to the police and administrative authorities. Under these regulations, officials could impose restrictions, conduct searches, exile individuals without formal trial, and suppress publications deemed dangerous. It was a framework that favored control over liberty, authority over law. The vision of transforming Russia from a state sustained by force into a constitutional order governed by legal rights seemed to fade into the distance. The Jewish population of the empire watched these developments with apprehension. Under Alexander III, they had faced systematic discrimination. Many Jews were confined to the Pale of Settlement, a vast but restricted region in the western provinces of the empire where they were legally permitted to reside. Outside this area, residence was severely limited. Educational quotas restricted the number of Jewish students in secondary schools and universities. Economic regulations curtailed opportunities in commerce and industry. In 1895, on the occasion of the marriage of Nicholas II to Princess Alix of Hesse, who upon conversion to the Russian Orthodox faith became Empress Alexandra Fyodorovna, Jewish communities across the empire sent formal addresses of congratulation. These addresses expressed loyalty and good wishes. They received official thanks. Yet the tone was telling. There was no rebuke from the emperor, not because he had softened in spirit, but because the Jewish addresses contained no allusions to hopes for emancipation or equal rights. They were careful, restrained, aware of the dangers of appearing to entertain what the emperor had just denounced as dangerous illusions. Meanwhile, the machinery of reaction remained firmly in place. Konstantin Pobyedonossev, a powerful statesman and jurist, continued as head of the Holy Synod, the governing body of the Russian Orthodox Church. In that role, he exercised immense influence over religious policy and education, promoting a vision of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationalism. He regarded liberalism and minority rights with deep suspicion. Alongside him stood Ivan Durnovo, Minister of the Interior, the official responsible for internal security and administration. Toward the end of 1895, Durnovo was replaced by Ivan Gormykin, whose outlook differed little in its hostility to reform. Sergei Witt, the Minister of Finance, a man of great administrative talent and ambition, maneuvered carefully within this environment, aligning himself at that time with the prevailing reactionary forces to preserve his position. Thus, as the reign of Nicholas II began, the stage was set. Hopes had flickered and been extinguished. The institutions that might have opened the door to constitutional life were rebuffed. The policies that burdened the Jewish population showed no sign of reversal. Beneath the outward calm of imperial ceremony, tensions gathered, and the vast empire moved forward into a period that would test its people to the breaking point. At the beginning of a new imperial reign in the Russian Empire, one powerful and feared official stood close to the throne, shaping how the ruler would see religion, society, and especially the Jewish population. His name was Konstantin Petrovich Pobyedonossev, a senior statesman, legal authority, and chief overseer of the Holy Synod, the governing body of the Russian Greek Orthodox Church. He was often called the Grand Inquisitor by critics because of his harsh and uncompromising religious policies. His private thoughts and anxieties can be understood from a formal report he delivered to the emperor in the year 1895, describing what he claimed was a dangerous situation inside the Greek Orthodox Church. In that report, Pobyednosev warned that Jewish households were influencing the Christian servants who worked for them. He claimed that young people who had lived for several years in Jewish homes were forgetting the teachings and rituals of the Greek Orthodox faith entirely. According to his description, even adult believers were being shaken in their convictions. He described priests hearing confessions from these servants and reacting with horror, reporting that they had heard shocking insults against Christianity, against Jesus Christ as Savior, and against the Virgin Mary. Pobyednosev warned that these words, passed from servant to neighbor, might spread among the wider population. His accusations echoed the dark suspicions and fearful language once used in the Middle Ages by severe church authorities who believed they were defending the faith against hidden enemies. These alarming charges were not merely religious complaints. They were carefully presented to influence the young emperor and prepare him, step by step, to accept a harsh view of what officials called the Jewish problem. He did not rely only on church authority. He also used the power of the state. In the year 1898, representatives from the Jewish Colonization Association, an international organization based in Paris that worked to establish agricultural settlements for Jews, sent a delegation to St. Petersburg, the imperial capital. Their request was modest and practical. They asked permission for Jewish families in Russia to settle as farmers within Russia itself, rather than being forced into overcrowded towns. Pobyednosev rejected them bluntly. Speaking in French, the diplomatic language of the European elite, he told them that the existing structures were not ready to receive them. He went further, explaining his thinking with chilling clarity. He said that the Jewish people were highly intelligent and culturally advanced, even more so than the surrounding Russian population, and that this superiority made them dangerous competitors. In his words, the Jews were pushing Russians aside, and that, he declared, was unacceptable. On another occasion, when asked directly what future he expected for the Jewish population under constant pressure and persecution, he answered with cold calculation. 1/3, he predicted, would die out. 1/3 would leave the country. 1/3 would dissolve by assimilation into the surrounding population. It was not a prophecy of coexistence, but of disappearance. With such views dominating the highest circles around the throne, any hope for improvement in Jewish life inside the empire became extremely faint. Even proposals that seemed to support government goals could be rejected if they also helped Jewish communities. In the year 1895, the governor of Vilna, a major city in the western region of the empire, submitted a deeply respectful report to the emperor. He argued that the special restricted zone where Jews were legally required to live, known as the Pale of Settlement, should be abolished. His reasoning was not sympathy, but strategy. He believed that allowing Jews to disperse would weaken their influence, since in many Western cities they formed a majority of the population. Yet the emperor rejected this idea in a handwritten note, stating that he did not share the governor's view. Jewish leaders in the capital clearly understood the meaning of these signals from above. The political wind blowing from the throne was hostile. Early hopes that the new reign might bring relief quickly faded into disappointment and anxiety. Around that time, prominent Jewish residents of St. Petersburg drafted a memorandum intended for a top official at court. It read like a confession of despair. It stated that Russian Jews had been stripped of their most powerful tool for moral and intellectual progress, hope for a better future. They believed the highest authority in the land was being fed distorted and misleading reports about them by officials driven by greed or selfish interest. They felt there was no real path to present the truth directly to the emperor. Even fair-minded dignitaries, the memorandum said, were afraid to speak kindly on behalf of Jews, fearing they would be accused of favoritism and punished politically. This harsh spirit among high officials was revealed with special cruelty in Moscow, the ancient and symbolic heart of Russia. After the mass expulsions of the year 1891, only a small Jewish community remained in that city. Even they were forbidden to gather openly for worship. Their large synagogue had been sealed by order of the previous emperor, Alexander III. As preparations began for the grand coronation celebrations of the new emperor, scheduled for the spring of the year 1896, the Jewish representatives of Moscow made a careful and respectful appeal. They asked the Governor-General of Moscow, Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich, a senior royal figure and uncle of the emperor, to obtain special permission to open the synagogue during the coronation days. They described it as a humble request for an act of grace, so that Jewish residents could celebrate the joyful imperial event with proper religious solemnity. The response came back like a slam door. The Grand Duke, known for his intense hostility toward Jews, refused even to consider the request. Through the chief of police, he informed the petitioners that their appeal was an insolent violation of the emperor's will. It would not be reviewed. The message was unmistakable. Even prayer, even celebration of the monarch, would not be permitted to cross the barriers that had been drawn around them. The martyrdom of the Jewish community of Moscow, the heritage of the past reign, stood out like a black stain even upon the gloomy and oppressive background of the new era in the Russian Empire. An imperial ukase, or decree, issued in the year 1892, had declared that the structure of the sealed-up Moscow synagogue, a sacred house of worship for the Jewish population, should be sold to the highest bidder unless it was converted into a charitable institution. The Jewish community, naturally anxious to prevent the desecration of its sanctuary and to preserve the edifice for better days to come, took immediate action. They placed within the synagogue building the trade school for Jewish children, an institution established in memory of Emperor Alexander II, the reformist czar who had emancipated the serfs in 1861. The anti-Semitic authorities of Moscow, however, perceived in this step a wicked and deliberate design to thwart their intentions. The Governor-General of Moscow communicated directly with the ministers of the Interior and of Public Instruction, the senior officials responsible for maintaining law, order, and the education system in the empire. As a result, on the 27th of May, 1896, the executive board of the Moscow Jewish community received an official order to stop the admission of pupils to the trade school and to close the school altogether after the completion of the prescribed course of studies by the current contingent of students. In response, the Jews of Moscow made another desperate attempt to save their sacred synagogue by transferring to it their school and asylum for poor and orphan children, the institution known as the Talmud Torah. Yet, this effort, too, was frustrated by the Muscovite Haymans, the local officials zealous in their campaign of persecution. On the 28th of October, 1897, the Governor-General announced that, after consultation with the Minister of the Interior, the decision had been made to close the asylum, which sheltered approximately 100 destitute children, on the fanciful pretext that these children could just as well receive their instruction in Russian educational establishments. The true and underlying motive of this order was revealed in its final clause. Unless, within the course of 2 months, the building of the synagogue was reconstructed and altered so as to be suitable for use as a hospital or a similar charitable institution, it would be sold at public auction. Once more, the Jewish community endeavored to rescue its sanctuary from destruction. The synagogue structure was rebuilt to meet the purposes of a hospital and a shelter. Yet, the commission appointed by the Governor-General to examine the alterations judged that the changes were insufficiently extensive. It suggested that the interior of the synagogue be entirely remodeled to eliminate any possibility of its ever being used again for devotional purposes. The struggle over the alterations dragged on for another 8 years, enduring through political turmoil until the revolution of 1905 and the assassination of the ferocious Governor-General. Only then did the Jews succeed in liberating their sanctuary from the death sentence that had been imposed upon it. The motive animating the Muscovite persecutors was unmistakably clear. It was their fervent desire to wipe out the last remnants of the local Jewish community by subjecting its members to religious and administrative persecutions, thereby compelling them to flee from the center of Greek Orthodoxy. The growth of the Jewish settlement in Moscow was ruthlessly restricted. The Jewish artisans had been expelled as early as 1891, but the Jewish merchants who had purchased their right of residence in the second Russian capital, paying the annual tax of 1,000 rubles levied on first guild members, had been allowed to remain. Moscow, being the largest industrial center of the Russian Empire, naturally attracted a number of Jewish merchants temporarily for business purposes. These newcomers were treated with severity surpassing even the reserved for alien enemies in wartime. Police detectives prowled the streets and railroad stations, seizing passers-by who displayed a Semitic appearance and dragging them to police stations for examination of their right of residence. The unfortunate Jews whose documents failed to comply with every technical requirement were expelled immediately. The Moscow Police News even carried advertisements offering rewards for the capture of rightless Jews. In October of 1897, the Moscow chief of police announced a reward of equal value for the capture of a single Jew or of 2 common burglars. Finally, the Russian government took the most effective step to prevent any increase in the Jewish population of Moscow. On the 22nd of January, 1899, an imperial ukase was issued forbidding Jewish merchants of the First Guild from settling in Moscow without special permission from the Minister of Finance and from the Governor-General of Moscow, a permission that was, in practice, never granted. The same ukase imposed a series of discriminatory measures against Jewish merchants already residing in Moscow, depriving them of the right to vote in commercial associations and employing other similar tactics. On a subsequent occasion, it was candidly admitted that all these measures were motivated by the desire to rid as far as possible the government of Moscow of the Jews already settled there on a legal basis. Whereas the regime of Grand Duke Sergius in Moscow represented an acute stage of Judeophobia, manifesting itself in cruelties of an exceptional character, the central government in St. Petersburg exhibited the same prejudice in a more measured and normal form. Here, the oppression of the Jews was carried out systematically and quietly, as one of the most important functions of public administration. The sacrosanct institution of the Pale of Settlement, the designated region where Jews were legally allowed to reside, and the other pillars of political anti-Semitism were zealously enforced by the faithful watchdogs of Russian reaction. The ministers of the Interior who served in succession between the years 1895 and 1904, Ivan Dmitrievich Durnovo until the autumn of 1895, Boris Vladimirovich Gormykin from 1896 to 1899, Ivan Alexeyevich Sipyagin from 1899 to 1902, and Vyacheslav Konstantinovich Plev from 1902 to 1904. Although during the tenures of the last 2 ministers the anti-Semitic measures became even more intense, this escalation was largely due to the increased revolutionary propaganda of the time, which provoked the reactionary forces to display heightened energy. Even without these exceptional conditions, the rigid enforcement of restrictive laws alone caused countless tragedies in the lives of Jews, while the despotic actions of provincial authorities turned these tragedies into full-scale catastrophes. Within the vast western borderlands of the Pale of Settlement, that immense territory of the Russian Empire where Jewish families were legally confined, the imperial government continued a policy that had grown old and hardened with time. The aim was unmistakable: to keep Jewish residents crowded within the limits of cities and market towns, while the surrounding villages were guarded carefully against what officials described as an influx of Jews. Rural space, fertile fields, and quiet hamlets were to remain, in the vision of the authorities, untouched by Jewish settlement. This policy had gained renewed force after the promulgation of the so-called temporary rules of the year 1882. These temporary rules were emergency regulations issued after a wave of violent anti-Jewish outbreaks. They restricted Jewish residents in the countryside and prohibited new Jewish settlement in villages. Only certain individuals, those already established before the decree, were permitted to remain. These are known informally as the rural old-timers, Jews who had lived for years, sometimes generations, in the villages, trading grain, leasing taverns, or serving as small-scale merchants who connected peasant producers with broader markets. From the capital city of St. Petersburg, the seat of imperial administration, officials quietly aimed at the gradual elimination even of these long-settled villagers. The long-term hope was blunt and revealing, that the Russian peasant, known commonly as the muzhik, would no longer encounter the presence of a Jew in his rural surroundings. The authorities imagined a countryside purified of Jewish life. Yet this ambition did not unfold as swiftly as some wished. Several provincial governors proposed a simpler and harsher measure: the complete expulsion of all Jews from the villages, including those who had lived there lawfully for decades. Such a sweeping act, however, was judged too radical, even within the framework of restrictive imperial policy. At this moment, another powerful figure entered the discussion. Sergei Yulievich Witt, known as Count Sergei Witt, served as Minister of Finance of the Russian Empire. He was a statesman associated with industrial development and economic modernization. Witt proposed a different solution. He argued before the emperor, the Tsar, that the introduction of a state liquor monopoly would indirectly solve the so-called Jewish village problem. Many Jewish villagers earned their livelihood through the sale of alcoholic beverages, operating taverns, or managing the retail trade in spirits. If the state assumed exclusive control over the liquor trade, Witt reasoned, Jewish income in the countryside would collapse, and they would be compelled to leave of their own accord. To a certain degree, events appeared to confirm his prediction. By the closing years of the 1890s, the Jewish rural population in Russia had indeed diminished. Economic pressure, administrative obstacles, and tightening controls had reduced their numbers in the villages. But relief did not follow. Instead, the appetite of the administration grew stronger. Governors and provincial authorities devised increasingly subtle and technical methods to force Jews not only out of villages, but also away from railroad stations located beyond municipal boundaries. These stations were vital commercial points, where grain from landed estates was purchased, stored, and shipped to distant markets. Christian landowners often protested these expulsions. They depended on Jewish grain merchants who bought harvest from estate storehouses and arranged transport by rail. These landowners petitioned governors, requesting permission for such merchants to reside near the railroad stations so that commerce might continue efficiently. Economic practicality clashed with administrative hostility. Appeals reached the governing Senate, the highest judicial authority in the empire, which functioned as a Supreme Court. Again and again, the Senate was compelled to examine cases of Jews who claimed to have been illegally deported. The legal arguments became painfully intricate. If a Jewish villager left home briefly and then returned, did that absence transform him into a new settler, stripped of his right to reside in the countryside? If a Jewish family lived on an estate that happened to straddle two adjoining villages, could they move from one side of the property to the other without violating the law? Such hair-splitting interpretations became matters of livelihood and survival. Most often, local authorities ruled against the Jews. Only in particularly egregious cases did the Senate later reverse the decisions. Meanwhile, uncertainty and fear governed daily life. Out of these restrictions emerged a new and bitter issue known among Jewish communities as the summer resort question. Because residence outside city limits was forbidden, Jewish families were frequently barred from renting cottages or spending the summer months in the rural outskirts if those properties technically lay beyond municipal boundaries. Thousands were thus denied the simple relief of fresh air, open fields, and forest shade during the warm season. They were treated as though permanently affixed to urban districts, a new form of territorially bound city, serfdom imposed solely because they were Jews. The law showed equal severity toward the sick. Many health resorts and mineral spas, often called watering places, were located outside town limits. Jewish patients seeking treatment were refused access. Particular vigilance surrounded the Crimean resort town of Yalta, situated near Lavadia, the imperial summer residence on the southern coast of the Crimean Peninsula. By direct order of Emperor Alexander III, issued during the final period of his life, Yalta had been formally barred to Jewish residents. Even Jewish sufferers from tuberculosis, known at that time as consumptives, who managed to reach the warm southern climate without authorization, were expelled without mercy. One reported incident revealed the human cost of such rigidity. The wife of a Jewish physician had traveled to Yalta in hopes that the mild air would restore her shattered health. She was already gravely ill, weakened by severe episodes of blood spitting, a symptom of advanced lung disease. Into her bedroom came a policeman, demanding that she provide a written pledge to leave the town within 24 hours. Terrified, the sick woman trembled at the threat. Only the urgent testimony of her attending physician, who declared that even slight movement endangered her life, delayed the deportation. Yet the shock intensified her coughing. Her condition deteriorated, and soon afterward she died. It was later discovered that the police action had been entirely without legal foundation. As the spouse of a licensed physician, she was entitled, even under existing regulations, to reside in Yalta. Bureaucratic zeal had outrun the law. Another case concerned a Jewish student also suffering from lung disease, who had been advised by his doctors to seek treatment in Yalta's warmer climate. He too was expelled in the depths of winter. Feverish and weak, he was arrested and deported under police escort to the port city of Sevastopol. He was marched together with a group of criminal prisoners. A correspondent of a local newspaper in Sevastopol described the scene. As the convoy moved from the harbor to the prison, passers-by halted in astonishment, staggered by the sight of a visibly ill student, clearly no criminal, being driven along under guard among offenders. The student appealed to the governing Senate, hoping that the highest tribunal of the empire would recognize the injustice. The Senate reviewed the case and declared that the police orders contained nothing contrary to the law. With calm formality, the Supreme Court affirmed that a Jewish student could be arrested, escorted under guard, and confined among criminals for the act of seeking to heal his lungs in a southern climate. In the vast expanse of the Russian Empire at the turn of the 20th century, no city burned with fiercer hostility toward its Jewish inhabitants than the ancient city of Kiev, today known as Kiev, one of the oldest and most revered cities of Eastern Europe. Kiev stood as a major cultural and administrative center in the southwestern region of the empire. Around it stretched a chain of towns and small market settlements densely populated by Jewish families who had lived there for generations. Yet within the city itself, the atmosphere was different. It was as though an invisible wall encircled Kiev, guarded not by stone and mortar, but by uniformed men and relentless suspicion. The imperial authorities regarded Jews as aliens, even when they were native-born subjects of the empire. Only a limited category of so-called privileged Jews were permitted permanent residence in Kiev. These privileged individuals included certain merchants of the First Guild, university graduates, and skilled artisans whose qualifications met strict legal definitions. All others were considered temporary visitors at best, intruders at worst. Jewish merchants, traders, and petitioners were sometimes allowed to enter Kiev for a few days to conduct business, settle legal matters, or attend to urgent affairs. But the police lived in constant fear that these visitors might overstay their permitted time. This fear gave birth to a cruel practice known in Russian as an oblava, meaning a raid or manhunt. About once each week, under the cover of darkness, police officers descended upon the modest inns and hostels where Jewish travelers commonly lodged. Doors were thrown open, rooms were searched. Those unable to produce the proper documents were seized, arrested, and expelled from the city boundaries as though they were stray animals. This campaign of night raids required manpower and money. The police force was expanded to carry out this additional labor. To finance it, the authorities appropriated an annual sum of 15,000 rubles. The source of this money was especially bitter. It came from a Jewish meat tax, a communal levy traditionally collected from Jewish residents to support charitable institutions, religious schools, hospitals, and assistance for the poor within Jewish communities. Funds intended to sustain education and charity were diverted to pay police agents whose task was to hunt down Jews and drive them out. The cruelty of the arrangement was stark. It was as if a condemned prisoner, already sentenced to execution, were compelled to purchase the rope for his own hanging. The machinery of repression in Kiev operated with chilling efficiency. Even the newspaper known as Kyiv, translated into English as the Kievian, an official newspaper that frequently voiced anti-Jewish sentiments, was forced at one point to admit that during the month of July in the year 1901, events had occurred in Kiev that were scarcely believable. Such a confession, coming from a publication hostile to Jewish interests, revealed the extremity of what had taken place. Beyond Kiev, the broader geography of discrimination remained firmly in place. The Pale of Settlement, a vast region established in the late 18th century after the partitions of Poland, defined the territory within which most Jews of the empire were legally allowed to reside. It stretched across parts of present-day Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and Moldova. Outside this designated zone lay the greater portion of the Russian Empire, including capitals such as St. Petersburg and Moscow, industrial centers, and the immense lands of Siberia. Paradoxically, foreigners of many nationalities could move freely throughout these territories. Yet, Jewish citizens of the Russian Empire themselves found these areas closed to them as though sealed behind iron doors. Under the reign of Emperor Nicholas II, enforcement of residence restrictions grew even harsher than under his predecessor. The government pursued its policy with a severity that reached shocking extremes. In the year 1896, a law was enacted that struck even those Jews who served loyally in the imperial armed forces. Jewish soldiers were forbidden to spend their leave of absence outside the Pale of Settlement. Consider the injustice. A Jewish conscript might be stationed in St. Petersburg, the imperial capital, or in Moscow, the ancient heart of Russia, or even in remote Siberia thousands of miles eastward. When granted a month of furlough, perhaps to recover his health after illness or injury, he was not permitted to remain in the city where he served the empire in uniform. Instead, he was compelled to undertake a journey of hundreds or even thousands of miles back to the Pale of Settlement. Only there could he legally pass his leave. His loyalty to the state did not grant him the right to rest where he stood. As a result, absurd and tragic scenes unfolded. Jews who had lived their entire lives in the city of Irkutsk, near Lake Baikal, might discover that their official registration listed them in the city of Tomsk, hundreds of miles away. They were deported in groups to Tomsk. At the same time, Jews long settled in Tomsk but registered in Irkutsk were sent in the opposite direction. Along dusty roads and railway lines, families passed one another, exiled from the places they called home because of clerical entries in government books. Human beings were shuffled like playing cards in a deck. This degrading practice, which began toward the end of the reign of Emperor Alexander III, was confirmed by a decision of the governing Senate of the Russian Empire in the year 1897, giving it the force of law. All these measures combined to produce a profound economic catastrophe within Russian Jewry. During the early years of the reign of Emperor Nicholas II, the already restricted sphere of Jewish economic life contracted even further. Many Jews were barred from agriculture and from owning land. Industrial employment was limited. Professions were restricted by quotas. Within this narrow framework, certain trades had become central to Jewish survival. One of these was the liquor trade. In the year 1894, a sweeping reform was introduced by Sergei Witte, the Minister of Finance of the Russian Empire, an influential statesman responsible for overseeing the empire's revenues and industrial development. Witte implemented a state monopoly over the sale of alcoholic beverages. Under this system, private individuals were forbidden to sell liquor. Instead, the government itself controlled production and retail distribution. Witte had previously argued before Emperor Alexander III that such a monopoly would undermine what hostile voices in official circles labeled Jewish exploitation, because many Jewish families were engaged in the retail sale of liquor in towns and villages. In the western provinces, where Jewish settlement was most concentrated, the reform was introduced with particular energy. Between the years 1896 and 1898, during the reign of Nicholas II, private taverns and small drinking establishments were systematically closed. In their place arose government-operated outlets, known as imperial barrooms. The consequences were devastating. Tens of thousands of Jewish families lost their livelihoods almost overnight. Some had directly operated taverns or small liquor shops. Others had maintained inns and roadside hostels that depended on the traffic generated by such establishments. Entire networks of economic activity collapsed. Yet the moral dimension of the issue was complex. Many thoughtful and spiritually sensitive Jews had long regarded involvement in the liquor trade as a painful burden inherited from earlier centuries, particularly from the era of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, when Jewish leaseholders had often been entrusted with tavern keeping on noble estates. The Jewish people were widely known for sobriety and discipline in daily life. Still, economic necessity had driven many into an occupation that linked their survival to the widespread problem of alcohol abuse among segments of the Russian peasantry and urban population. The memory of violent outbreaks, known as pogroms, remained vivid. In these riots, mobs often inflamed by drink attacked Jewish homes and shops, looting and destroying property. The bitter irony was unmistakable. Alcohol purchased from Jewish taverns sometimes fueled the very violence directed against Jewish communities. Many Jews would willingly have surrendered their role in the liquor trade if alternative means of earning a living had been genuinely open to them. But as the state assumed control of alcohol sales, it did not at the same time broaden access to land, industry, or professions. Thus, economic displacement joined legal discrimination and police harassment. Livelihoods vanished. Movement was restricted. Families were uprooted. And beneath the surface of imperial order, tension deepened, waiting for the next shock that history would bring. When the imperial government shut down the liquor trade for nearly 200,000 Jewish residents of the Russian Empire, it removed one of the few sources of income still open to them. For generations, many Jewish families in the countryside had earned a fragile living by operating small roadside inns and taverns. These were often modest establishments, serving travelers and local villagers. But when the state introduced a strict government monopoly over alcohol sales, that narrow path of survival was closed almost overnight. Yet the authorities did nothing to open new paths. The many special legal restrictions that blocked Jewish people from entering other professions and businesses remained firmly in place. No alternative was prepared. No replacement opportunity was offered. The result was sudden and devastating. Thousands of Jewish families, stripped of their rural livelihoods, abandoned their villages and moved toward the cities, hoping to survive there. But when they arrived, they discovered that city Jews had also been damaged by the same economic reform. Urban traders and small dealers had likewise lost their means of support. The newcomers and the long-time residents collided in overcrowded neighborhoods, competing for fewer and fewer opportunities. Inside the territory known as the Pale of Settlement, the legally defined western region of the Russian Empire, where most Jewish people were forced to live, poverty spread with frightening speed. A growing mass of workers without stable income formed what social observers called a proletariat, meaning a class of people who owned no property and survived only by selling their labor. This class expanded both among petty merchants and among skilled trades such as tailoring, shoemaking, and metalwork. The scale of the misery alarmed economic researchers of the time, including the Russian economist Ivan Subotin, a specialist who studied regional poverty and production. He and others reported a shocking rise in destitution across the Pale of Settlement. Between the years 1894 and 1898, the number of Jewish families needing charitable assistance rose by 27% compared to previous years. In the year 1897, surveys in certain cities showed that half, and sometimes more than half, of the Jewish population had no fixed occupation at all. The crisis became especially visible each year before the festival of Passover, the major Jewish holiday that commemorates the ancient liberation from slavery in Egypt. Traditionally, poor families received special food aid at that time. Now, the number of applicants for help reached levels never seen before. In cities such as Odessa on the Black Sea, Vilna in the northwest, Minsk, Kovna, and others, between 40 and 50% of the entire Jewish population required assistance just to observe the holiday with basic dignity. Then nature added another blow. In the years 1899 and 1900, crop failures struck southern Russia. Harvest collapsed. Food shortages followed. Among the already impoverished Jewish masses, famine conditions appeared. Peasant farmers who suffered from the same agricultural disaster received financial aid and relief from the imperial government. Jewish communities, however, were excluded from this official support. They had to rely on self-help alone, organizing fund collections across the empire. Only here and there did individual liberal-minded Christians contribute small donations out of personal compassion. Many of the newly impoverished Jewish workers were willing, even eager, to turn to farming. They wanted to work the land and produce their own food. But a harsh legal barrier stood in their way. The so-called temporary rules issued in the year 1882 were emergency regulations that restricted where Jewish people could live and what property they could hold. These rules effectively blocked them from settling in rural areas and made it illegal for them to buy or even lease farmland. The countryside was closed. Influential Jewish leaders in the capital city of St. Petersburg, including Baron Horace Gunzburg, a wealthy banker and philanthropist known for supporting education and social projects, appealed to the government. They asked that Jewish families be allowed to purchase small plots of land for personal agricultural use. The request was modest and practical. After long official discussions, it was rejected. This refusal marked a sharp change from earlier decades. At the beginning of the 19th century, the government under Emperor Alexander I, and later even under Emperor Nicholas I, had tried to encourage Jewish agriculture. They had sponsored Jewish farming colonies in southern Russia, hoping to transform poor town dwellers into productive farmers. Now, by the end of the 19th century, the ruling circles of the empire were even more hostile than before. The policy had turned from reluctant support to determined obstruction. The spirit of restriction became so extreme that Jewish people were forbidden to buy or rent land parcels that legally belonged to a city but happened to lie just outside the official city boundary line. Even technical details of maps became tools of exclusion. In the year 1897, a wealthy Jewish resident of Minsk named Polak petitioned the city council to sell him a suburban plot where he intended to establish a Jewish agricultural farm. His request was denied. The logic was circular and cruel. Because Jewish people were forbidden to own land, training them in agriculture was declared unnecessary. Even Jewish students who had completed full courses at a special Jewish agricultural farm school near the city of Odessa were still not permitted to own farmland afterward. Their education was rendered useless by law. The same pattern appeared in the world of crafts and trades. Jewish artisans were numerous, but their technical level often remained low because investment, training, and cooperative organization were obstructed. Whenever workers attempted to organize mutual aid societies or cooperative associations to support one another, the government interfered and blocked these efforts through regulations and administrative pressure. A striking example unfolded in the city of Kiev, a major commercial center in southwestern Russia. A famous Jewish industrialist and sugar magnate named Lazar Brodsky, one of the wealthiest businessmen in the region, decided to help working people of all religions. He offered to establish a trade bank, meaning a financial institution that would provide credit and loans to small craftsmen and workers. He pledged 120,000 rubles of his own money, a very large sum at that time. In the year 1895, he submitted the founding charter of the proposed bank to local authorities for approval. The response was an insult disguised as a condition. Officials demanded that the charter must state that the directors and the chairman of the bank council must always be Christians, and that no more than one Jewish member could sit on the governing council. In other words, a bank funded by Jewish money and carrying Brodsky's name would be legally controlled by non-Jews. Brodsky refused with dignity. He answered that as a Jew, he could not accept rules that discriminated against people of his own faith within an institution created with his funds. He withdrew his entire offer. The bank was never founded. Christian artisans who would have benefited also lost the opportunity, but the authorities were not troubled. It was enough for them that Jewish citizens had been denied both material help and moral recognition. Barriers rose just as high in the educated professions. Because Jewish citizens were largely excluded from government civil service careers, many turned toward liberal professions such as law, medicine, and scholarship. The state responded by tightening access there as well. The legal profession, in particular, was nearly sealed shut. A law passed in the year 1889 required that any qualified Jewish law graduate could join the bar, meaning become a practicing lawyer, only with special personal permission from the Minister of Justice of the Russian Empire. In practice, this permission was almost never granted. Over an entire decade, only one Jewish applicant received approval, and he was a rare exception who had already served as a judge for 25 years, a leftover figure from the more reform-minded era of Emperor Alexander II. Before this restriction, Jewish lawyers had formed between 14 and 22% of the legal profession in some regions. After the new rule, their share dropped to 9%. In the year 1897, a special government committee even considered writing a strict numerical quota into law, limiting Jewish lawyers to 10%. The arguments offered by that committee echoed medieval religious prejudice. They claimed that a lawyer's behavior is guided by conscience and inner moral will, which they said grows out of religion. From this, they argued that Jewish lawyers were dangerous because, in their view, Jewish religious ideas were opposed to Christian morality. Subsequently, the champions of what they called Christian morality, officials on the staff of the Ministry of Justice of the Russian Empire, conceived a new and cruel scheme. They resolved that it might be even more noble to prevent Jews entirely from entering the legal profession, and thus the earlier proposal regarding a fixed percentage quota for Jewish lawyers was set aside. Hundreds upon hundreds of young Jewish men who had completed their rigorous legal education at the imperial universities or who had served faithfully as assistants to sworn attorneys, watched in despair as their hopes for the legitimate pursuit of their profession vanished into the thin air of state-sanctioned prejudice. The restrictions extended beyond the legal profession. Jewish physicians were limited strictly to private practice, barred entirely from occupying positions in the government, public hospitals, or any other public institution. Even the autonomous Zemstvo institutions, which were local councils responsible for rural administration and public services such as healthcare, increasingly adopted the practice of refusing to appoint Jewish doctors. Frequently, the printed advertisements issued by these Zemstvos to fill medical positions carried the stark stipulation Kromy Yevreyev, meaning except the Jews, leaving no ambiguity about the targeted exclusion. The scholastic education of Jewish children was throttled with the same pitiless relentlessness as before. The disgraceful school norm, introduced in the year 1887, continued with ever-increasing rigidity, systematically dooming Jewish youths who sought admission to the prestigious gymnasia, the secondary schools of classical instruction, and to the imperial universities. At the beginning of the year 1898, the post of Minister of Public Instruction, responsible for overseeing the empire's schools, previously held by Count Dmitry Ivanovich Dilanov, was entrusted to Professor Lev Nikolaevich Bogolpov of Moscow. While Dilanov had occasionally been inclined to soften the harsh rigor of the school norm, rumor held that this well-meaning dignitary could not bear to see a woman cry, and that the tearful entreaties of mothers of rejected scholars occasionally persuaded him to admit a small number of Jewish children above the established quota. His successor, Bogolpov, an academic teacher who had become a strict enforcer of state policy, showed no mercy. During the 3 years of his administration, Professor Bogolpov refused even the slightest departure from the established quotas and attempted to curtail them further. Orders were issued to calculate the percentage of Jewish applicants for admission to the imperial universities not in relation to the total number of annual admissions, but separately for each faculty, including the faculties of medicine, law, and the sciences. This provision was explicitly designed to limit the number of Jewish students flocking to the medical and legal faculties. Since Jews were entirely barred from appointments in general educational institutions, and the remaining faculties offered little practical opportunity to secure a livelihood. The Ministry of Public Instruction officially justified this ruthlessness on the grounds that certain elements among the Jewish youth were affiliated with revolutionary movements, which at the turn of the 20th century had assumed particular intensity among the student population of the Russian Empire. This sentiment was openly expressed in a circular issued by the ministry on the 26th of May, 1901, which declared that the disorders which took place at the end of the 90s in the institutions of higher learning testified to the fact that the instigators of these disorders were, to a large extent, persons of non-Russian extraction. Ironically, Professor Bogolpov, the reactionary minister of enlightenment, became a victim of the very agitation he cited. He was shot and killed by a terrorist who was of unadulterated Russian descent. His successor, General Nikolai Ivanovich Vanovsky, who served as minister from 1901 to 1902, attempted to calm the student unrest through a policy he described as kindly solicitude. Yet he maintained the uncompromising restrictions against Jewish students. In response to the fact that, despite all limitations, the proportion of Jewish students at the universities exceeded the legal quota, General Vanovsky decreed a temporary reduction. 2% for the capital cities instead of 3%, 3% for universities outside of the Pale of Settlement instead of 5%, and 7% for the Pale of Settlement instead of 10%. Even admission to the gymnasia, the advanced secondary schools, faced intensification of restrictions. In the year 1901, Jewish children who had graduated from a pro-gymnasium, the preparatory secondary schools, were forbidden to continue their education in the advanced classes of a gymnasium unless a free Jewish vacancy existed within the official quota, a contingency so rare as to be almost miraculous. This policy extended to commercial schools, many of which had been established with funds from the merchant class, the majority of which were Jewish contributions. In commercial schools maintained by commercial associations, Jewish children were admitted only in proportion to the financial contributions made by Jewish merchants. In private commercial schools, quotas of varying levels, from 10 to 50%, were imposed on Jewish pupils. This system created a cruel paradox. Jewish parents were often compelled to encourage the admission of Christian children to secure vacancies for their own children, sometimes even paying the full cost of education for Christian students in schools that otherwise held little appeal for them. Despite all these humiliations and intricate maneuvers, many Jewish children nonetheless found themselves excluded from the doors of the intermediate Russian schools, condemned by the cold and calculated prejudice of the imperial bureaucracy. It is deeply significant that in the effort to bring about what may be called the spiritual destruction of Jewish children by closing to them the doors of intermediate educational institutions, Russian law seemed to echo an ancient and chilling precedent. In the biblical narrative of ancient Egypt, the Pharaoh, ruler of that mighty kingdom, commanded concerning the Hebrew children, "If it be a son, then you shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live." The parallel was striking. The policy of the Russian Empire did not take life by the sword, yet it sought to crush opportunity at its source. Government secondary schools for girls, known as gymnasia, were formally open to Jewish girls without explicit numerical restriction. In theory, Jewish daughters might enter these state institutions freely. In practice, however, the flow of Jewish applicants was often curbed unofficially by administrators who harbored anti-Jewish sentiments. Through quiet discouragement and hidden barriers, they diverted many families toward private girls' schools, where tuition fees and limited resources imposed additional burdens. When it came to higher education, the discrimination became official and unmistakable. Jewish girls were subjected to the same restrictive quotas as Jewish boys. In the capital city of St. Petersburg, the higher courses for women, an advanced institution that offered university-level instruction to women at a time when regular universities were largely closed to them, limited the admission of Jewish women to 5% of the total enrollment. The pedagogic courses in St. Petersburg, institutions designed to train teachers, imposed the same 5% ceiling. An even more revealing case was the Medical Institute for Women, founded in the year 1895. At its establishment, the statute of this institute provided for the complete exclusion of Jewish women. They were not merely limited, they were barred entirely. Only 2 years later, in the year 1897, the doors were opened slightly. Jewish women were admitted, but only within a narrow limit of 3%. The concession was minimal, grudging, and carefully calculated. Under such conditions, it could scarcely be expected that Jewish youth, excluded from the Russian school system, would cherish loyalty toward a regime that obstructed their ambitions, wounded their self-respect, and cast suspicion upon their very identity. The Jewish boy who found the doors of the gymnasium closed to him often became what was known as an extern. An extern was a student who studied privately at home, without regular enrollment, and who presented himself year after year before school authorities solely to sit for examinations. He existed on the margins of the educational system, tolerated but not embraced. The number of young men and women who discovered that the path to higher education within Russia was blocked became immense. Many of them looked beyond the borders of the empire. They traveled to foreign universities and professional schools in countries of Western and Central Europe. There, in lecture halls open to them without humiliating quotas, they experienced a different civic atmosphere. By contrast, the restrictions of their homeland appeared all the more severe. A significant portion of these students returned to Russia infused with new intellectual currents and revolutionary ideas. They became living testimony to the paradox of a government that justified its existence by suppressing revolutionary movements, yet by its own policies helped to generate them. At the same time, hostility toward Jews intensified in the public sphere. The reactionary press of Russia, emboldened by official encouragement, launched increasingly fierce attacks. Russian censorship was infamous for its severity. It closely monitored publications, punishing any printed word that might be interpreted as inciting hatred against the government. Yet the same censorship permitted unrestrained attacks upon Judaism and the Jewish people, although such agitation clearly amounted to inciting one segment of the population against another. Foremost among these newspapers stood Novoye Vremya, meaning New Times, a widely circulated semi-official press organ closely aligned with conservative ruling circles. This newspaper and its provincial imitators enjoyed remarkable freedom. They slandered Jewish religion, caricatured Jewish communities, and portrayed Jews as enemies within the empire. When the Dreyfus Affair erupted in France in the year 1894, the anti-Jewish passions of Europe flared anew. Captain Alfred Dreyfus, a Jewish officer in the French army, was falsely accused and convicted of treason. The case exposed deep currents of anti-Semitism within French society. Novoye Vremya aligned itself with those in the French general staff who had persecuted Dreyfus. It used the occasion to wage a relentless campaign of defamation against Jews worldwide. Many articles published in the anti-Jewish press bore an alarming resemblance to proclamations that might summon a mob to violence. Yet perhaps the most powerful propaganda for pogroms did not come from newspapers alone. It came from a government's own conduct. Through continuous anti-Jewish legislation and administrative practices, the state signaled to the population that Jews were outsiders and offenders. The public witnessed expulsions of Jews deemed illegally resident, police raids upon their homes, and constant humiliation inflicted upon Jewish children turned away from educational institutions. The cumulative effect upon the less educated segments of society was predictable. Many concluded that hostility toward Jews was not merely tolerated but patriotic. In an atmosphere already charged with economic rivalry and national tensions, such perceptions could easily erupt into violence. Toward the close of the 1890s, the Russian horizon darkened once more. The shadow of the early 1880s, when widespread pogroms had devastated Jewish communities, seemed to return. Anti-Jewish riots, at first isolated and limited, broke out again in various districts of the Pale of Settlement. On the 18th and 19th days of February in the year 1897, a violent disturbance occurred in the town of Shpola, located in the province known as the Government of Kiev. An account, inspired by official sources and published in Novoye Vremya, described the events in language that, even toned down, revealed the scale of destruction. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, an immense crowd of peasants surged into the town. They attacked exclusively Jewish property. Stores, homes, and warehouses belonging to Jewish residents were completely wrecked. Prosperous businesses and modest shops alike were demolished. Hundreds of houses were damaged or destroyed. The crowd moved with what the report called elemental passion, smashing and looting whatever lay before them. Shpola, once known for its thriving trade and relative prosperity, was transformed into a scene resembling a city ravaged by an invading army. Lines of elderly women and children were seen entering the town, carrying away goods seized for what they contemptuously called the property of the Zhyds, a derogatory term for Jews. Of particular importance was the assertion that these disorders had been prearranged. Local Jewish residents had learned of the impending violence 4 days in advance. They reported their fears to the local police chief. He reassured them that nothing would happen. Yet when the appointed days arrived, the crowd descended, and the town was left shattered, its Jewish inhabitants exposed to terror and ruin. 2 months later, on the 16th and 17th days of April in the year 1899, violence flared again. This time the scene was the small town of Kanizenka, located in the province, or government, of Kherson in the southern reaches of the Russian Empire, a region of fertile lands near the Black Sea. There, the Christian inhabitants of the town turned their fury upon their Jewish neighbors in what was cynically described as an amusement. A semi-official report, issued in restrained bureaucratic language, nevertheless revealed the horror. A cruel pogrom had taken place. The word pogrom, drawn from the Russian language, meant devastation or violent riot, and in this era it had come to signify organized attacks against Jewish communities. In Kanizenka, almost the entire town was laid waste by an enraged mob. Jewish shops were smashed open. Merchandise was hurled into the streets. Goods were trampled, scattered, or carried away. Much was looted by the rioters, who moved through the streets like a destructive tide. Only one building remained untouched. The synagogue, the Jewish house of prayer, stood unscathed amid the wreckage, a solitary structure spared in a sea of ruin. Soon after, an even more extensive outbreak shook the southern port city of Nikolaev, today known as Mykolaiv, a major harbor on the Black Sea and an important gateway for trade. During the Easter festival of the Orthodox Christian calendar, from the 19th to the 21st of April in the year 1899, a pogrom unfolded over 3 days. Bands of rioters, numbering several thousand, surged through the streets. Among them were newly arrived Great Russian Day laborers, migrants from the interior provinces seeking work, as well as a handful of so-called intellectual leaders who helped incite the violence. Jewish stores and private homes were attacked methodically. Windows were smashed. Doors were broken down. Furniture was hurled into the streets. Merchandise was plundered or destroyed. The grim choreography of the pogrom followed a grim and familiar ritual. Meanwhile, the local police and the Cossack detachments, the mounted units traditionally used by the empire for maintaining order, were described as powerless. They stood by or proved unable to halt the destruction. On the third day, word spread into the surrounding countryside that in Nikolaev rioters were enjoying freedom to loot. From nearby villages came a wave of peasants, men and women alike, some 10,000 strong, driving toward the city in wagons with the clear intention of seizing Jewish property for themselves. But they arrived too late. By then, imperial authorities had finally ordered Cossacks and regular soldiers to suppress the disorder. The rioters within the city were dispersed. The approaching peasants were driven back and forced to return home with empty carts. Frustrated and enraged, the peasants vented their fury elsewhere. Outside the city lay the Jewish cemetery, a sacred resting place for generations. There, tombstones were overturned and shattered. Monuments were broken. The dead themselves were not spared insult. From there, bands of attackers scattered into neighboring districts, targeting Jewish settlements and agricultural colonies. In the Jewish farming colony of Nagartava, homes and storehouses were wrecked and looted. Agricultural tools and implements, essential for tilling the soil and harvesting crops, were smashed. Here the cruelty took on an especially bitter irony. Russian peasants, themselves small farmers, were deliberately ruining and robbing Jewish farmers who worked the same earth, who faced the same struggles against weather and hardship. In some nearby colonies, however, the Jewish settlers were of strong build and determined spirit. They organized resistance and managed to defend their homes against the attackers. Amid this renewed wave of barbarity, protest was faint. One liberal newspaper, titled Son of the Fatherland, known in Russian as Syn Odiekestva, dared to raise its voice. This publication represented a current of moderate liberal opinion within the Russian press. It asked in sorrow and indignation when this terrible relic of the dark centuries of the Middle Ages would finally come to an end. When would the smashing of windows cease? When would the beatings of defenseless people and the destruction of homes and shops stop? This time, orders from St. Petersburg, the imperial capital, were clear. The central government instructed local authorities to prevent further spread of pogrom agitation. The sudden firmness invites reflection. Only 2 weeks after the atrocities in Nikolaev, from the 6th to the 18th of May in the year 1899, the First International Hague Peace Conference convened in the city of The Hague in the Netherlands. This conference had been called at the initiative of Emperor Nicholas II himself. Its declared purpose was to discuss international disarmament and the peaceful resolution of conflicts among nations. The emperor, who sought to present himself before Europe as a champion of peace, could scarcely allow uncontrolled violence against his own Jewish subjects to stain the image of his empire at that delicate diplomatic moment. It was prudent, at least temporarily, to disarm the rioters at home while speaking of disarmament abroad. Yet the deeper lesson remained unlearned. The same government that suppressed mobs when politically convenient continued to maintain a vast apparatus of legal discrimination and administrative oppression against Jewish citizens. Medieval instruments of exclusion and persecution remained embedded in imperial policy. That the authorities were capable of decisive action when they wished was shown again in the Polish city of Częstochow, known today as Częstochowa, on the 19th day of August in the year 1902. Częstochow was a major center of Roman Catholic pilgrimage, home to the monastery on the Jasna Gora, meaning the Bright Mountain, where the revered icon of the Black Madonna drew thousands of worshippers each year. The city was also marked by intense clerical influence and strong Polish national feeling. There, a minor street quarrel between a Jewish tradesman and a Polish woman escalated dramatically. Catholic priests, according to reports, inflamed passions. Soon a crowd of approximately 15,000 Poles gathered and launched a massive assault on Jewish homes and shops. Once again, the familiar cry rang out, "Beat the Jews. Nothing will happen to us." It was the cry of those who believed in impunity. But in Częstochow, the calculation proved mistaken. The Russian imperial authorities did not extend indulgence to Polish crowds. Poles, in the eyes of the government, were politically suspect, associated with nationalist aspirations and resistance to Russian rule. They were considered unreliable subjects, hostile both to Jews, whom they called by the derogatory term Zhyds, and to Russians, whom they called Moskols. The riot began in the morning. By evening it was over. Soldiers fired volleys into the air and toward the advancing crowd, scattering it in panic. When the case came before the courts, the public prosecutor demanded severe punishment. The convicted Poles received sentences of penal servitude and imprisonment. In some instances, damages were even awarded to the Jewish victims for their losses. Such compensation was extraordinarily rare in cases of anti-Jewish violence within the empire. The swift suppression demonstrated that when the state perceived its own interests to be at stake, it possessed the means to act with speed and force. At the turn of the 20th century, in the western borderlands of the Russian Empire, two powerful currents of hostility flowed together and reinforced one another: Polish anti-Jewish hatred and Russian fear and suspicion of Jewish communities. From this dangerous union, an ancient and terrifying accusation rose again from the shadows of medieval Europe: the blood libel, the false claim that Jewish people murdered Christians for ritual purposes. In the city of Vilna, a major urban center of Jewish life and learning, this old accusation suddenly burst into public view through a dramatic and chaotic incident in the month of March in the year 1900. A young Polish servant girl worked in the home and shop of a Jewish barber named David Blonz. The girl was described as deeply superstitious and strongly influenced by fanatical local priests who preached hatred and suspicion toward Jews. One night, she ran out into the street in a state of agitation, crying out loudly that her Jewish employer had attacked her, wounded her, and tried to draw blood from her body for the preparation of matzah, the unleavened bread eaten during the Jewish festival of Passover. Her screams spread panic. A crowd of Christian townspeople quickly gathered around her. They saw scratches on her neck and hands and accepted her story without question. The crowd surged toward David Blonz and violently beat him. Instead of protecting the victim of mob violence, the authorities arrested him. He was thrown into prison as a suspected ritual criminal. Investigators and prosecutors, responding to what they called the voice of the people, eagerly searched for supposed proof of a ritual plot. Newspapers known for anti-Jewish agitation began a coordinated press campaign. Their articles repeated the accusations and inflamed public opinion, hoping to influence the court before the trial even began. When the case first came before a lower court, the judges acknowledged that an assault had taken place, but found no evidence of attempted murder and no ritual purpose. They sentenced David Blonz to 4 months in prison for the physical altercation alone, rejecting the ritual accusation. But the danger did not end there. Jewish leaders feared that even this limited guilty verdict would be used by enemies as proof that the ritual murder accusation had substance. The defense team, led by the well-known lawyer Oskar Grisenberg, a prominent Jewish advocate in the Russian legal world, appealed the decision. They fought not only for one man, but against a legend of hatred that could cost many lives. The appeal reached the Senate of the Russian Empire, the highest judicial authority. The Senate ordered a new trial before the District Court of Vilna. During the second trial, respected expert witnesses explained Jewish religious law and practice in detail, demonstrating that ritual murder accusations had no basis whatsoever. The defense speeches were powerful and precise. On the first day of February in the year 1902, the jury declared David Blonz not guilty. He was released. For the moment, the spreading nightmare, compared by observers to the famous political miscarriage of justice known as the Dreyfus Affair in France, was pushed back. Hostility did not remain confined to courts and newspapers. It reached the theater stage itself. Dramatic art, which often shapes public feeling, was turned into a weapon of propaganda. A converted Jew known as Ephron Litvin joined the anti-Jewish publishing circle connected with the newspaper Novoye Vremya, whose name in English means New Times, a powerful conservative and nationalist daily paper in the imperial capital. He wrote a play filled with accusations and slanders against Jewish people and Jewish religion. The play carried the title The Sons of Israel, also called The Smugglers. This production portrayed Jews as cheats and criminals and depicted Jewish belief and morality as the source of hatred against Christians. It was first staged in the city of St. Petersburg in a theater controlled by Alexei Suvorin, the publisher and owner of the newspaper Novoye Vremya. During the theatrical seasons of the years 1901 and 1902, the play toured many provincial cities across the empire. Wherever it appeared, organized anti-Jewish groups welcomed it enthusiastically, despite its poor artistic quality. They valued its message of accusation more than its dramatic merit. Jewish audiences and many educated Russians, especially members of the intelligentsia, meaning the class of educated and socially conscious thinkers, saw the performance as a direct incitement to violence and pogroms, which were organized mob attacks against Jewish communities. Repeated appeals were sent to the police authorities, urging them to halt the performances in order to prevent unrest and bloodshed. These appeals were ignored. Police officials sided not with those fearing violence, but with those spreading hostility. In city after city, including Smolensk, Oryol, Kishinev, and Tiflis, performances triggered uproar inside the theaters. Jewish spectators and sympathetic Russian students protested loudly, hissing and shouting, demanding that the defamatory play be removed from the stage. Anti-Jewish activists answered with cries of "Down with the Jews" and began physical fights inside the auditoriums. Police forces intervened, not against those shouting threats, but against the protesters. Demonstrators were beaten, arrested, and taken to police stations. Legal charges followed against Jewish participants, accusing them of disturbing public order. During one such trial in the city of Oryol, a defense lawyer spoke with urgency and moral force. He argued that the play itself was the true disturbance. It stirred national and religious passions. It turned the identity and character of an entire people into an object of mockery and contempt. He reminded the court that this same people was already denied equal civil rights and had almost no legal means to defend its honor publicly. Allowing such a play to be staged, he said, especially when the police knew how tense public feeling already was reckless and dangerous. His argument, however, found little sympathy. There existed in Russian law an article forbidding the incitement of one part of the population against another. But in practice, that protection was rarely applied when the targeted group was the Jewish population. The law fell silent exactly where protection was most needed. For 2 decades, the sledgehammer of reaction in the Russian Empire had been descending with crushing force upon the vast community of 6 million Russian Jews. Yet, in the end, it was found that this heavy hammer, to use the well-known simile of the poet Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin, instead of shattering the national organism of Jewry, had only served to steel it, to harden its indestructible spiritual self. The Jewry of Russia demonstrated to the world that it was endowed with an iron constitution, and those who had hoped to crush it with relentless blows were ultimately compelled to admit that they had produced the opposite effect. At first, it appeared that these assaults would reduce the Jewish people to a shapeless, fragmented mass. There were moments of despair and complete prostration, when the approaching darkness threatened to obliterate every path forward. This stage was followed by a period of mental haziness, characterized by dim and uncertain yearnings for regeneration. These yearnings, however, remained largely fruitless, for they lacked the organizing energy necessary to translate hope into action. This transitional state persisted throughout the 1880s and during the first half of the 1890s. Gradually, however, out of the chaos of these nebulous social tendencies, the outlines of definite political and national doctrines began to emerge. New paths were blazed which, although leading in different directions, converged toward one ultimate goal: the regeneration of the Jewish people from within, in both their national and social life. The decisive turning point of this process is marked by the year 1897. It was in this year that the First International Zionist Congress held its sessions in the city of Basel, in Switzerland, inaugurating not only the organized political Zionist movement, but also the development of other currents of Jewish national and political thought. The entire spectrum of public slogans rang through the air, all testifying to the same fact: that the era of national prostration had ended, and that the vague longings for liberation and regeneration had transformed into a conscious endeavor, pursuing a well-defined course. The careful observer could scarcely fail to perceive that beneath the hammer of history, the once formless mass of Jewry was being forged into a well-shaped instrument of great power. The organization of the Jewish people, in both thought and action, had begun. Among the movements that arose at the end of the 19th century, some emerged noisily, attracting the attention of the Jewish masses as well as that of the wider world. Others, however, were embedded more deeply in the consciousness of the educated classes, producing a new intellectual outlook on the national Jewish problem. The former group addressed the practical question of Jewish misery, the Judenot, providing immediate responses to social and economic hardships. The latter offered solutions to the national cultural problem of Judaism in its entirety, seeking to redefine Jewish identity and community for the modern era. The movements of the first kind are represented by political Zionism, the organized effort to secure a Jewish homeland, and territorialism, the advocacy for the establishment of Jewish settlements wherever feasible. In the second category stand spiritual Zionism, emphasizing the cultural and religious revival of the Jewish people, and national cultural autonomism, which sought to preserve Jewish national identity through self-governing cultural institutions. Parallel to both varieties of the national movement ran the Jewish socialistic movement, which was frequently tinged, to a lesser or greater degree, by nationalistic tendencies, intertwining social justice with a quest for national regeneration. For 15 years, the movement known as the Lovers of Zion, in Hebrew called Hibit Zion, had pursued its work within the Russian Empire. This movement had arisen in the early 1880s as a response to persecution and despair. Its aim was national revival through settlement in the ancestral land of Palestine, then a province within the Ottoman Empire ruled by the Turkish government. The spiritual leaders of this current included Leon Pinsker, a physician and thinker who had written the pamphlet Auto-Emancipation in the year 1882, and Moses Leib Lilienblum, a writer who turned from earlier reformist ideas toward Jewish nationalism. They proclaimed that the Jewish people must seek restoration in their historic homeland. Yet after a decade and a half of effort, the results were modest. Approximately 15 small agricultural colonies had been established in Palestine. These settlements struggled against harsh soil, limited resources, disease, and political obstacles. The Jewish population of the Holy Land had grown by roughly 20,000 persons. There had been earnest attempts to found a national model school and to revive the ancient Hebrew language, which for centuries had functioned primarily as a sacred and literary tongue. Teachers and writers labored to transform it once more into a living language of daily speech. Nevertheless, such achievements, however sincere, fell far short of addressing the urgent crisis facing nearly 6 million Jews in the Russian Empire. These millions endured legal disabilities, economic hardship, and recurrent violence. At the slow pace that characterized early colonization in Palestine, any serious transfer of large numbers from the Russian center to the ancestral land appeared unrealistic. The situation was further complicated by the suspicion and hostility of the Ottoman authorities, who feared that even limited Jewish immigration might grow into a political challenge. It was at this critical moment that a new voice rang across Europe with the sharp clarity of a trumpet call. That voice belonged to Theodor Herzl, a young journalist from Vienna, in Austria. His appeal was bold and unmistakable. The Jewish people must establish a Jewish state. The appeal came from Western Europe, from circles in which the suffering of Jews in the East had often been viewed primarily as a matter for philanthropy rather than national transformation. Herzl himself had been shaken by events around him. In Vienna, the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, he witnessed the agitation of Karl Lueger, the mayor of the city, whose political campaigns employed sharp anti-Jewish rhetoric. As a correspondent for the respected Viennese daily newspaper Die Neue Presse, Herzl traveled to Paris and observed the early stages of the Dreyfus Affair, in which Captain Alfred Dreyfus, a Jewish officer in the French army, was accused and convicted of treason amid a storm of anti-Jewish hostility. These experiences transformed Herzl. He perceived anti-Semitism in Western Europe aligning with the deep-rooted Judeophobia of Eastern Europe. He concluded that the ideal of assimilation, the hope that Jews might dissolve into surrounding societies and thereby escape hatred, was collapsing. In response, he resolved to raise the banner of Jewish nationalism, scarcely aware that similar ideas had already been articulated in the East by Pinsker and others. In the beginning of the year 1896, Herzl published a pamphlet entitled The Jewish State. In its central premise, it echoed the earlier appeal of Pinsker. Herzl argued that the only lasting remedy for Jewish suffering lay in the concentration of the Jewish people upon a territory of their own. He did not insist at the outset that this territory must be Palestine. He even mentioned Argentina as a possible site. But unlike Pinsker, Herzl did not stop at theoretical proclamation. He outlined a practical program. He proposed the formation of representative bodies that would negotiate with rulers and governments to secure a legally recognized territory under international protection. He envisioned the raising of vast financial resources to facilitate organized migration and settlement of large Jewish populations. His vision combined passionate idealism with elaborate organizational schemes. The effect was electrifying. Political hopes that had nearly faded within the circles of the lovers of Zion in Russia were revived. Russian Jews, burdened by what many likened to an Egyptian bondage, turned eagerly toward this new leader, who seemed to announce an exodus. Herzl, perceiving the existence of numerous lovers of Zion societies in Eastern Europe, adjusted his program to harmonize with the already existing Palestinian settlement movement. Thus, political Zionism took organized form. Its principal expression became international congresses, most of them convened in the Swiss city of Basel. The first Congress assembled in August of the year 1897. It was a moment of profound symbolism. For the first time, delegates representing Jewish communities from Eastern and Western Europe gathered to declare openly that the scattered Jewish people constituted a single national organism striving for regeneration. From Western Europe, where assimilationist ideas had once dominated, there now emerged a proclamation affirming continued Jewish national existence. This existence, however, was said to depend upon the establishment of a territorial center that would be publicly and legally assured. The Congress adopted what became known as the Basel Program. Of its 4 principal articles, 3 emphasized political and financial action aimed at securing and colonizing Palestine with substantial Jewish populations. The 4th article addressed the strengthening of Jewish national feeling and self-respect. In the years that followed, tension arose within the movement between 2 guiding principles. One was political and diplomatic, favored especially by Zionists of Western Europe, who concentrated on negotiations with governments and on obtaining a formal charter. The other was cultural and national in character, emphasized particularly by Zionists of Eastern Europe, who believed that internal renewal through language, education, and communal organization was an indispensable foundation for any national rebirth. This internal debate continued at successive congresses. The second and third, held in Basel in the years 1898 and 1899. The fourth, convened in London in the year 1900, and the fifth, again in Basel in the year 1901. On one front, the movement pursued external organization with intense energy. Societies of shekel payers were consolidated. These were members who purchased an annual shekel as a token of affiliation and voting right within the Zionist organization. Financial institutions were established, including the Jewish Colonial Trust, designed to mobilize capital for settlement projects, and the Jewish National Fund, created to acquire land in Palestine as the collective property of the Jewish people. Diplomatic negotiations were initiated with the Ottoman government and with representatives of other powers in hopes of securing a guaranteed charter for large-scale colonization. Simultaneously, efforts were directed inward. Activists sought to inspire the Jewish intelligentsia with national consciousness, to promote the Hebrew language as a living medium, to establish national schools, and to win influence within Jewish communal administrations. To conquer the communities meant to shape the leadership and institutions of Jewish life so that they would align with Zionist aims. In the year 1902, in the city of Minsk, then part of the Russian Empire, a significant gathering took place. Minsk, an important urban center within the Pale of Settlement, had become one of the focal points of Jewish intellectual and political life. There, the convention of Russian Zionists assembled. Zionism, the movement dedicated to the revival of Jewish national life and the re-establishment of a Jewish center in the historic land of Palestine, had been steadily gaining strength among the Jews of the empire. At this convention, special attention was given not only to political ambitions but to cultural aspirations. The delegates recognized that national revival required more than diplomacy and colonization. It demanded education. They therefore adopted a resolution calling for the appointment of two committees. One committee was to represent the Orthodox element within the movement, those who adhered strictly to traditional religious observance. The other was to represent the progressive element, those inclined toward modern educational reforms and broader cultural adaptation. These committees were charged with exploring practical methods to place Jewish education upon a national foundation, meaning an education rooted in Jewish history, Hebrew language, and collective identity. The very scale of the convention testified to the remarkable growth of the movement in Russia. During the first 5 years of its organized existence, the Zionist organization in the Russian Empire had enrolled approximately 70,000 shekel payers. The term shekel referred to the symbolic annual contribution required of members, echoing the ancient half-shekel offering once given for the maintenance of the temple in Jerusalem. These contributors were organized into roughly 500 local societies scattered throughout towns and cities of the Pale of Settlement. Such numbers reflected not merely sympathy, but structured participation. Yet despite this rapid expansion, the tangible political and financial achievements of Zionism during this early flourishing period, before the crisis that would erupt in the year 1903, remained limited. The diplomatic efforts of Dr. Theodor Herzl, the founder and principal leader of political Zionism, had not borne the fruit he sought. Herzl, an Austrian journalist and visionary, had devoted himself to securing international recognition for the establishment of a Jewish homeland. He conducted negotiations with the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, which then ruled Palestine. He sought from the Ottoman government a charter that would legally authorize large-scale Jewish colonization in that land. He also met with the German emperor and with other European monarchs, hoping to enlist their support or mediation. These diplomatic overtures, however earnest and energetic, failed to secure the coveted Turkish charter. Without official authorization from the Ottoman authorities, the plan for organized, large-scale settlement could not proceed as envisioned. The financial instrument of a movement, the Jewish Colonial Trust, had been established as a banking institution to raise funds for settlement and development. It aimed to collect $10 million, a sum modest in relation to the immense task of building a national center, yet ambitious given the poverty of large segments of Eastern European Jewry. The trust proved too weak at this stage to gather the full amount. Contributions came in, but not in sufficient volume to match the grandeur of the vision. Meanwhile, Jewish settlement in Palestine continued, but slowly and on a small scale. Agricultural colonies were founded, land was purchased, vineyards and farms were planted. Yet these modest efforts seemed almost miniature when compared with the vast design of creating a politically autonomous national center. And still, despite these practical limitations, Zionism during those years exerted a powerful influence on Jewish consciousness. Its strength did not lie chiefly in the immediate realization of political goals, which often appeared remote. Rather, it lay in the very act of organization. Tens of thousands of Jews, long accustomed to isolation and fragmentation, now united under a shared national purpose. The movement also developed what was called Gegenwartsarbeit, a German term meaning work in the present. Originally conceived as a means to support the ultimate political aim, this current activity gradually took on an independent importance. It involved cultural work, the spread of Hebrew education, the fostering of Jewish self-awareness, and the strengthening of communal bonds. What began as a preparatory step became an end in itself. In Western Europe, where many Jews had received civil emancipation and were striving for integration into surrounding societies. Zionism served chiefly as a counterweight to assimilation. Leaders such as Menachem Ussishkin and Yehiel Klenov aimed to harmonize political negotiation with practical cultural and settlement work. They defended the continuation of existing colonies in Palestine, even as they pursued diplomatic recognition. The strict adherents of purely political Zionism sometimes dismissed this gradual settlement as mere infiltration, implying it lacked strategic coherence. Within the organization, opinions clashed. Voices rose. Programs were debated. The diversity of views inevitably weakened the movement's efficiency as a unified instrument for achieving its ultimate aim. Yet this very tumult infused it with vitality. Amid the exchange of ideas and the ringing slogans of national liberation, the harsh crack of oppression from outside seemed, for moments, to recede. Nevertheless, as a theory, political Zionism did not provide a complete answer to the historic complexity of the Jewish question. It had arisen as a response to anti-Jewish hostility. It sought to heal wounded pride and offer hope. In this sense, it bore traits reminiscent of a messianic vision, dependent upon faith and collective will. Herzl himself expressed this reliance on determination in a celebrated phrase: "If you will it, it is no fairy tale." He believed that a concentrated act of national will could transform the dream of a Jewish state into reality. But when critics asked what would become of the Jewish nation if faith and will proved insufficient against external conditions beyond their control, if the envisioned political center were not achieved, the theory offered little reassurance. Sometimes its defenders retorted that without Zion, Judaism was destined to perish, a claim difficult to reconcile with the long survival of Jewish life throughout centuries of dispersion. Many thoughtful observers felt that a durable solution could not arise merely from reaction against persecution. It had to emerge from deep reflection upon the historical development of the Jewish people in the diaspora. The new national movement, they believed, must adapt itself to that historical path rather than deny it. From this perspective, political Zionism underwent reinterpretation through what came to be known as spiritual Zionism. This current of thought was associated above all with the publicist and philosopher who wrote under the name Ahad Hayam, meaning one of the people. His given name was Asher Ginsburg. He argued that the primary task was not immediate political sovereignty, but the creation of a spiritual and cultural center in Palestine that would renew Jewish life everywhere. In this way, the movement sought to root its aspirations not only in diplomacy and willpower, but in the enduring cultural evolution of the Jewish people. Before political Zionism appeared with force on the world stage, before the movement associated with Theodor Herzl took organized form, another thinker had already begun to reshape the idea of a Jewish return to the historic land of Palestine. That thinker was Ahad Hayam, the literary name of Asher Ginsburg, a Jewish essayist and philosopher born in the Russian Empire, known for his deep influence on modern Jewish national thought. His approach differed sharply from those who focused mainly on political rescue and mass migration. Earlier writers, such as Moses Leib Lilienblum, a Jewish publicist and reform thinker, and Leon Pinsker, a physician and early advocate of Jewish national self-determination, had argued that Jewish suffering in the diaspora required a territorial solution in Palestine. Ahad Hayam accepted the importance of Palestine, but transformed the meaning of the project. He taught that the rebirth of a land would fail unless it was preceded by the rebirth of a people in spirit, culture, and inner unity. In the city of Odessa, a major port and intellectual center on the Black Sea within the Russian Empire, Ahad Hayam founded a select ideological circle known as Ben Moshe, which means Sons of Moses. The organization functioned almost like a secret brotherhood, with disciplined membership and a moral mission. Its purpose was not mass politics, but elite preparation. In its program, Ahad Hayam set down a guiding principle. Before preparing the land for the people must be prepared and reshaped into a tightly connected national body. The national idea, he said, must be spread and elevated into a high moral ideal that would inspire conduct and character. Ahad Hayam did not remain only a philosopher. He became directly involved in practical settlement efforts in Palestine through the Odessa Palestine Society, an organized association founded in the year 1890 to support Jewish agricultural colonies in the historic land. As one of its leading members, he repeatedly warned supporters not to measure the success of these small colonies by their immediate economic output. Their farms were few, their resources limited, their population tiny. Their true importance, he insisted, was spiritual and cultural. They were to become a seedbed on the ancient soil of Jewish history, a place where a pure national culture could grow, protected from foreign cultural pressure and from the mixed and borrowed habits that developed among scattered Jewish communities across many lands. When political Zionism burst into public attention through the activism and writings of Theodor Herzl, an Austro-Hungarian journalist and organizer who called for international political action to create a Jewish state, Ahad Hayam responded by developing his own teaching more fully. His approach came to be known as spiritual Zionism. After the First Zionist Congress met in the Swiss city of Basel in the year 1897, bringing together delegates from many countries to launch organized political Zionism, Ahad Hayam issued a sober warning. The dream of a fully realized Jewish state, as described by Herzl, he declared, could not be achieved under existing world conditions. It was impossible, he argued, to transfer the entire Jewish diaspora, meaning the worldwide Jewish population living outside the historic homeland, or even a large portion of it, to Palestine within any foreseeable time. Therefore, he said, settlement in Palestine could not by itself end the material suffering of the Jewish masses scattered across Europe and beyond. What it could do, if wisely organized, was different but still vital. A small, steadily growing Jewish center in Palestine could address the national and spiritual crisis of Judaism. It could become a creative heart. He described the goal in clear images: the building of a spiritual center in the historic homeland, the creation there of a truly Jewish national school system, the revival of the Hebrew language, not only as a sacred text language, but as a language of daily speech, the free and unhindered development of Jewish culture without the constant pressure of a surrounding foreign majority. Such a center, publicly recognized and legally secured, would serve as a home for the Jewish spirit. From that center, cultural energy would radiate outward to Jewish communities everywhere, strengthening identity and unity like a bright source of light sending rays across a wide circle. This teaching stood as a counterweight to official political Zionism, which was guided by what was called the Basel Program, the formal platform adopted at the First Zionist Congress that emphasized political recognition and statehood. The difference between political and spiritual Zionists led to long and intense debates within a movement. The followers of Ahad Hayam did not succeed in forming a completely separate political party or worldwide organization devoted only to cultural aims. Yet many of their ideas gradually influenced political Zionists in the Russian Empire. Their influence appeared especially in repeated protests by cultural-oriented delegates against the most extreme political proposals at later Zionist congresses. At a Zionist convention held in the city of Minsk, Ahad Hayam presented a major report on what he called the spiritual regeneration of Judaism. His supporters won a partial victory. The gathering adopted a resolution calling for much greater attention to cultural and educational work within Zionist activity. However, when a proposal was introduced to create a worldwide Jewish organization devoted specifically to cultural revival, it was rejected. Opponents feared that such a body would disturb the delicate political balance inside the Zionist movement and weaken its diplomatic goals. Both political Zionism and spiritual Zionism, despite their disagreements, grew from a shared belief, sometimes called the negation of exile, the conviction that Jewish life outside the land of Palestine could not continue forever as a normal, healthy national existence. Both groups looked toward Zion, meaning the historic homeland, as the anchor of safety for the Jewish people, political safety for one group, cultural and spiritual renewal for the other. Yet neither side clearly explained what would happen to the great majority of Jewish people who would remain outside Palestine. Political Zionist leaders often avoided the question. Some followed the dramatic rhetoric of Max Nordau, a physician, writer, and close associate of Theodor Herzl, who warned that if a political charter for Jewish statehood were refused by the great powers, the diaspora faced national death or a life worse than death. Cultural Zionists rejected this harsh outlook. They argued that Jewish communities abroad could maintain vitality through living contact with a cultural center in Palestine. But they did not provide a detailed plan for how the vast diaspora population should organize its daily national life where it already lived, or how it could free itself from political and cultural pressure by surrounding majorities. A different answer was proposed by a theory called spiritual nationalism, more precisely known as national cultural autonomism. This doctrine looked not only at recent Jewish suffering, but at the entire long history of Jewish dispersion, beginning with ancient communities spread across the Greek and Roman worlds and the lands of the East. Its principles were presented in a series of writings titled Letters Concerning Ancient and Modern Judaism by the historian and thinker who developed this view. The autonomous theory began with a historical observation. For most of history, except for a few short and partial interruptions, the Jewish diaspora functioned as a kind of national organism, a living collective body. Even without political independence or a single territory, it preserved unity through strong spiritual and cultural bonds, dense social organization, and a high degree of internal self-government in community affairs. For many centuries, the entire culture of Judaism had assumed a distinctly religious character, and its communal autonomy had been centered in the synagogue, the house of worship that also served as the spiritual and administrative heart of Jewish life. This circumstance gave modern champions of assimilation in Western Europe reason to think that the Jews were merely a religious group scattered among various nations, lacking a unified national identity. It was a fatal error when the Parisian Sanhedrin, the assembly of Jewish notables convened by Napoleon Bonaparte in France, declared in its pronouncement of the year 1807 that Jewry today does not constitute a nation. This mistaken assertion, repeated over the course of the 19th century, became, tragically, an article of faith among the Jews of Western Europe. The latest developments in the national movement, however, demonstrated that Jewry, though dispersed among multiple political states, was indeed a nation full of vitality, and that the Jewish religion was only one of its many functions. The Jewish national idea, secularized to a certain extent, rested upon the principle that all segments of the Jewish people, though divided by political allegiance, formed one spiritual or historico-cultural nation. Like all minority groups in countries with mixed populations, Jews were duty-bound to fight in their respective lands not only for civil equality, but also for their national rights, the autonomy of the Jewish community, its schools, and its language. What Jewish orthodoxy had preserved for centuries under the guise of religious Judaism, progressive Jews should defend under the banner of a national Jewish culture. The fate of universal Jewry should not be confined to a single center. One must take into account the historical reality of multiple centers, among which those possessing the largest numbers and the most developed national Jewish life were entitled to wield the leadership of the Jewish people. In lands where civil emancipation had been granted, the struggle had to continue for national emancipation, the recognition of Jews as a nation entitled to comprehensive communal and cultural autonomy. In the Russian Empire, the fight had to be waged simultaneously for civil and national rights. Temporary setbacks in this struggle for national existence should not discourage a people that had endured the most terrible sufferings for centuries and had managed to preserve its spiritual freedom even amidst oppression and slavery. A measure of relief from these sufferings had traditionally been found in the historic remedy of Jewish immigration, the movement from lands of bondage to countries offering greater freedom and opportunity. If Jews were subjected to prolonged persecution in one center, then their gradual transplantation, whether partial or complete, to another center offering more favorable conditions for survival and self-development, was pursued. During the last decades of the 19th century, The partial exodus of Jews from the Russian Empire contributed to the establishment of a significant Jewish center in North America and a smaller, yet spiritually valuable, center in Palestine. The Palestinian Center had the potential to become a focal point for the nationalization of the entire Jewish diaspora, but only when the diaspora itself would be organized on the foundations of cultural autonomy. Political Zionism, in its concrete possibilities, could constitute only one plank in the larger platform of the Jewish nation. The Palestinian Center could strengthen the national development of the diaspora, but did not constitute an essential prerequisite for its autonomous existence. Similar to spiritual Zionism, which had not succeeded in forming a distinct political party, yet acted as a lever within the general Zionist movement, the idea of national cultural autonomism also failed to find embodiment in a formal party organization, yet became an integral component of the political and national movements of Russian Jewry at the turn of the 20th century. During the revolutionary struggles in the Russian Empire in the years 1905-1906, the demand for national cultural autonomy was incorporated to varying degrees into the platforms of nearly all Jewish political parties and groups, alongside the continued demand for civil equality. On a parallel trajectory with this nationalistic ideology, which counterbalanced the assimilationist theories prevalent in Western Europe, the doctrine of socialism gradually emerged, emphasizing the principle of class struggle and its connection, to a greater or lesser degree, with the national question. The Jewish labor movement was born at the end of the 1880s in the Lithuanian territories of the Russian Empire, particularly in the city of Vilna, now Vilnius, as well as in other towns. Its adherents were drawn mainly from Jewish workingmen engaged in handicrafts and small trades. By the 1890s, the movement had spread to the growing manufacturing centers of Lithuania and Poland, including the cities of Białystok, Smorgon, Warsaw, and Lodz. Initially, these labor societies were founded with purely economic objectives: the organization of strikes for shorter working hours, increased wages, and better conditions for workers. The leaders of these societies, often young members of the Jewish intelligentsia, some of whom had studied at universities abroad, sought to model the movement on the patterns of Western European social democracy. The principles of Marxian socialism were sometimes applied rather hastily to the primitive stage of capitalist development in the Pale of Settlement, the designated area in the western regions of the Russian Empire where Jews were legally permitted to reside. In this area, it was still difficult to draw a clear distinction between the impoverished Jewish petty bourgeoisie, forming the bulk of the population, and the laboring proletariat. In the second half of the 1890s, Jewish socialistic societies became enmeshed in the wider revolutionary movement in the Russian Empire. In the year 1897, these societies were consolidated into the League of the Jewish Workingmen of Lithuania, Poland, and Russia, known by its abbreviated name Der Bund, meaning the League. The first secret convention of the League took place in Vilna in the month of September, just 1 month after the first Zionist Congress held in Basel, Switzerland. Various clandestine party centers were organized throughout the Russian Empire. The party organ, published in the language of the Jewish masses, Yiddish, appeared abroad under the title Die Arbeiterstimme, or the Worker's Voice. It is noteworthy that the formation of the Jewish Bund gave, a year later, stimulus to the creation of the Russian Social Democratic Party, which united the previously existing Russian labor societies. The Bund joined the ranks of Russian social democracy as a separate, autonomous group, though a number of Jewish social democrats who had embraced assimilationist or cosmopolitan viewpoints continued to occupy prominent positions in the leadership of the Russian party as a whole. At successive party conventions, the organization known as the Bund, formerly called the General Jewish Labor Bund in Lithuania, Poland, and Russia, struggled to define its national program. Founded in the year 1897 as a socialist movement representing Jewish workers within the Russian Empire, the Bund was committed to Marxist principles of class struggle and international solidarity. Yet it operated among a distinct Jewish proletariat, speaking its own language and living within its own communal framework. The tension between socialist internationalism and Jewish national identity could not be avoided. In the early years, the prevailing tendency within the Bund was to confine the national element in its platform to practical matters. The popular Jewish vernacular, known as Yiddish, was to be used as a tool of agitation and education among the masses. Beyond this linguistic function, many leaders hesitated to advance explicitly national demands. At the Third Convention of the Bund, held in the city of Kovna, now known as Kaunas, in the year 1899, a proposal was introduced to demand full national equality for the Jewish people. The proposal was rejected. Delegates argued that the working class must focus on its economic and social interests as workers, and that raising national aspirations might distract from the central struggle against capitalism and autocracy. The Fourth Convention, convened in the year 1901, reached a similar conclusion. It declared that under existing conditions, it was premature to demand national autonomy for the Jews. Yet in the same breath, the convention acknowledged that the concept of nationality did indeed apply to the Jewish people. The contradiction was evident. Recognition of Jewish nationality stood side by side with reluctance to translate that recognition into a political program. Only after prolonged debate in the party press, and after sharp conflict with the centralizing leadership of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, which sought to subordinate all national movements to a unified party structure, did the Bund take a decisive step. At its convention in the year 1905, amid the revolutionary upheavals shaking the empire, the Bund adopted a resolution demanding national cultural autonomy. This demand focused particularly on the sphere of popular education, and it called for public rights for the Yiddish language. The idea was that Jews, wherever they lived within the empire, should have the right to manage their own cultural and educational institutions, even without territorial separation. Thus, the national element gradually penetrated socialist doctrine, a doctrine that had originally emphasized internationalism and class solidarity above all. At the same time, a reverse process unfolded within the Zionist movement. Efforts were made to introduce socialist principles into Zionism. Beginning in the year 1901, a group called Pol Zion, meaning workers of Zion, organized itself into separate societies. These activists proclaimed that the territorial program of Zionism offered the only realistic solution to the Jewish social and economic question. They argued that in the lands of the diaspora, meaning the countries of Jewish dispersion outside the ancestral land, the Jewish masses would remain permanently excluded from large-scale industry. Only in a territory of their own, they maintained, could Jewish workers develop a normal class structure and participate fully in economic life. Parallel to these political developments, a powerful revival unfolded in the realm of Jewish letters. The national awakening of Russian Jewry expressed itself vividly in literature and journalism. The Hebrew periodical press, in particular, displayed renewed vitality. By the close of the 1880s, two major Hebrew weeklies had been transformed into daily newspapers. One was Ha-Melitz, published in the capital city of St. Petersburg. The other was Ha-Sephora, issued in Warsaw, one of the principal centers of Jewish life in the Polish territories of the Russian Empire. Their transformation into daily publications signaled both growing readership and intensifying intellectual engagement. Earlier Hebrew annuals devoted to literary and scholarly pursuits, such as Ha-Asif, meaning the harvest, Knesset Israel, meaning the community of Israel, and Parts, meaning the garden, gradually yielded prominence to a more dynamic monthly review called Ha-Shaloah. This publication responded rapidly to contemporary issues and achieved a standard comparable to leading European journals. It exercised significant influence upon nationalist Jewish youth during the transitional years between the 19th and 20th centuries. Simultaneously, the press in the popular vernacular, Yiddish, also advanced. In St. Petersburg, the weekly Jüdisches Volksblatt appeared from the year 1881 until the year 1890. In Warsaw and Kiev, several important Yiddish publications were issued between the years 1888 and 1895. Among them were the Hausfreund, the Jüdische Volksbibliothek, and the Jüdische Bibliothek. These periodicals were edited by prominent literary figures including Spector, Shalom Aleichem, and Isaac Leibperetz. Another Yiddish weekly, Der Jude, was published in Warsaw between the years 1899 and 1902. The Jewish press in the Russian language also evolved. Voskod, meaning sunrise, had once served as the voice of the progressive Jewish intelligentsia. Issued both as a weekly and a monthly, it increasingly inclined toward the national movement. Another Russian Jewish weekly, Budishnost, meaning the future, published in St. Petersburg from the year 1899 until the year 1903, openly supported Zionist ideas. In the field of publicistic and theoretical writing, the most commanding figure of the period was Ahad Ha'am, the pen name of Asher Ginsburg. His essays addressed not only immediate political questions, but also enduring philosophical problems of Jewish existence. Under the collective title Perurim, meaning fragments or tidbits, he published short essays that combined philosophical reflection with public commentary. For many young nationalists, these writings served as a guiding light in the search for harmony between Jewish identity and universal human values. In a series of penetrating articles, Ahad Ha'am criticized what he termed slavery and freedom, referring to the assimilation of emancipated Jews in Western Europe who, in his view, had sacrificed inner authenticity for social acceptance. He challenged the concept of nationalism without Zion, and he rejected forms of Jewish thought influenced by Friedrich Nietzsche that denied the ethical core of Judaism. Beyond criticism, he articulated a program of spiritual revival, advocating the nationalization of Jewish culture as the foundation for renewal. His essays were later collected under the title Al-Parashat Dirakim, meaning at the parting of the ways, forming a coherent and historically grounded system of thought. Among publicists less inclined toward philosophical abstraction, Nahum Sokolow stood in the forefront. As editor of Hot Sephira in Warsaw, he initially wavered between positions but ultimately aligned himself with political Zionism. On the boundary between journalism and literary criticism, two figures were especially prominent: David Frischman and Micah Joseph Berdichevsky. Frischman, in his eloquent essays, urged the Europeanization of Judaism, calling for intellectual openness and engagement with broader cultural currents. Berdichevsky, influenced by Nietzschean ideas, protested against what he perceived as the suppression of the human individual within traditional Jewish life. He opposed what he regarded as excessive spiritualization at the expense of material vitality. At the same time, in his literary sketches, he portrayed the tragic division within the soul of the modern Jewish intellectual, torn between inherited tradition and modern self-assertion, while also evoking the simple, harmonious world of the old Hasidic communities. The advance of Jewish scholarly work in the Russian Empire moved more slowly than the rise of political movements and public activism, yet it did not stand still. From the decade of the 1880s onward, a steady and determined intellectual effort began to take shape. This work continued and expanded the scientific and historical research that Jewish scholars in Western Europe had already begun earlier in the 19th century. In Western and Central Europe, Jewish academic study had developed under the influence of modern universities and research methods. This movement was often called the science of Judaism, a scholarly approach that examined Jewish texts, history, and culture with critical and historical tools. By the final decades of the 19th century, Jewish scholars in the Russian Empire began building their own branch of this intellectual tradition. Their work did not appear in sudden bursts, but through persistent and organized study. During the decade of the 1890s, a new and focused direction emerged. Scholars began systematic efforts to investigate and explain the history of Jewish communities in the lands of Russia and Poland. These regions contained some of the largest Jewish populations in the world, yet their past had not been fully studied with modern historical methods. Researchers now gathered documents, community records, legal materials, and archival sources. They produced monographs, meaning detailed studies devoted to single topics, as well as broader historical surveys. Most of these works were written in the Russian language so that they could reach educated readers and participate in wider academic discussion. Particularly important in this wave of scholarship was the attempt to open new paths in Jewish historical writing. These new paths moved toward what was called a national conception of Judaism. This meant understanding Jewish history not only as a story of religion and theology, but as the story of a people with a continuous collective life, social structure, and cultural development. Many 19th century Jewish historians in Western Europe had written under the strong influence of assimilationist ideas. Assimilation meant the belief that Jewish people should gradually merge into the surrounding majority nations, adopting their language and culture while reducing visible national distinctiveness. Because of this outlook, earlier historians often interpreted Jewish history mainly in theological and spiritual terms. They emphasized religious ideas, rabbinic teachings, and philosophical trends, while giving less attention to social organization, economic life, communal self-government, and national continuity. The new generation of scholars in the Russian Jewish world approached the subject differently. Their research aimed to understand the Jewish diaspora, the worldwide dispersion of Jewish communities outside the ancient homeland, as a special type of internally organized nation. Even without a single territory or political state, this nation had maintained its own institutions, laws of communal life, educational systems, and cultural patterns across centuries. These scholars examined how Jewish communities governed themselves through councils, courts, charitable bodies, and educational networks. They studied how social classes formed within Jewish society, how trades and professions developed, how migration reshaped community structure, and how cultural traditions adapted while preserving continuity. In their view, Jewish history was not only the preservation of sacred belief and religious treasure, it was also the preservation of a distinctive and many-sided national way of life. Through this lens, the Jewish past appeared not as a chain of isolated persecutions and spiritual achievements alone, but as the long, complex development of a people that continuously sought to defend both its faith and the genuine character of its national existence across many lands and changing empires. For 2 decades, the frenzy of political reaction in the Russian Empire had raged with relentless intensity, and yet this very oppression served only to fuel the revolutionary fires. The Russian revolutionary movement, stunned by the severe crackdown it had suffered at the beginning of the 1880s, regained its strength and consciousness at the dawn of the 20th century, when all hopes for a change in policy under Tsar Nicholas II had been completely shattered. Agitation spread among the students and workingmen, strikes erupted at factories, and the underground press at home, along with the public press abroad, carried forward revolutionary propaganda. These scattered efforts gradually became coordinated within the framework of 2 principal revolutionary organizations: the Social Democratic Party, which emphasized the mobilization of workers along Marxian lines, and the Social Revolutionary Party, which favored terrorism as a tactical instrument in its struggle with the autocratic Russian government. Both parties assumed definite organizational form between the years 1898 and 1900. The Russian government, having made use of all the tools of police terrorism to suppress even the mildest stirrings for liberty, unleashed a regime of unrestricted violence. Nocturnal raids, arbitrary arrests, overflowing prisons, and places of deportation or penal servitude filled with political criminals, mostly young men and women, became the instruments by which the state sought to crush the so-called revolutionary hydra, even when its demands were moderate and constitutional. The revolutionaries, in turn, fought terrorism with terrorism. One of their victims was the reactionary Minister of the Interior, Ivan Alexeyevich Sipyagin, who was assassinated in April of the year 1902. In retaliation, Tsar Nicholas II appointed to the same office Vyacheslav Konstantinovich von Plehve, one of the most experienced henchmen of the Russian political inquisition. Von Plehve had previously served as chief of the political police, perfecting its mechanisms to a level of extraordinary efficiency. He was destined to play a profoundly tragic and ill-fated role in the martyrology of Russian Jewry. The chilling motto behind this scheme which began in the year 1903, was stark in its cruelty, drowned a revolution in Jewish blood. Under the directive of Tsar Nicholas II, this plan was executed by von Plev's subordinates at the most critical moments in the revolutionary movement of the Russian Empire. There was no shortage of combustible hatred in the Russian Empire at the turn of the 20th century. In one particular city, that hatred was carefully fed, organized, and directed until it burst into open savagery. The place was Kishinev, the capital of the province of Bessarabia, a region with a mixed Moldavian and Russian population, lying along the western edge of the empire. By the end of the 19th century, Kishinev was home to approximately 50,000 Jews. They lived alongside some 60,000 Christian inhabitants. For decades, relations between the two communities had been largely peaceful. They traded in the same markets, walked the same streets, and shared the rhythms of provincial urban life. At the dawn of the new century, this fragile coexistence was shattered. The immediate cause was a campaign of relentless agitation conducted by a local journalist named Pavel Krushevin. He was not a figure of national stature, but a petty official who discovered in anti-Jewish propaganda both influence and profit. Since the year 1897, Krushevin had published a local newspaper in Kishinev called the Bessarabets, meaning the Bessarabian. At first, the paper had adopted a moderately progressive tone, but it soon aligned itself with reactionary elements among the local nobility and bureaucracy. It became a vehicle for anti-Jewish agitation and was subsidized by government funds. For several years, the Bessarabets poured out venom. Jews were accused of economic exploitation, of spreading socialism, of harboring hatred toward Christians, of committing ritual murder, and of inspiring what the paper described as godless revolution. Under such accusations, the Jewish population was portrayed not merely as competitors or neighbors, but as enemies of society itself. The newspaper operated under the protection of powerful officials. Its censorship was overseen by the deputy governor of Kishinev, Ostrogov, a man known for his hostility toward Jews and for his skill in narrowing even the few rights that remained to them. Under the watch of such a censor, who in reality acted as an ally of the paper, the Bessarabets enjoyed complete impunity. It went so far as to publish open appeals urging Christians to organize pogroms against the Jews. The danger was heightened by the fact that the Bessarabets was the only licensed newspaper in the province. The government consistently refused permission for any competing publication. Thus, the people of Bessarabia received their daily news and opinions from a single source saturated with hostility. Krushevin's loyalty to reactionary policy earned him favor in higher circles. Vyacheslav Konstantinovich von Plev, the powerful minister of the interior of the Russian Empire, regarded his work approvingly. In the year 1902, Krushevin received substantial fund from a secret governmental reserve to publish a new newspaper in the capital city of St. Petersburg. This paper was titled Znamya, meaning the banner, and it continued the same anti-Jewish and reactionary line. In the capital, however, the publication failed to attract significant readership. In Kishinev, by contrast, the Bessarabets exerted real influence. Day after day, it injected poison into public opinion, inflaming the darker instincts of the populace. The atmosphere grew tense, heavy with foreboding. In the early months of the year 1903, Krushevin found an opportunity to intensify his agitation. In the nearby town of Debasary, the mutilated body of a Russian peasant boy named Rybolenko was discovered. Subsequent judicial investigation established that the boy had been murdered by his own uncle, who hoped to seize his share of an inheritance. But before the truth could calm the situation, the Bessarabets seized upon the crime. It proclaimed that the boy had been the victim of ritual murder at Jewish hands. Headlines and articles thundered with inflammatory cries, "Death to the Jews. Let all Zhyds be massacred." The derogatory word for Jews was repeated in print, and the paper was widely read in the taverns and tea houses of Bessarabia. Among the less educated segments of the population, the ancient blood libel myth found fertile ground. An attempt at violence occurred in Debasari, but there the Jewish residents, many of them physically strong and prepared, managed to resist and prevent a full-scale pogrom. As the Christian festival of Easter approached in the year 1903, ominous rumors began circulating in Kishinev itself. It was whispered that a Christian servant girl had been murdered by Jews. In truth, the young woman had taken poison and died despite the efforts of her Jewish employer to save her life. But rumor, once unleashed, required no proof. The events unfolding in Kishinev bore signs of deliberate organization. Behind the agitation stood what appeared to be a secret network. Its center was the local Russian club, a gathering place for provincial officials and influential citizens. Shortly before Easter, an emissary from the political police arrived in the city. This was Levendel, an officer of the gendarmerie, the special security force of the empire, dispatched from St. Petersburg. After the catastrophe that followed, he disappeared as abruptly as he had come. The alignment of Khrushchevin, the journalist, Ostrogov, the deputy governor, and Levendel, the police officer, formed what seemed to be the driving force behind a dark conspiracy. Printed handbills were distributed throughout the city. They claimed that an imperial decree, a new case issued by the emperor, had granted permission to administer bloody punishment to the Jews during the 3 days of the Christian Passover. The circulars were not suppressed by the police. Later evidence suggested that elements within the police were complicit. Some police officials even hinted in private conversations with Jewish acquaintances that something was about to happen. In taverns and tea houses, the prospect of a pogrom was openly discussed. The Jewish community sensed the gathering storm. Yet many believed it would resemble previous outbreaks of disorder, looting, and destruction, but not systematic slaughter. On the eve of the Jewish festival of Passover, community representatives visited the provincial governor and the chief of police. They pleaded for protection. The response was cold and reassuring in form, but empty in substance. They were told that necessary instructions had been issued and that appropriate measures for their safety had already been taken. Even the local bishop of the Greek Orthodox Church, the dominant Christian confession in the region, revealed the depth of suspicion in the air. When the rabbi of Kishinev sought an audience with him to discuss the rumors, the bishop asked whether it was true that a Jewish sect used Christian blood for ritual purposes. Such a question, posed at such a moment, showed how far the poison had spread from the streets into the highest religious authority of the city. The catastrophe that had long been prepared did not come by accident. It erupted at the chosen hour. On Sunday, the 6th day of April in the year 1903, the first day of the Christian festival of Easter, and at the same time the 7th day of the Jewish festival of Passover, the signal was given. At noon, the church bells began to ring across the city of Kishinev, the capital of the province of Bessarabia in the southwestern region of the Russian Empire, today known as Chisinau in Moldova. Almost immediately, large crowds of Russian townsmen and artisans spread through the streets. Their movements bore the mark of coordination, as though directed by an unseen command. Bands formed and fanned out across the city, targeting Jewish homes and shops. In front of them ran groups of street boys, hurling stones at windows, shattering glass, and provoking chaos. These youthful attackers swelled the ranks of the mob, emboldened by the absence of resistance. Seeing that the police made no effort to interfere, the rioters advanced further. They smashed doors, broke into houses and stores, and dragged furniture, merchandise, and household goods into the streets. There, amid shouting and laughter, everything was destroyed or seized by the excited throng. The police and detachments of soldiers stationed along the streets stood by in silence. No arrests were made. No warnings were issued. Their passivity confirmed, in the eyes of the mob, the poisonous rumor that had been circulating, that the emperor himself had given permission to beat the Jews. The crowd grew into an immense, drunken mass. Cries filled the air. Death to the ZHYDS. Beat the ZHYDS. The word ZHYD was a derogatory term for Jews, used to degrade and dehumanize. By evening, looting turned into killing. Armed with clubs and knives, attackers hunted Jews in the streets, in horse-drawn carriages, and inside their own homes. Victims were beaten savagely, some fatally. Still, the police and soldiers did nothing. Only when, in one location, a small group of Jewish men armed with sticks attempted to defend themselves and drive away their assailants did the police intervene swiftly, not to stop the attackers, but to disarm the defenders. At 10 o'clock that night, the violence abruptly paused. Rumors spread that the leaders of the rioters were meeting to determine their next moves, organizing their forces as though planning a military campaign. By morning, the so-called army of attackers had received its instructions. On Monday, the 7th day of April, from dawn until 8 o'clock in the evening, Kishinev descended into scenes of brutality rarely equaled even in the chronicles of darker centuries. Jewish families, defenseless and surrounded by fury, sought refuge wherever they could. Some hid in cellars. Others climbed into garrets. A few fled to the homes of Christian neighbors, hoping for mercy. But the attackers hunted them down. Murder was carried out with unspeakable cruelty. Many victims were beaten and left alive for hours in agony before dying. Some had nails hammered into their skulls. Others had their eyes gouged out. Infants were hurled from attic windows onto the stone pavement below, their bodies shattered. Women were mutilated, their stomachs ripped open, their breasts cut off. Many were subjected to rape. In one terrible episode, a student from the local gymnasium, meaning a secondary school that prepared young men for higher education, saw his mother attacked by the mob. Alone, he rushed at the assailants in an attempt to save her. He succeeded in protecting her honor, but at the cost of his own life. He was killed, and his mother's eyes were put out. The fury extended to sacred spaces. The attackers stormed synagogues, Jewish houses of worship. They seized the Torah scrolls, the handwritten parchments containing the 5 books of Moses, sacred to Jewish faith and tradition. The scrolls were torn to pieces, desecrated, trampled underfoot. In one synagogue, the elderly shamus, the beadle responsible for the care of the building and its ritual objects, stood at the ark, the cabinet that housed the Torah scrolls. Wrapped in his prayer shawl, he shielded the ark with his own body. He was murdered on the threshold of the sanctuary. Throughout the day, carts moved through the streets, carrying the wounded and the dead to hospitals that had been hastily transformed into field infirmaries, resembling military lazarettos. Yet even this sight did not stir the authorities to action. With few exceptions, the surrounding Russian population made no effort to defend the persecuted. Members of the educated classes, officials with their families, students, lawyers, physicians, walked calmly through the streets. They watched the devastation as though observing a spectacle. Some looked on with indifference, others with sympathy for the attackers. On the morning of the 2nd day, a delegation of Jewish representatives went to see the governor of Bessarabia, Baron von Raben, the highest provincial authority. They pleaded for protection. The governor replied that he could do nothing because he had received no instructions from St. Petersburg, the imperial capital. At last, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a telegram arrived from Vyacheslav von Plehve, the minister of the interior of the Russian Empire, the official responsible for internal security and administration. An hour later, large detachments of fully armed troops appeared on the central streets. The effect was immediate. As soon as the crowd realized that the soldiers were prepared to act, it scattered in panic. Not a single shot needed to be fired. Only in the outskirts of the city, where troops had not yet reached, did looting and killing continue into the late evening. The events demonstrated a terrible truth. Had the authorities shown such readiness at the beginning, not one Jew would have been murdered, not one house destroyed. Instead, for 2 full days, the rioters had been granted freedom. The toll was devastating. 45 Jews lay dead. 86 were severely wounded or permanently crippled. Approximately 500 suffered lighter injuries. The number of women violated could not be accurately counted. 1,500 homes and shops were wrecked and plundered. Most of the victims came from the poorer strata of the Jewish population. Wealthier families, in many cases, secured protection by paying heavy bribes to police officials, who then diverted rioters from their doors. Against the vast number of Jewish casualties, only 2 of the drunken attackers lost their lives. The Jews of Kishinev, unarmed and unsupported, have been unable to mount effective resistance. A wave of horror swept across the Russian Empire and across the more developed nations of Europe and America when the news spread of the massacre in the city of Kishinev, a provincial capital in the region of Bessarabia. Reports described organized mob violence against the Jewish population, with killings, torture, and destruction. The shock was immediate and deep. Public voices that normally disagreed on politics spoke with one tone of outrage. Across Russia, the liberal newspapers, meaning the press organs that supported civil rights, reform, and constitutional limits on state power, published fierce condemnations of the atrocities committed in Kishinev. Leading writers and intellectual figures sent letters and telegrams expressing sympathy for the victims and moral anger toward the perpetrators. Among them was the world-famous novelist and moral thinker Leo Tolstoy, who wrote a letter expressing his grief and indignation. His words were so strong that government censors refused to allow the letter to be printed. Another major literary figure, Vladimir Korolenko, known for his humanitarian convictions and his defense of oppressed people, created a powerful fictional account based on his own investigation of events. His story was titled House Number 13. In it, he described in painful detail how Jewish residents of one building were brutalized and killed by rioters. The story was banned by the censorship authorities and could not appear legally in print. It circulated secretly in illegal editions, copied and passed from reader to reader. Inside Russia, however, the cry of protest was choked off by strict state censorship directed by the powerful Interior Minister Vyacheslav Plev, the high official responsible for internal security and press control. Whenever newspapers managed to print even a fragment of the truth about the massacre, warnings were sent from his ministry threatening closure for pursuing what officials called a harmful policy. Several publications suffered this punishment. Among them were Voskod, a Russian Jewish journal published in St. Petersburg, and Pravo, meaning the law, a legal journal. They were suspended for reporting too much. Under pressure from the government, newspapers throughout the empire were forced to print only the official version of events. In these state reports, the organized massacre was described merely as a spontaneous street fight. The failure of soldiers to intervene was excused by claiming that there were too few troops available, even though several full battalions were actually stationed in the city. Police inaction was blamed on confusion and incapacity. The lists of the dead and wounded were written in vague language, suggesting that casualties occurred on both sides equally, as if this had been a mutual clash rather than a one-sided slaughter. Beyond the borders of the Russian Empire, the truth emerged more clearly. Foreign correspondents reported details that shocked readers across Europe and the United States of America. A correspondent for the Times of London, one of the most influential newspapers in the world, published the text of a secret letter said to have been sent by Minister Plev to the governor of Bessarabia shortly before the pogrom. In this letter, written about 2 weeks before the violence, the governor was instructed that if anti-Jewish disturbances broke out, the authorities should avoid armed intervention against the urban population. The reason given was political. The government did not want to provoke hostility among local residents who had not yet been influenced by revolutionary movements. The authenticity of this specific letter was debated, and some questioned whether it was genuine. Yet many observers believed that even if the written document was uncertain, similar instructions had in fact been delivered orally. These verbal orders were believed to have been passed through secret agents, including an operative named Levendel, who acted as an intermediary between central authorities and local officials. Events during the massacre itself strengthened these suspicions. On the second day of the violence, the local governor was still waiting for permission from St. Petersburg before taking decisive action to stop the killings. This delay strongly suggested that he had earlier been instructed to allow the violence to continue within certain limits. To many observers, this meant that the massacre was not merely tolerated but indirectly managed. Commentators compared the killings in Kishinev to the mass slaughters of Armenians that had taken place in the Ottoman Empire during the 1890s, events that had horrified Europe and had drawn diplomatic protests even from Russia. Yet now, many said, the butchery at Kishinev exceeded even those horrors in brutality and scale. Public opinion across Europe and America was deeply shaken. Jewish communities outside Russia organized large fundraising campaigns to help their suffering brothers and sisters. Money, clothing, and relief supplies were collected. Committees were formed. Meetings were held. But these efforts, though generous, could express only sympathy and charity. They could not change the political conditions that had made the massacre possible. Inside the Russian Jewish world, the emotional impact cut even deeper. A bitter and complicated feeling spread, a mixture of burning anger and painful shame. There was anger toward those who organized, encouraged, or allowed the crimes. But there was also shame directed inward over the helplessness of the victims. Many felt tortured by the thought that the attacked communities, given no chance to defend their lives, had also been unable to defend their honor through armed resistance against attackers who acted with confidence that they would not be punished. The poet Simon Frug gave voice to this grief in a poem written in the Yiddish language, the everyday language of many Eastern European Jews. His verses did not call for revenge. Instead, they expressed sorrow over weakness and appealed to compassion and solidarity. He wrote that the pain was too deep and the defensive hand too weak, and he called upon the tender Jewish heart to bring love and comfort. He spoke of the urgent needs left behind by massacre, burial shrouds for the dead, and bread for the living. Soon afterward, a younger poet, Chaim Nahman Bialik, responded with a very different tone, one of fierce accusation and moral thunder. In his poem titled The Burden of Nemirov, named after another historic site of Jewish massacre, he transformed grief into a cry of judgment. In his poetic vision, God speaks to the martyred nation and declares that the dead have died without purpose, and that both heaven and earth are left asking why. He declares that no tears will be shed, because alongside the suffering stands unbearable shame. The poem forces the listener to weigh which is greater, the pain or the disgrace. Describing memorial prayers held in synagogue for the Kishinev victims, the poet imagines the divine voice looking down upon the mourners, commanding them to lift their eyes and see how deeply they are immersed in grief. You hear them cry and sob and read mournful prayers. You see them beat their breasts and plead for forgiveness. What are they praying for? Tell them to protest. Tell them to raise their fists against heaven itself and demand justice. Justice for all that they have suffered throughout the generations, so that even the foundations of heaven and the throne shall quake before their agony. Neither the pogroms at the beginning of the 1880s, nor the atrocities committed in Moscow at the beginning of the 1890s could compare in their soul-stirring impact upon Russian Jewry with the massacre of Kishinev. This massacre awakened in the hearts of the Jews both a burning sense of martyrdom and a feeling of heroism. All were seized by a single, powerful impulse, the organization of self-defense, as if to declare, since the government fails to protect our lives and our honor, then we ourselves are bound to defend them. The panic of pogroms, which spread across the entire southern regions of the Russian Empire following the terrible days of April 6th and 7th, 1903, led to the creation of self-defense societies in a number of cities. Vyacheslav Konstantinovich von Plev, the Minister of the Interior and head of the bureaucratic Inquisition, was aware of these preparations and found himself in a difficult position. He understood that these self-defense societies could interfere with the orchestration of pogroms, since their presence would make the attacks unsafe for the murderers and looters. Moreover, he feared that these societies might serve as hotbeds for revolutionary propaganda and provide a training ground for political demonstrations. These apprehensions were officially expressed in a circular issued at the end of April 1903, in which the minister instructed the governors that, first, no self-defense societies should be tolerated, and second, that the authorities should take measures for the prevention of violence and the suppression of lawlessness. Subsequent events revealed that the latter order was never implemented. The first instruction, however, was carried out with merciless cruelty. During the pogroms that followed, the troops made it their priority to shoot members of the self-defense organizations. Amid this climate of fear and defiance, the imperial ukase of May 10, 1903, which ostensibly opened 101 localities in various governorates of the Pale of Settlement to Jewish free domicile, territories from which they had previously been barred under the temporary rules of 1882, was received with complete indifference. Many of these rural settlements were, in reality, towns converted into villages at the instigation of spiteful officials, solely to render them inaccessible to Jews. Any stolen property was returned with only a slight surplus, a token offering meant to appear as compensation for the horrors of Kishinev. The Jews received this Danaid gift with disgust. On the same day, the government itself nullified the moral effect of this act of grace by issuing a new repressive law. Privileged Jews who were legally entitled to reside outside the Pale of Settlement were prohibited from acquiring real property in villages and hamlets. The knot of rightlessness was loosened by a hair's breadth in one place and tightened in another. Grief and indignation over the Kishinev massacre inspired Pinchas Dashevsky, a principled Jewish youth, to take action against the chief instigator of the massacre, Pavel Alexandrovich Krushevin. Dashevsky, the son of a military surgeon, traveled from Kiev, where he was a student at the Polytechnic Institute, to the imperial capital of St. Petersburg to punish the wretched hireling of Judeophobia, whose criminal newspaper agitation had ignited the Kishinev conflagration. On June 4, 1903, Dashevsky attacked Krushevin on the Nevsky Prospect, the main thoroughfare of the capital, wounding him in the neck with a knife. The wound was minor, and Krushevin was able to return home without even accepting the first aid offered at a Jewish drugstore nearby. Dashevsky was arrested and brought to trial. During the preliminary examination, he candidly confessed that he had intended to avenge the Kishinev massacre by killing Krushevin. Krushevin, now more ferocious than ever, demanded in his newspaper, Znamya, that Dashevsky be court-martialed and executed, and the entire anti-Semitic press echoed his demand. The case was tried in a district court behind closed doors, the government of Vyacheslav Konstantinovich von Plehve evidently fearing the return of the bloody memory of Kishinev into the courtroom. Krushevin was represented by the anti-Semitic lawyer Shmakov, who would later play a notorious role in the Beilis trial. The defense counsel for Dashevsky, including the lawyer Gruzenberg, argued that Dashevsky's act was motivated not by an intent to kill, but by a desire to protest the unbridled criminality of Krushevin. Nevertheless, Dashevsky was sentenced to 5 years of penal military service on August 26, 1903. An appeal to the Senate upheld the judgment. The youth, who had acted in a fit of righteous indignation on behalf of his martyred nation, was shackled and sent among murderers and thieves, while the venal instigator, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless victims, escaped unscathed and, aided by public funds, continued his campaign of inciting hatred against the Jews. In the tense months that followed the tragedy at Kishinev in the spring of 1903, the attention of the imperial authorities turned swiftly toward another danger which they believed was rising from the ashes of that massacre. The Minister of the Interior of the Russian Empire at that time was Vyacheslav Konstantinovich von Plehve, a powerful statesman who directed the vast machinery of internal security under Emperor Nicholas II, the last ruling sovereign of the Romanov dynasty. Plehve was known for his stern policies and his determination to suppress any movement that he considered a threat to the stability of the autocratic state. When news spread of the self-defensive action taken by a young Jewish man named Hirsch Lecker Dashevsky against a principal instigator of anti-Jewish incitement, Plehve's calculating and disciplined mind immediately drew its conclusions. He perceived that the bloodshed in Kishinev would awaken an inflamed Jewish national feeling throughout the empire. More dangerously, he feared that this revived national consciousness might channel itself not only into the movement known as Zionism, which sought the establishment of a Jewish homeland in Palestine, but also into the broader revolutionary currents that were already shaking the foundations of Imperial Russia. On the 24th day of June in the year 1903, Plehve issued a secret circular. This document, marked strictly confidential, was transmitted through the Central Police Department of the Empire to the provincial governors who represented the supreme authority of the crown in each region. In this circular, Plehve ordered energetic measures against what he described as the propaganda of the ideas of Zionism. He declared that the movement had departed from its original aim, which he defined narrowly as the transfer of Jews to Palestine, the ancient land of their forefathers. Instead, he accused it of strengthening Jewish national consciousness within Russia itself and of organizing Jewish communities into closely knit societies in the very towns and cities where they already lived. Such internal consolidation, in the eyes of the imperial government, appeared subversive. Acting upon these instructions, the police in numerous cities began to harass and obstruct Zionist activity. The sale of shares in the Jewish Colonial Trust, a financial institution founded to support Jewish settlement projects, was prohibited. Collections for the Jewish National Fund, an organization established to acquire land in Palestine for Jewish settlement, were forbidden. Meetings and congresses of Zionist societies were dispersed or denied permission altogether. What had begun as a movement of hope now found itself under direct assault from the state. Amid this growing repression, the central figure of political Zionism, Dr. Theodor Herzl, resolved to confront the matter at its source. Dr. Herzl was an Austrian journalist and visionary thinker who had become the recognized leader of the modern Zionist movement after publishing his influential work Der Judenstaat, which means the Jewish state, in the year 1896. On the 25th day of July in the year 1903, he arrived in St. Petersburg, the imperial capital of Russia, determined to persuade the authorities to halt the persecutions. The Zionist movement itself stood at a crossroads. The hope of obtaining a formal charter for settlement in Palestine from the Ottoman Sultan had grown faint. Confronted with this impasse, Herzl sought alternative paths. He reasoned that the Russian rulers, who had tolerated methods of reducing the Jewish population within their empire, might prefer to facilitate Jewish immigration rather than face continued unrest. A promise of diplomatic support had indeed been offered, yet Herzl perhaps placed too much faith in assurances given by powerful officials who regarded him as an idealist rather than a political equal. The depth of the crisis became evident only weeks later at the 6th Zionist Congress, convened in the Swiss city of Basel from the 11th to the 16th of August in the year 1903. Before delegates assembled from across Europe and beyond, Herzl announced a startling proposal. The British government, which governed vast colonial territories, had offered a charter for Jewish settlement in a region of British East Africa commonly referred to as Uganda, though geographically it lay within the area that would later become Kenya. Herzl presented this plan as a temporary refuge, a shelter for a suffering people. He argued that the desperate condition of Russian Jewry required immediate relief, and that, at that moment, Palestine was not available as a practical solution. The proposal tore the Congress into two passionate camps. One faction embraced the Uganda project as a possible haven, a Naktasil, meaning a night shelter, for at least part of the persecuted nation. The other faction denounced it as a betrayal. To them, Zionism without Zion, without Palestine, was a contradiction. They feared that acceptance of an African territory would weaken the spiritual and historical bond with the ancestral land. The debates were intense and emotional. After stormy sessions filled with impassioned speeches, the majority resolved to send an investigative commission to East Africa to examine whether the territory was suitable for Jewish colonization. In protest, the opponents of the plan, known as the Nainsager, meaning the naysayers, many of whom were Russian delegates, rose from their seats and left the hall together, signaling a profound rift. From this conflict emerged a new current known as territorialism. Its adherents declared that the creation of a Jewish autonomous center could be pursued in any available region of the world, not exclusively in Palestine. The split reflected a deeper tension between two principles that had long coexisted uneasily within Zionist thought: unwavering devotion to Palestine and pragmatic search for territory, wherever safety might be found. Meanwhile, the cry that had risen from the streets of Kishinev echoed across continents. Immigration from the Russian Empire to the United States of America had already been underway for decades. Beginning in the year 1881, after earlier waves of violence, Jewish men, women, and children had crossed the Atlantic in ever greater numbers. Within 20 years, their total exceeded 1 million. In cities such as New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia, they built thriving communities, establishing synagogues, schools, charitable societies, newspapers, and political organizations. Jewish public opinion increasingly spoke of regulating this vast migration not only as a matter of economic survival, but also as a national concern. A significant portion of the historic Jewish center that had flourished for centuries in Russia and Poland was, under relentless pressure, transferring itself to North America. Practical Jewish politics, many argued, bore the responsibility of organizing and strengthening this emerging center so that it might preserve the cultural and spiritual heritage carried across the ocean. The shock of Kishinev reverberated far beyond political assemblies. A great Russian writer, deeply moved by the atrocity, reflected that the crime was not an isolated eruption of mob fury, but the direct consequence of a propaganda of falsehood and violence conducted by the Russian government and supported by elements of the clergy. He described his horror at the cruelty inflicted upon innocent victims and his revulsion at those who incited the populace while calling themselves cultured and Christian. In his view, the state, like the Ottoman government during the Armenian massacres, remained indifferent to acts of barbarity so long as its own interests were not threatened. The anguish of the people found expression in poetry and song. Appeals rang out for compassion, urging brothers and sisters to show mercy in the face of great and terrible distress, to provide burial garments for the dead and bread for the living. One powerful poem, published under the disguised title Masa Nemirov, evoked memories of earlier massacres in the 17th century, when Cossack forces had devastated Jewish communities in the town of Nemirov during the uprising of 1848, an allusion chosen to evade censorship that forbade direct mention of Kishinev. In a later edition, the poem bore the stark title, In the City of Slaughter, capturing the unspeakable reality that had scarred the conscience of an entire generation. The ink had barely dried on the resolutions of the Zionist Congress when a new storm broke over the lands ruled by the Emperor of Russia. The Zionist Congress was the international assembly of Jewish delegates devoted to the political movement known as Zionism, which sought the national revival of the Jewish people and the establishment of a secure homeland. At that gathering, passionate debates about the future of Judaism had been interrupted by tears and cries for the martyrs slain in the city of Kishinev in April of the year 1903. Yet, even as those discussions ended, another tragedy erupted. This time the violence flared in the town of Hamel, located in the government of Mogilev, a province of the Western Russian Empire in the region known as White Russia, today part of Belarus. Hamel was a bustling town of commerce and industry. Of its roughly 40,000 inhabitants, approximately 20,000 were Jews. Jewish communal life there was vigorous and organized. Zioniste Association flourished, Advocating Nationale renouale. Socialist groups were also strong, including activists connected with the General Jewish Labor Bund, commonly called the Bund, a Jewish socialist organization that promoted workers' rights and political reform within the Russian Empire. Both the Zionists and the socialists in Hamel had drawn a lesson from the horrors of Kishinev. They organized self-defense groups composed of Jewish residents prepared to protect their neighborhoods if attacked. Many believed that what had happened in Kishinev would not be allowed to happen again. If violence came, they were determined to resist. On the 29th day of August in the year 1903, tension erupted. In the marketplace of Hamel, a quarrel broke out between Jewish shopkeepers and Christian peasants. The immediate cause seemed trivial. A peasant attempted to carry away a barrel of herrings from a Jewish store, insisting on paying less than the price demanded. The storekeeper refused. The peasant was pushed out. Other peasants gathered and took his side. In the scuffle that followed, one peasant was accidentally killed. The peasants fled in alarm. The police arrived and began arresting Jews. For the moment, a general outbreak had been avoided. The Jews of Hamel might have felt a measure of relief, believing that their firmness had prevented a pogrom, a violent anti-Jewish riot. Yet beneath the surface, fear remained. They expected retaliation. For 2 days, the town lived in a state of strained anticipation. Then, on the first day of September in the year 1903, the violence began in earnest. A group of approximately 200 Russian railway workers marched out from the railway workshops. They moved toward Jewish neighborhoods, smashing windows and breaking into houses. Jewish homes and synagogues, houses of worship central to religious life, were attacked. The railway workers were soon joined by stonecutters, day laborers, and bands of idlers and vagrants. Among the agitators were not only rough laborers, but also individuals described as members of the educated class: a merchant, a university student, and a schoolteacher. Their presence revealed how deeply hostility had penetrated different layers of society. On a central square, known as Kanaya Square, the rioters encountered a large force of Jewish self-defenders. Several hundred Jewish men stood ready. They confronted the mob with determination. For a moment, it seemed that the attackers would retreat under the pressure of this organized resistance. At that critical instant, soldiers of the Imperial Russian Army appeared. Instead of dispersing the rioters, the troops turned their rifles toward the Jewish defenders. A volley was fired. 3 Jews were killed. Several others were wounded. The effect was immediate and devastating. The intervention of the army restored confidence to the attackers. With renewed boldness, they resumed their destruction. Across the town, lines of soldiers formed barriers that shielded the rioters from the self-defense units. The Jewish defenders tried to break through these human walls to protect their homes and families. They were beaten back with rifle butts and driven away at bayonet point. Meanwhile, the attackers were allowed to continue looting, wrecking property, and assaulting residents without effective restraint. By evening, the violence subsided. The toll was heavy. 12 Jews were killed or so gravely wounded that their lives hung in danger. 8 Christians were also killed or dangerously wounded. Many more Jews suffered beatings and lesser injuries. More than 250 Jewish homes and stores were left devastated. When the police made arrests, they detained a far greater number of Jewish self-defenders than of Christian rioters. Those who had tried to protect their community were treated as principal offenders. 2 days later, the governor of the province of Mogilev arrived in Hamel. He summoned representatives of the Jewish community to the town council building. There he delivered a stern address. He expressed regret for the victims, yet questioned how such bitterness could have arisen. He declared that religious toleration in Russia was complete. He insisted that the deeper cause of the disturbances lay elsewhere. According to the governor, Jews had become leaders in revolutionary movements directed against the imperial government. He pointed specifically to the Bund, the Jewish socialist organization, and to the social democratic movement within the Russian Empire, both of which sought political change and workers' rights. He asserted that these movements were dominated by Jews. He accused the Jewish community of failing to control its youth. He charged that parents did not educate their children properly and did not restrain them from revolutionary activity. He claimed that Jews concealed political activists instead of surrendering them to the authorities. He further accused them of spreading disobedience and opposition among what he called an uncivilized population. The Russian populace, he suggested, reacted violently because it rejected such agitation. Thus, in the official explanation offered by the provincial authority, responsibility for the bloodshed was shifted onto the victims themselves, even as the memory of gunfire and shattered homes still hung over the streets of Hamel. It sounded as though the voice of the interior minister himself was speaking through the provincial governor. The minister was Vyacheslav Plehve, the powerful head of internal security and police control in the Russian Empire, often described by critics as the chief of a political inquisition because of his relentless suppression of opposition movements. The idea expressed by the authorities was blunt and severe. The fathers must be punished for the revolutionary ideas of their sons. The youth must be handed over to the police, and the entire Russian movement for political liberty should be discredited by labeling it a Jewish cause. After the pogrom in the city of Hamel, an official government report described the events in a completely reversed form. Instead of presenting Jewish residents as victims of mob violence, the document suggested that the disorders began with an attack by Jews against Christian inhabitants and even against government troops. According to this version, the soldiers had opened fire only in self-defense. The final official conclusion declared that the true cause of the disturbances lay in what it called the extremely hostile and defiant attitude of the local Jewish population toward Christians. In this way, an official state paper transformed the tortured into the torturers and reshaped the record of violence into a charge against those who had suffered. The pogrom in Hamel did not reach the same scale as the earlier massacre in Kishinev, nor did it wound Jewish moral consciousness in quite the same way. In Hamel, Jewish residents did not submit passively. They organized resistance and fought back. They formed self-defense groups and tried to protect their neighborhoods. Observers believed that if government troops had not intervened against these defenders, the pogrom would have collapsed quickly and the attacking mob would have fled before determined opposition. But the soldiers did intervene, not to stop the attackers, but to break the Jewish self-defense. Already in the spring of that same year, Minister Plehve had anticipated that Jewish communities might organize armed self-protection. In an earlier circular instruction sent to officials, he had declared that such self-defense efforts were inadmissible. By that word, the most basic human right, the defense of one's own life, was officially forbidden. Several Jewish defenders paid with their lives for disobeying this order. Their deaths were seen by many as the beginning of a new period of martyrdom. The effect on Jewish youth was immediate and intense. Revolutionary feeling grew stronger. Hatred deepened toward a political system that allowed some citizens to commit murder while forbidding others to resist. In the autumn of the year 1903, the formal judicial investigation into the spring massacre in Kishinev was nearing completion. The way the investigation was conducted revealed its purpose. It aimed not to uncover the full truth, but to erase evidence that the pogrom had been deliberately organized and tolerated. Officials of the administration and members of the upper social classes whose involvement had been clearly indicated were quietly removed from the list of defendants. Only the direct attackers, hired killers, looters, and street rioters drawn mostly from the lower classes, about 400 men, were brought before the court. Fearing that public trial might expose the hidden organizers, the Ministry of Justice ordered that the entire case be heard behind closed doors. No public audience was allowed. No open reporting was permitted. By choosing secrecy, the government in effect refused in advance to clear itself before the judgment of educated opinion in Europe and America, where many already regarded it as morally responsible for the catastrophe. Even so, news of the proceedings leaked beyond the courtroom walls. A distinguished group of defense lawyers took part, some Christians and some Jews, representing the highest professional standards of the Russian legal community. Among them were Nikolai Karabchevsky and Sergei Sokolov, along with Jewish advocates such as Oskar Grusenberg and Kalmanovich. Through cross-examination and argument, they demonstrated that the men on trial were largely blind instruments, tools used by others. The real planners and leaders of the massacre, they argued, were not being prosecuted at all. These lawyers demanded a full and deep investigation that would reach the true organizers. The court rejected their demand. In protest, and after formally stating their reasons, the defense attorneys withdrew from the trial one after another. After their departure, only lawyers openly hostile to Jews remained, including the anti-Jewish advocate Shmakov and others who openly praised the Kishinev massacre as an expression of Russian national honor and conscience. The verdict that followed condemned about 20 of the accused murderers and rioters from the most serious category to sentences of hard labor or penal military service. At the same time, the court dismissed the civil claims for financial damages that had been filed by Jewish victims and their families. 6 months later, the case reached the Senate of the Russian Empire, the highest judicial authority. This time, Jewish complainants brought charges against senior officials. The former governor of Bessarabia, von Raben, who had been removed after the pogrom, the deputy governor Ostrogov, and the chief of police of Kishinev. They were accused of responsibility through negligence and complicity. The defendant officials answered with cold cynicism. They declared that Jewish losses had already been covered many times over by charitable contributions collected in Russia, Western Europe, and the United States of America. The eloquence and legal skill of the well-known lawyer Maxim Wienerver and his colleagues could not move the Senate judges. The petition for damages was rejected. The government did not wish to establish a legal precedent that would require state compensation for pogrom victims. Such a rule, officials admitted with surprising frankness, would place administrators in an impossible position. Governor von Raben himself explained that it might force the imperial budget to increase by several million rubles each year if every pogrom required payment. Amid these grim legal battles, Minister Plev launched a new initiative. He announced a plan to regulate and reorganize all legislation concerning the Jewish population. In August of the year 1903, he sent a circular letter to provincial governors across the empire. He noted that the laws restricting Jews were extremely complex and tangled, and called on governors to suggest methods for bringing these enactments into a more orderly and consistent system. One important reply came from the governor of Vilna, Count Konstantin Polin, a high-ranking administrator. In a long memorandum, he argued that many of the restrictive laws inside the Pale of Settlement, the region where Jewish residence was legally confined, should be repealed because of their harmful political effects. These laws, he wrote, were driving Jewish people either into extreme poverty or into revolutionary movements. At the same time, he still recommended keeping certain repressive measures against what he described as harmful characteristics of Judaism shown by particular individuals. He also proposed excluding Jewish children and youth from Christian schools and instead creating separate elementary and intermediate schools for them, supervised by Christian teachers. Several other governors expressed similar opinions, favoring some moderation of harsh policies. Among them was the new governor of Bessarabia, Prince Sergei Urasov, who spoke in favor of softening the repressive system directed against Jewish communities. In January of the year 1904, a committee of governors and several high-ranking officials representing the Ministry of the Interior convened to consider what was referred to as the Jewish question. From the very outset, the members of the conference were made to understand that in the highest spheres of government, any thought of alleviating the condition of the Jews was strictly forbidden. Governor Urasov, the only member of the committee who could be described as liberal, later stated that following the Kishinev pogrom and the agitation it had provoked, one could feel quite tangibly the unfriendly attitude of the highest spheres toward the Jews. In other words, the Tsar himself, Nicholas II, and his intimate circle shared personally in the animosity directed at the Jewish population. The committee, therefore, applied itself not to reforming Jewish legislation, but rather to systematizing the anti-Jewish code of laws. Their deliberations were interrupted by the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War, declared on January 27, 1904. On the day following the declaration of war, the organ of Russian Jewry, the newspaper Voskod, urged restraint among the Jewish population, writing, "This is not the time to irritate the old wounds. Let us endeavor, as far as it is in our power, to forget also the recent expulsion from Port Arthur, the pogroms of Kishinev and Hamel, and many, many other things. Let the Jewish parents not think of the bitter fate of their children, who had been thrown overboard by being barred from the educational establishments. The Jews will go forth into battle as plain soldiers, without any hope of attaining an officer's rank or shoulder straps or distinctions. The blood of our sons will flow as freely as that of the Russians. The Jews marched to the Far East to assist Russia in its military campaign to make the province of Manchuria part of Siberia, a territory from which they were forbidden to reside. The number of Jews at the front was disproportionately large, amounting to some 30,000, because military regulations dictated that Jewish recruits from the western governorates were generally dispatched to Siberia. From the very beginning, they found themselves close to the theater of military operations. The number of Jewish physicians in the military reserves was also disproportionately high. These physicians were mobilized immediately, largely because they lived on private practice and were barred from holding any state or public office, whereas Russian physicians were not drawn to the front in the same numbers, so as not to divert them from administrative, municipal, or zemstvo duties. Hundreds of Jewish physicians were thus compelled to labor and face the deadly fire of Japanese troops, their mobilization necessitated by unjust laws that deprived them of the right to serve in civil positions during peacetime. While scores of thousands of disenfranchised Jews fought for the prestige of Russia in the Far East, the whip of rightlessness continued to lash their brethren at home. In many places, authorities began expelling the families of soldiers and physicians sent to the front, arguing that with the departure of the head of the household, the wife and children forfeited their right of residence, which had been conditioned by the profession of the husband or father. This policy, however, was so monstrous that even the officials in St. Petersburg could not tolerate it, and Vyacheslav Konstantinovich von Plehve was soon compelled to decree that the families of mobilized Jews should remain in their places of residence, pending the termination of the war. Although the government was forced to temporarily ease its oppression of the Jews, social Judeophobia, fueled by wartime chauvinism, erupted with greater intensity than ever before. Irritated by the repeated failures of the Russian army and by the unexpected military superiority of the Japanese, the reactionary press, led by the newspaper Novoye Vremya, began spreading absurd rumors alleging that the Jews were secretly aiding the Japanese, their kinsmen by race, in order to exact vengeance upon Russia for the massacres of Kishinev. These rumors, originating in the press of the imperial capital, quickly circulated through the provinces, each day giving birth to a more preposterous allegation that the Jews were exporting gold abroad, purchasing horses for the Japanese army, collecting funds to build warships for the Mikado, or provoking the governments of England and America against Russia. It was evident that these slanders were the work of unscrupulous agitators, similar in method to Pavel Alexandrovich Khrushchevin, the journalist who had incited the Kishinev pogrom. Their goal was to prepare the ground for new anti-Jewish pogroms under the modern accusation of treachery. This assessment was confirmed by the timing of these rumors, which were particularly circulated in February and March before the Easter festival, traditionally the season of pogroms. The year prior, the ritual murder libel concerning debauchery had been propagated during the same months. In its issue of March 11th, 1904, the Jewish organ Voskod warned its readers, "The incendiaries have already set out upon their work." A week later, the same newspaper reported on the panic spreading among the Jewish population, particularly in the southern regions. In Kishinev, the fear of a second pogrom triggered intensified emigration to America. In Odessa, Jews were disturbed by sinister rumors and began preparing for self-defense. This state of alarm was reflected even in the foreign press. There were rumors that the American ambassador in St. Petersburg had received instructions to make representations to the Russian government, although these reports were later officially denied. In the tense atmosphere that followed earlier outbreaks of violence, the imperial authorities themselves gradually came to recognize that a time of war was not suitable for the staging of anti-Jewish riots. The Russian Empire was already engaged in a grave military conflict in the Far East against the Empire of Japan, a struggle that demanded internal stability. Orders were therefore dispatched from the central government to the provincial governors, instructing them to take energetic measures to prevent disturbances during the approaching Jewish festival of Passover. In the province of Bessarabia, whose capital was Kishinev, Governor Prince Sergei Dmitrievich Urasov acted upon these instructions. In the important port city of Odessa, the city governor likewise addressed stern warnings to the Russian population. The message was unmistakable. Disorder would not be tolerated. The effect was immediate and revealing. Once the police and the local population understood that violent attacks upon Jews were not desired by the authorities in St. Petersburg, the agitation collapsed almost at once. In the month of April, newspapers reported with a tone of relief that Passover had passed quietly everywhere. Governor Urasov later described in his memoirs the revealing scene that had unfolded in Kishinev on the restless day preceding the Christian festival of Easter. He had been working with the chief of police to devise a plan for maintaining public order. During their conference, he noticed that the chief of police appeared hesitant and uncertain. That hesitation persisted until a telegram arrived from the Minister of the Interior, Vyacheslav Konstantinovich von Plev. The message, written in cipher, ordered the governor explicitly to prevent pogroms. As soon as Urasov deciphered the telegram and showed it to the chief of police, the official's uncertainty vanished. "Do not trouble yourself," he exclaimed. "Now there will be no disorders in Kishinev." The episode laid bare the spirit in which many provincial administrators had been trained. Without a direct command from the capital, they lacked the courage to suppress violence. A dramatic turning point came on the 15th day of July in the year 1904. On that morning, the square before the Warsaw railway station in St. Petersburg, the imperial capital, became the scene of a shocking assassination. Upon the pavement lay the blood-stained body of Minister Plev. He had been struck down by a bomb thrown by Igor Sazonov, a member of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, a revolutionary organization that embraced terrorism as a weapon against autocracy. Plev had been traveling to Peterhof, the imperial residence on the Gulf of Finland, where he was to report to Emperor Nicholas II. His death signaled that the revolutionary movement, long suppressed by police repression, had risen again. For 2 years, Plev had directed a regime of relentless police measures, attempting to crush dissent. He had sought to divert public attention from demands for reform, first by tolerating anti-Jewish disturbances and later by advocating war against Japan, hoping that patriotic fervor would smother revolutionary agitation. Instead, the war brought humiliation and disaster to Russian arms in Manchuria, in northeastern China, where the imperial army suffered repeated defeats. Many perceived in these calamities a sign of divine judgment upon a corrupt and oppressive regime. Earlier that same year, in February of 1904, the Russian censor had confiscated an issue of the Jewish newspaper Voskod, meaning sunrise. In that issue appeared a poem entitled To Haman, written by a young Jewish woman. The poem invoked the biblical words mean tekel, you farsin, the mysterious writing on the wall that foretold doom in the book of Daniel. The author predicted a shameful end for a modern Haman, an unmistakable allusion to Plev, whose name had become inseparable from the tragedy of Kishinev. The air seemed charged with expectation, as though a cleansing storm were approaching. The government, shaken by assassination and military failure, hesitated to respond with further terror. Instead, it attempted a cautious softening of its policies. On the 11th day of August in the year 1904, an imperial manifesto was issued to mark the birth of the heir apparent, Grand Duke Alexei Nikolaevich, son of Nicholas II. The manifesto granted certain favors and privileges to the population. Among the most significant was the abolition of corporal punishment for peasants and soldiers, a practice that had long symbolized the harshness of the old order. On that same day, an imperial decree addressed the condition of the Jews. The emperor declared that, pending a general revision of legislation affecting them, certain amendments would be introduced concerning their rights of residence. These concessions were modest. Jews who possessed higher education, meaning a university or comparable degree, were now permitted to reside in rural villages, to acquire real property there, and to conduct business more freely. Jews who had served in the war against Japan and had distinguished themselves or conducted themselves irreproachably were to receive the right of universal domicile, the privilege of residing outside the pale of settlement. the region within which most Jews of the empire were legally confined. Furthermore, the wives and minor children of Jews with higher education were granted the right to remain in their place of residence, even after the death of the husband or father. These limited measures were all that the government deemed just to confer upon a community that had sent approximately 30,000 men into the active army to fight in distant Manchuria. The Jewish public received these concessions without enthusiasm. Their hopes were fixed upon broader reforms, for Russia itself appeared to be entering what many called a political spring. On the 26th day of August in the year 1904, the post of Minister of the Interior was entrusted to Prince Pyotr Dmitrievich Svitopokmersky. In his earlier position as Governor-General of Vilna, a major administrative center in the western provinces, he had displayed a comparatively mild and conciliatory approach. Now he promised to restore confidence between government and people, aligning policy with what he described as true progress. When a Jewish delegation met him in Vilna, and when foreign journalists questioned him, he declared that in dealing with the Jewish question, he would be guided by justice and kindness. Yet from the very beginning, he proved unable to halt a new wave of violence. At the end of August in 1904, several towns in southern Russia were shaken by pogroms. In the town of Smila, in the province of Kiev, on the 22nd day of August, a quarrel in a Jewish store escalated into the systematic destruction of Jewish shops and homes. In the city of Rovna, in the province of Volhynia, a similar attempt occurred on that same day. These disturbances followed a familiar pattern. A minor incident served as pretext for organized devastation. Soon, however, the riots took on a new character. From Mogilev, the violence spread like an epidemic through neighboring towns and districts. The mobilized reservists, inflamed by alcohol and by nationalist fervor, behaved as though they were embarking on a crusade. Before departing from Manchuria, they engaged in destruction, looting, and arson. In certain places, such as in the government of Vitebsk, also located in White Russia, the rioters displayed what was bitterly described as religious toleration. They did not confine their attacks solely to Jews. In some instances, they even assaulted representatives of the police. Yet despite this occasional indiscriminate violence, the central targets of the disturbances remained the Jewish communities. The imperial government showed little eagerness to suppress these disorders with force. The authorities feared that strict measures against the reservists, whom official rhetoric described as defenders of the fatherland, might provoke greater unrest and interfere with the process of mobilization for war. As a result, the pogroms connected with mobilization were allowed to burn themselves out. Only toward the end of October in the year 1904 did this wave of violence subside. During that same month of October in the year 1904, the legal reckoning for the Hamel pogrom of the previous year finally began. The case was brought before the Court of Appeals of the government of Kiev, which, for this purpose, held its sessions in the town of Hamel itself. The Ministry of Justice of the Russian Empire had taken an entire year to prepare the case. This long delay was not devoted to clarifying the facts in a straightforward manner. Rather, the preparation appeared aimed at entangling the events in a distorted political interpretation. The original investigation had begun while Vyacheslav von Plehve, the Minister of the Interior known for his harsh policies toward minorities and revolutionaries, was still alive. It continued under the influence of the reactionary Minister of Justice, Nikolai Muravyov, who was associated with anti-Jewish sentiment. The bill of indictment that emerged was widely regarded as a striking example of deliberate misrepresentation. According to the official version, the events at Hamel were not a pogrom carried out against Jews, but an anti-Russian outbreak instigated by Jews. The indictment asserted that the Jews of Hamel, seeking revenge for the massacre at Kishinev in April of the year 1903, had armed themselves and attacked the Christian population on the 29th day of August in the year 1903. This alleged aggression, so the charge went, had provoked a counter-pogrom by Russian workers on the first day of September. Furthermore, when Jewish self-defense units allegedly assumed an aggressive stance on that day, the soldiers had been compelled to fire upon them. On these charges, 60 individuals were brought to trial. Of these, 36 were Jews, many of the members of the very population that had suffered from the violence. Thus, Jews who had organized to defend their homes stood in the dock alongside the very men who had attacked them. Under pressure from public opinion, the government agreed that the case would be tried in open court rather than behind closed doors. However, the presiding judge was instructed to prevent the introduction of political revelations that might embarrass the authorities. The trial thus became not merely a legal proceeding, but a battleground over truth itself. Leading members of the legal profession from across the empire gathered in Hamel to defend the accused Jews and to support civil claims for damages brought by the Jewish victims. Among them were Maxim Wienerver, a prominent liberal lawyer and public figure, Mikhail Slyosberg, Leon Kalmanovich, Grigory Ratner, Mikhail Sokolov, Leonid Kupernik, and Sergei Zarodny, along with others. These advocates included both Jews and non-Jews, representing what was often described as the elite of the progressive legal community. The trial lasted nearly 3 months. It became a prolonged duel between the defense attorneys, who sought to bring the full facts to light, and the bench, which appeared determined to restrict the scope of inquiry. Through witness testimony and sharp cross-examination, the Jewish lawyers gradually dismantled the structure of the indictment. They exposed contradictions and undermined the narrative that depicted the Jews as aggressors. Yet when the proceedings approached the point where responsibility might extend beyond individual rioters to the conduct of local officials and military authorities, the presiding judge intervened. He cut off the defense attorneys, denied them the floor, and curtailed further exploration of sensitive issues. His overt partiality provoked mounting tension in the courtroom. On the 21st day of December in the year 1904, after a particularly heated confrontation, the defense counsel lost patience. In a dramatic gesture, they refused to continue participating in what they regarded as a travesty of justice. They rose and left the courtroom in protest. This act electrified public opinion throughout the Russian Empire. Newspapers and civic organizations reacted with indignation. The protest of the lawyers was hailed as a courageous stand against official injustice. The accused Jews themselves joined in the demonstration of solidarity, reinforcing the moral force of the protest. Despite the turmoil, the trial continued and concluded in January of the year 1905. The verdict split the accused into 2 groups. Half of the Jews and Christians charged were acquitted. The other half, drawn from both communities, were found guilty. Those convicted received comparatively light sentences, consisting of short terms of imprisonment. Furthermore, the court resolved to petition the emperor, the Tsar of Russia, to mitigate even these mild penalties. To many observers, the outcome revealed what they described as the subtle and evasive character of imperial politics. Murderers and looters among the Russian defendants were either acquitted entirely or punished with trivial sentences. They were placed on the same level of culpability as members of the Jewish self-defense units whose actions had been limited to protecting life, honor, and property. The Russian legal journal Pravo, meaning the law, a publication associated with the progressive intelligentsia of Russia, published a powerful commentary on the verdict. The article argued that even within the lenient judgment, the truth emerged against the intentions of those who had framed it. If, as the verdict implied, both Jews and Christians were guilty only to a minimal degree of murder, violence, and plunder, then a pressing question remained. Who was truly responsible for the horrors at Hamel? The answer, the journal suggested, could only be that beyond the Jewish and Christian participants stood a third guilty party, a politically corrupt officialdom. This third culprit had not stood in the dock, yet the shadow of responsibility lay upon it. The best elements of Russian society, and especially the Jewish community, had longed for justice and for the full revelation of truth. But it was precisely this hidden accomplice, fearful of exposure, that had ensured the truth would be obscured beneath a veil of partial amnesty. Thus ended the 2 tragic and ill-fated years of Russian Jewish history. the years 1903 and 1904. These years were marked by a double storm. Inside the empire, there was an internal war against the Jewish population. Outside the empire, there was a full military conflict with the Empire of Japan. These same years contained both the victories of political reaction at the cities of Kishinev and Hamel, meaning the triumph of violent anti-Jewish forces supported or tolerated by authority, and the humiliating defeats of the Russian army at great Far Eastern battlefields such as Port Arthur, Liaoyang, and Mukden. The atmosphere was one of fear, repression, and organized terror. Only toward the end of the year 1904 did this wave of reactionary violence begin to weaken. But before it subsided, it had already driven more than 125,000 Jewish men, women, and children to flee the Russian Empire. They escaped across the ocean to the United States of America and other lands, not for opportunity alone, but to save their lives from the dominions of the Tsar, the absolute monarch who ruled Russia without a constitution and with nearly unlimited authority. Among those who should have stood trial for organizing the Kishinev massacre, several never faced full judgment. One instigator, Pisarevsky, a notary public, that is a legally authorized official who certifies documents and transactions, took his own life before the trial began. Other educated organizers from among the Kishinev intelligentsia, meaning the educated professional class of the city, appeared only as witnesses, not as accused criminals. During the trial, the withdrawal of the defense lawyers became one of the most dramatic moments. The speech given by the advocate Nikolai Karachevsky was especially powerful. He declared openly in court that the pogrom had been the fulfillment of a criminal order given from above, meaning from higher government authority. He described the city during the massacre as if it had been turned into an ancient Roman circus. In his image, before the eyes of officials from the civil administration and the army, and before a crowd dressed as if for a festival, a terrible spectacle was performed. On one side stood defenseless victims driven forward. On the other side were maddened attackers unleashed against them. The slaughter continued until a signal was given from above to stop, and then it ended at once. With these words, he accused the authorities not only of failure, but of command. Shortly before the outbreak of the war with Japan, another harsh order had been issued in the Far East. The Russian viceroy, the supreme imperial representative governing distant territories in the name of the Tsar, forbade Jews to reside in Port Arthur and on the Kwantung Peninsula, the strategic territory leased by Russia from China. Within a year, Russian forces would be expelled from that very region by Japanese armies. Even while restrictions and expulsions were enforced, Jewish professionals continued to serve in large numbers when the empire mobilized for war. In the city of Kiev, out of 30 physicians called into military service, 26 were Jews. In the city of Odessa, out of 30 mobilized physicians, 21 were Jews. Their participation showed both loyalty and professional presence despite discrimination. At last, after the long nightmare of oppression, there were signs of change. The political horizon began slowly to brighten. The movement for liberty, meaning the broad struggle for constitutional government, civil rights, and representative institutions, gathered strength once more. It appeared for a moment as if the peoples of Russia, and with them the long-tormented Jewish population, might soon see a new dawn of freedom. Yet the approximately 6 million Jews living in the Russian Empire were still destined to endure 2 more years of violent upheaval. They would stand between two fires, the fire of autocratic despotism on one side and the fire of revolutionary unrest on the other, suffering deep uncertainty and fear while suspended between humiliation and possible emancipation. What followed was called the political spring. This phrase described a short period of cautious liberalization under a new government leadership headed by Pyotr Svatopokhmursky, who served as Minister of the Interior and attempted to establish more cooperative relations with liberal circles of society. His approach encouraged the first open steps toward a public movement for political emancipation, meaning the demand for civil rights and constitutional limits on royal power. Until then, many liberal thinkers had acted like conspirators, speaking privately and secretly about their dream of a constitution, a written system of laws that would limit autocratic rule and guarantee representation. Now, they began to speak publicly. In November of the year 1904, a conference of Zemstvo workers met in the capital city of St. Petersburg. The Zemstvos were local self-government councils created in the 19th century to manage regional matters, such as schools, roads, and public health. They were one of the few semi-representative institutions in the empire. This conference adopted a formal resolution declaring that Russia's political system, based entirely on autocratic rule, was abnormal and unhealthy. It called for representatives of the people to take part in making laws. At nearly the same time, a large public gathering took place in the form of a banquet attended by lawyers and literary figures, writers, scholars, and journalists. This meeting also adopted a resolution. It demanded the removal of all restrictions based on nationality and religion. That demand directly included the many legal limitations placed upon Jews and other minorities. Because police control had temporarily relaxed, newspapers began to write more boldly. Civic-minded citizens organized associations, committees, and public groups of many kinds. Society itself began to move and speak more freely. The government, however, granted concessions slowly and reluctantly. It officially condemned what it called noisy and disorderly assemblies that demanded changes in what it described as the unshakable foundations of the political order. Even so, an imperial decree, known as an ukase, meaning a formal order issued personally by the Tsar, was published on December 12th in the year 1904. It promised several partial reforms: improvement in the legal position of the peasantry, expansion of the authority of the Zemstvo local councils, creation of a state insurance system for industrial workers, and a softening of police severity and press censorship. It also promised a revision of laws restricting the rights of aliens, meaning people not belonging to the dominant national group, with the statement that only those restrictions required by genuine state interests and the real needs of the Russian people would remain. That final phrase carried a hidden meaning. It offered little hope to the Jews. Their loss of rights could always be justified by officials as necessary for state interests. The state itself rested not on equal law, but on police power. Responsibility for carrying out these promised half-reforms was assigned not to elected representatives, but to a bureaucratic institution known as the Committee of Ministers, a council of high officials appointed by the Tsar. The participation of popular representatives in shaping reform was firmly rejected. The new movement for liberty forced further concessions from Russian officialdom. Yet these concessions could only be wrested from it in small doses and were granted only after desperate resistance. The Bloody Sunday of January 9th, 1905, marked the beginning of the open revolution in which social, economic, and political demands were interwoven with one another. On that day, the striking workingmen of the imperial capital, St. Petersburg, marched in immense numbers to the Winter Palace, the residence of Tsar Nicholas II, to present a petition for economic and political reforms. The petitioners, carrying crosses in their hands and led by Father Georgy Apollonovich Gapon, a priest and popular demagogue, were met not with audience, but with a shower of bullets. The massacre resulted in a large number of victims among the demonstrators and the general public. Among those killed or wounded were several Jews, a first-aid nurse, a dentist, a pharmacy student, and a journalist. This scandalous response of the Tsar, who answered peaceful appeals for reform with gunfire, triggered a series of demonstrations, labor strikes, and acts of terrorism throughout the Russian provinces. In the western governorates of the empire and in the Kingdom of Poland, Jews played a conspicuous role in the revolutionary movement, for they constituted a large segment of the organized workingmen. In the port city of Odessa, a Jewish working man named Stillman fired upon the chief of police, wounding him on January 19th. In the city of Mogilev, a Jewish youth attempted, though unsuccessfully, to assassinate the local chief of police, who was accused of having instigated the pogrom that had occurred there in the autumn of 1904. These incidents were used by the reactionary government as pretext to continue its oppression of the Jews, labeling them as ringleaders of the revolution. On January 9th, Prince Svitopolk-Mirski, the former governor-general, had been dismissed for his excessive leaning toward liberal reforms. The president of the Committee of Ministers, Sergei Witt, was the only member to advocate a different perspective. At the committee meeting held on February 11, 1905, Witt contended that the hostility toward the government, now evident among the Jews, was the result of the sad material conditions under which the majority of Russian Jewry lived, weighed down by the relentless pressure of restrictive laws. Witt warned that the police authorities would be compelled to fight with redoubled zeal against the anti-governmental activity of the Jews until the amelioration of the condition of the aliens, promised in the ukase of December 12, 1904, would be carried into effect. Despite these pleas, the government was slow to implement even the moderate reforms outlined in the imperial ukase. Meanwhile, representatives of Russian Jewry prepared to present more comprehensive demands. In February 1905, several mass petitions demanding equal rights for Jews were submitted to Sergei Witt. One such petition, signed by 32 Jewish communities including St. Petersburg, Vilna, Kovna, Hamel, and Berdichev, opened with the words, "The measures adopted over the last 25 years toward the Russian Jews were designed with the deliberate end in view of converting them into a mass of beggars, deprived of all means of sustenance, and of the light of education and human dignity. Consistency and comprehensiveness marked the system of oppression and violence, which was skillfully planned and carefully executed. The entire machinery of the state was directed toward making the life of the Jews in Russia impossible." The petition repudiated the notion, expressed in the ukase of December 12, 1904, that gradual amelioration and minor mitigations could satisfy the demands of the Jewish population. It declared that the insulted dignity of man cannot be reconciled to half measures. It demands the complete removal of rightlessness. The petition emphasized that all Jews in Russia were united in one thought, that the cruel system of endless restrictions undermined the very basis of their existence, making life in the empire impossible. Exhausted by centuries of oppression and filled with anxiety about their future, the Jewish population demanded their entire enfranchisement, a radical repeal of all restrictive laws, and the opportunity to work shoulder to shoulder with other citizens for the welfare and prosperity of the empire. A memorandum, couched in even more resolute terms, was sent by 26 Jewish communities, including Moscow, Odessa, and others, along with radical groups of the communities that had signed the first petition. The memorandum declared, "We look upon the attempt to satisfy and appease the Jewish population by any partial measures of improvement as doomed to failure. We expect equal rights as human beings in whom the feeling of human dignity is alive, as conscious citizens in a modern body politic." The memorandum of the Vilna community added, "As a cultured nation, we demand the same rights of national cultural self-determination which ought to be granted to all the nationalities that go to make up the Russian body politic." Memorials and telegrams, addressed to the president of the Committee of Ministers, accompanied these petitions, demanding equal rights for the Jewish population of the empire. Professor Trubetskoy, who waited upon the Tsar on June 6th, at the head of a combined deputation of zemstvos and municipalities, pointed out in his famous speech that no one should be excluded from popular representation. It is important that there should not be any disfranchised and disinherited. The government was shaken in its resolution, and the Council of Ministers eliminated from the Buligin project the clause barring the Jews from voting, justifying this step by the undesirability to irritate the Jews still further. While anti-Jewish violence flared in certain regions, the broader revolutionary movement throughout the Russian Empire advanced with gathering speed. Across the vast territory of the empire, professional organizations began to arise. Railroad workers formed unions, binding together the men who operated the arteries of transport that connected the imperial capital with distant provinces. Engineers organized themselves, representing the technical intelligentsia upon whom modern industry depended. Lawyers, too, created associations, giving voice to members of the legal profession who had grown restless under autocratic rule. These bodies reflected a society in motion, a nation awakening to political consciousness. Strikes erupted along major railway lines. Trains stood idle. Commerce faltered. The discontent was not confined to labor. University and college students were seized by agitation. Lecture halls emptied as young men and women declared strikes, transforming institutions of higher learning into centers of protest. Demonstrations filled the streets. The government answered not with dialogue, but with force. Rifle fire cracked through the air. Cossacks, mounted cavalry traditionally employed to suppress unrest, lashed demonstrators with heavy whips. The spectacle of armed power confronting unarmed youth intensified the sense that the empire stood upon the brink. Within the broad socialist movement, one faction chose the path of terror. The Socialist Revolutionary Party, an organization that believed in the use of political assassination as a weapon against tyranny, carried out a deed that shocked the empire. On the 4th day of February in the year 1905, Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich, Governor-General of Moscow and uncle to Emperor Nicholas II, was assassinated. As Governor-General, he had exercised sweeping authority over Moscow, the ancient capital. His name was deeply associated with the expulsion in the year 1891 of tens of thousands of Jews from Moscow, and with the harsh restrictions imposed upon the Jewish community that remained. Many regarded him as one of the most reactionary figures within the ruling house of Romanov. He fell victim to a bomb thrown by Ivan Kalyev, a member of the Socialist Revolutionary Party. The assassin was not a Jew, yet the event reverberated throughout Jewish circles, for the Grand Duke's policies had long weighed heavily upon them. The rising tide of revolution frightened Emperor Nicholas II. Pressed by unrest at home and humiliation abroad in the ongoing war against Japan in the Far East, he issued new concessions. On the 18th day of February in the year 1905, 3 enactments were made public. First came an imperial manifesto condemning revolutionary unrest at a time when, as it declared, a bloody war was being waged in Eastern Asia. The manifesto called upon all well-intentioned subjects to combat internal sedition. Its tone combined warning with paternal admonition. Second, a rescript, meaning a formal written directive, was addressed to Alexander Grigorievich Bulygin, the Minister of the Interior. In it, the emperor announced his decision to invite the worthiest men, invested with the confidence of the nation and chosen by the population, to participate in the consideration of legislative projects. This was a promise of representation, yet only in an advisory capacity. The proposed body would not possess full legislative authority. It would consult, not govern. Third, a decree addressed to the governing Senate, the highest judicial and administrative institution of the empire, granted permission to private individuals and institutions to submit their views and suggestions concerning improvements in the welfare of the state. It was an opening, limited yet significant, for public expression. Progressive circles across Russia were not satisfied. They saw in these measures a mixture of threats and concessions, and they found the concessions meager. Yet they seized upon the opportunity to submit proposals. Resolutions poured forth from associations, municipalities, and civic bodies, demanding not merely consultation, but a genuine parliamentary system to replace autocracy. Jewish institutions participated fully in this movement. The oldest Jewish cultural organization in the capital, the Society for the Diffusion of Enlightenment Among the Jews in Russia, founded in the year 1863 to promote modern education and integration, convened a meeting in St. Petersburg on the 27th day of February in the year 1905. The society adopted a resolution declaring that proper organization of Jewish education, suited to the social and cultural characteristics of the Jewish people, will be possible only when Jews were placed on complete equality of rights with the rest of the population. As a guarantee of unhampered cultural development and equality for all nationalities within the empire, the resolution demanded that legislative power and administrative oversight include representatives elected by universal, direct, and secret suffrage of all citizens, without distinction of nationality, religion, or occupation. At this moment, many felt the urgent need for a nonpartisan political organization that could unite Jewish society in the struggle for emancipation. Apart from the General Jewish Labor Bund, commonly called the Bund, which organized Jewish workers along socialist lines, there existed no broad body representing all classes of Jewry in political action. Such an organization came into being at a conference held in the city of Vilna at the end of March in the year 1905. It took the name the League for the Attainment of Equal Rights for the Jewish People in Russia. Its declared aim was the realization, to their fullest extent, of the civil, political, and national rights of the Jewish people within the Russian Empire. The program it adopted rested upon three pillars. First, complete civil emancipation, meaning the abolition of all legal disabilities based on religion or nationality. Second, assurance that Jews would participate proportionately in the future representative institutions of Russia. Third, freedom of national and cultural self-determination in all its forms, including broad communal self-government and freedom in language and education. This was a landmark in modern Jewish political history. For the first time, a Jewish organization openly demanded not only civil and political equality, but also recognition of Jews as a nationality entitled to collective rights. In Western Europe during the 19th century, emancipation had generally been granted to Jews as individuals belonging to a religious denomination within a dominant nation. Here, in the Russian Empire, the demand extended further: liberty for Jewry as a national entity. The Central Bureau of the League was established in St. Petersburg. It consisted of 22 elected members. Half resided in the capital, including Maxim Wienerver, a distinguished lawyer, Grigory Slyosberg, a publicist and advocate, and Leon Bramson, an activist and later a prominent communal leader. The other half came from the provinces, among them Dr. Shmuel Levin, a Zionist and orator, Simon Markovich Dubnow, historian and thinker, and Mikhail Ratner, along with others representing various regions. The League's first resolutions outlined practical steps. It demanded universal suffrage in elections to the future parliament, together with guarantees of proper representation for national minorities. It sought to influence Russian public opinion so that general resolutions calling for equality would explicitly include Jewish emancipation. Finally, it called upon all Jewish aldermen serving in municipal councils, known as Dumas, to resign. Under the municipal law of the year 1892, Jews had been deprived of their electoral franchise in municipal elections. The Jewish aldermen who still sat in these bodies had not been elected by Jewish voters. They had been appointed by administrative authorities. Their presence symbolized not representation, but humiliation. By resigning, they would protest an arrangement that offended both the civic and national dignity of the Jewish people. The final clause of the resolution adopted at the first conference of the League did not remain a mere declaration. The League in question was a political association formed during the revolutionary upheavals within the Russian Empire, bringing together representatives determined to defend civil rights and protest discriminatory legislation. One of its resolutions called upon Jewish representatives to withdraw from municipal institutions that had stripped Jews of fair participation. This clause soon proved effective. In many cities across the empire, Jewish members of the municipal Dumas began to resign their posts. The municipal Duma was the elected city council responsible for local self-government, overseeing public services, budgets, and urban administration. Jewish aldermen, who had previously taken part in these civic bodies, now stepped down in protest against the disfranchisement of Jews, meaning the removal or restriction of their electoral and representative rights within municipal government. At first, the authorities were taken aback. They attempted to appoint other Jews to replace those who had resigned, hoping to preserve the appearance of inclusiveness. Yet the boycott continued. Jewish community leaders refused to cooperate. Gradually, the authorities reconciled themselves to the complete absence of Jewish representatives in municipal self-government. The protest of the Jewish aldermen, dignified though it was, became lost amid the thunder of broader unrest. The year was 1905, a year of revolution throughout the Russian Empire, filled with strikes, demonstrations, and political agitation. In that deafening atmosphere, the specific grievance of Jewish municipal representatives was swallowed by the general roar. Thus, the Jewish people, burdened by legal restrictions and social hostility, still strained toward liberty. They sought participation in public life, equality before the law, and protection from violence. Yet, even as they struggled upward, powerful forces prepared retaliation. The tide of revolution, which had swept up many of the finest and most progressive elements of Russian society, soon collided with a dark countercurrent. This countercurrent took the form of the so-called Black Hundred. The Black Hundred was not a single organization, but a loose network of ultra-nationalist, monarchist, and openly anti-Jewish groups that emerged during the revolution of 1905. They were fiercely loyal to Emperor Nicholas II, the ruling Tsar of Russia, and hostile to liberal reform, constitutional government, and minority rights. Encouraged by reactionary officials and supported by elements within the police, these groups drew their strength from the most backward and violent layers of urban and rural society. The Latin phrase accaranta movevo, meaning "I will stir up the underworld," became a fitting description of what occurred. The government of Nicholas II, struggling to suppress the movement for constitutional reform and political emancipation, effectively unleashed the lower depths of society against its opponents. By allowing and sometimes encouraging mobs to attack liberals, intellectuals, and Jews, the reactionary forces hoped to achieve several goals at once. First, they sought to intimidate liberals and revolutionaries, to frighten them into silence. Second, they aimed to demonstrate that the common people supposedly rejected the abolition of autocracy, the system of absolute rule by the Tsar, and opposed the introduction of constitutional government. Third, they attempted to discredit the entire revolutionary movement by portraying it as a Jewish conspiracy. If unrest and reform could be labeled as the work of Jewish hands, then repression could be justified as a defense of faith and throne. To accomplish this, a campaign of open anti-Jewish agitation was launched. Proclamations circulated widely, bearing slogans such as "Slay the Students" and the ZHYDs, and "Remember Kishinev" and Hamel. The word ZHYD was a contemptuous term for Jews, deliberately used to inflame hatred. These leaflets were distributed by Black Hundred activists in city after city. One proclamation, issued in the name of the Nationalist Society in cities including Kiev, Odessa, and Kishinev, declared that cries of "down with autocracy" were raised by so-called bloodsuckers who called themselves Jews, Armenians, and Poles. It urged the population to be on guard against Jews and claimed that all misfortunes in Russian life were due to them. It predicted that a time would soon come when there would be no Jews in Russia and denounced both traitors and the idea of a constitution. As the Jewish festival of Passover approached in the spring of 1905, pogroms were openly prepared. Newspapers printed telegrams from various cities warning that riots were imminent. In some places, governors took steps to restrain potential violence. In other areas, however, pogroms were tolerated, and in certain cases even organized by elements within the police. In the industrial city of Białystok, a major center of the Jewish labor movement, violence erupted on the 9th and 10th days of April. Białystok, located in the western regions of the empire, had a large Jewish working-class population deeply involved in socialist and labor activism. There, Cossacks, mounted troops traditionally used for policing and suppression, assaulted Jewish pedestrians in the streets. They forced their way into synagogues, the Jewish houses of worship, and into private homes. Residents were beaten, searched, and robbed of their money. During the Passover holidays, in the town of Dzaidi in the government of Kovna, peasants attacked Jewish inhabitants. They looted property and beat those who attempted to defend themselves. In the city of Melitopol, in the government of Tavrida in southern Russia, An intoxicated mob destroyed and burned Jewish shops on the 18th and 19th days of April. The violence threatened to spread further and began to touch Christian homes as well. There, a self-defense group composed of both Jewish and Christian young men intervened and managed to halt the pogrom. In Simferopol, also in the government of Tavrida, members of the Black Hundred spread a rumor that a Jewish boy, the son of a pharmacist, had desecrated a Christian icon, a sacred religious image venerated in the Orthodox Church. Such accusations were calculated to inflame religious passions. A pogrom was set in motion. Armed Jewish youth resisted, and eventually troops intervened to restore order on the 22nd day of April. Yet the most dreadful outbreak occurred in the city of Zhytomyr, a central town in the province of Volhynia. Zhytomyr had been regarded as relatively peaceful. Progressive elements among both Jews and Russians had been swept up in what felt like a political honeymoon. Earlier in the year, on the 9th day of January in the year 1905, the massacre known as Bloody Sunday had taken place in St. Petersburg. On that day, peaceful demonstrators seeking reforms were shot by imperial troops. News of Bloody Sunday had ignited political strikes by workers, demonstrations by university students, and the distribution of revolutionary appeals throughout the empire. In Zhytomyr, as in other large cities, these events had inspired hope and political awakening. Workers struck, students marched, and pamphlets circulated calling for change. But beneath the surface of this hopeful ferment, darker forces gathered, preparing once more to answer the cry for liberty with violence and bloodshed. The mere fact that the revolutionary movement in the city was led largely by Jewish young people was enough to set the forces of the Black Hundred into motion. The Black Hundred were extreme monarchist and nationalist organizations in the Russian Empire, fiercely loyal to the Tsar, violently opposed to liberal reform, and deeply hostile toward Jews. For them, the presence of Jewish youth in political agitation was treated as proof of conspiracy and treason. At once, wild rumors were deliberately spread among the surrounding population. It was said that Jews had been firing weapons at a portrait of the Tsar displayed on a field outside the city. It was said that Jews were preparing to slaughter Christian residents. Other equally absurd and inflammatory stories were repeated in marketplaces, taverns, and factories. Each rumor was designed to ignite fear and hatred. As the Jewish festival of Passover approached, the ancient religious holiday that commemorates the biblical exodus from Egypt, the organizers of anti-Jewish violence called for reinforcements. They summoned groups of rough, Great Russian laborers from the city of Moscow. These laborers were commonly nicknamed Katsaps, a slang term used for Great Russians. They were brought in to strengthen the violent ranks. The Jewish population, sensing danger, did not remain passive. They began to organize open self-defense. They obtained weapons where they could, often cheap pistols and improvised arms, and made their preparations publicly. Tension rose in the streets. A collision between the black forces, meaning the monarchist violent bands, and the red forces, meaning the revolutionaries and defenders of political freedom, became unavoidable. The clash came as a bloody battle that lasted from April 23rd through April 26th. Its cruelty matched the earlier pogrom at the city of Hamel, and in scale it surpassed it. For 3 days the city lay under the control of the violent black mobs. They looted homes and shops, murdered residents, and mutilated their victims. They were driven forward by heavy drinking and by the belief that they were fighting for the Tsar against revolutionaries whom they mockingly called Sicilists, a distorted nickname for socialists, people who demanded freedom and a republic instead of absolute monarchy. Wherever the Jewish self-defense groups were not blocked by the police or the army, they fought with astonishing courage. Where the authorities actively helped the attackers, the defenders fell where they stood. Over those 3 days, 15 Jews were killed and nearly 100 were wounded, many with terrible injuries. Most of the dead and wounded were young workingmen and skilled craftsmen. Among the victims were also students. One of them was not Jewish but Christian, a young man named Blinov, who bravely defended the attacked Jews. The mob fell upon him with special fury, shouting that although he was Russian, he was a Sicilist and worse than the Jews because he had come to defend them. He was beaten to death, and soldiers and policemen assisted the killers. During those same days, on April 25th, another tragedy unfolded in the small town of Troyanov, in the province known as the Government of Volhynia, not far from the city of Zhytomyr. 14 young Jewish men from the nearby town of Chudnov learned that a massacre was in progress in Zhytomyr. They armed themselves with inexpensive pistols and set out to help their endangered fellow Jews. As they passed through Troyanov, they encountered a crowd of peasants and laborers. These villagers had been inflamed by rumors that Jewish killers were marching through the area to exterminate Russians. The mob surrounded the 14 youths. They searched them, robbed them of their possessions, and then attacked them with axes and heavy clubs. 10 of the young men were murdered on the spot. The rest were brutally beaten. The killings took place in front of the local Jewish residents, who were powerless to intervene. One survivor later described the scene. He said there were 14 of them traveling from Chudnov to Zhytomyr. In Troyanov, they were surrounded by great Russian laborers. Everything they carried was taken. Then the beating began with hatchets and clubs. One by one, his companions fell dead. Before the rural police force arrived, the constabulary, meaning the local armed police, only 4 remained alive. The police ordered that the survivors be taken to the hospital in Zhytomyr. But on the road, the mob seized them again from police custody and renewed the torture. The survivor was tied with ropes and dragged to the local priest, who begged that he be spared. The attackers mocked the priest, dragged the wounded man away again, and continued beating him. Some policemen protested that they were responsible for delivering him alive to Zhytomyr. The attackers answered that they would release him. But first the Jew must be forced to look upon his fellow Jews. Half conscious, he was dragged to where the bodies lay. Water was poured over him to revive him. He saw the corpses of his 10 companions, one with his head cut off, another with his stomach torn open, others with hands severed. The sight overwhelmed him, and he fainted again, later awakening in a hospital bed. In the cemetery of Troyanov, 10 graves remained. The graves of these young martyrs who had gone out unselfishly to rescue their brothers and were themselves slaughtered on the road. These graves stood as sacred ground for the Jewish people. The government responded to the massacre in Zhytomyr with an official report. The facts were deliberately twisted. The report claimed that Jews themselves had provoked the violence. It accused them of firing pistols at a portrait of the Tsar during shooting practice in the woods. It accused them of insulting a police escort that was transporting political prisoners. It claimed they had issued a proclamation in the name of the Social Revolutionary Party, a revolutionary political organization, accusing the authorities of preparing a pogrom. The purpose of the official report was revealed in its closing instruction to provincial governors. They were ordered to explain to the calm and sensible portion of the Jewish population that, for the safety of Jewish masses, they must persuade their fellow believers involved in political struggle to avoid behavior that might arouse the hatred of the Christian population. In plain language, the warning meant this: if Jews wish to avoid massacres, they must stay away from the movement for political liberty. If they continued to participate, the surrounding population would be allowed to treat them as enemies of the fatherland and destroy them. Caught in the general revolutionary conflagration, which flared up with particular violence in the summer of 1905 after the destruction of the Russian fleet by the Japanese near the Straits of Tsushima, the Jews reacted to the pogroms by intensifying their revolutionary activity and swelling the number of self-defense organizations. Russian Jewry played an active part in the 2 wings of the emancipation movement: the Constitutional Democratic Party, advocating liberal reforms and constitutional governance, as well as the Social Democratic Party, which sought social and economic change through socialist principles. Jews were even represented in the extreme wing occupied by the Social Revolutionary Party, which favored terrorism as a weapon against the autocratic government. The majority of these Jewish revolutionaries were motivated by general Russian aspirations and were often entirely oblivious of the specific national interests of Judaism. Nevertheless, this did not prevent the henchmen of Tsar Nicholas II from visiting the sin of the revolution upon the Jewish masses. A vicious circle was created. As victims of the old despotism, the Jews naturally aligned with the revolution that promised to abolish it. In response, uncivilized elements of Russia vented their fury upon them through pogroms, which in turn pushed them further into the revolutionary ranks. During the summer months of 1905, a new succession of pogroms took place, this time of a military character. Agitated over the defeats of the Russian army in the province of Manchuria and incited by the vile proclamations of the Black Hundred, an ultranationalist and reactionary organization, soldiers and Cossacks sought vengeance upon what they were told was the inner enemy, assaulting, wounding, and killing Jews in the streets of Minsk on May 26, in Brest-Litovsk from May 29th to May 31st, in Seidlitz, and in Lodz on June 9th. In the first three cities, the soldiers plundered and murdered exclusively Jewish citizens. In the city of Lodz, they fired upon a mixed Polish-Jewish demonstration of workingmen, treating the civilian populace as a battlefield. A regular butchery occurred in the city of Białystok on June 30th, when the city resounded for an entire day with the rifle shots of maddened soldiers aimed at peaceful Jewish crowds. The death toll reached 50, with an even larger number wounded. During the same period, a systematically organized pogrom occurred in the southern outskirts of Russia, in the city of Kerch in the Crimea. On July 27th, a peaceful political demonstration, of the type then generally in vogue, took place in the city, with Jewish youth among the participants. In response, the city governor and the gendarmerie chief organized a patriotic counter-demonstration a few days later, on July 31st. Carrying a banner with the portrait of Tsar Nicholas II and singing the Russian national hymn, the patriotic mobs, dominated by notorious local thieves and hooligans, sacked Jewish houses and stores, looting property in the name of patriotism, while even some so-called respectable citizens took part in the plunder. When the armed Jewish self-defense groups attempted to resist, they were scattered by volleys from the soldiers, 10 being killed on the spot. A subsequent inquiry revealed that the pogrom had been fully prepared by the police and gendarmerie authorities, who had been in telegraphic communication with the police department in St. Petersburg. It was a rehearsal of the monstrous October pogroms that were to follow only a few months later. Amidst the turmoil of revolution on one hand and pogroms on the other, the question of popular representation, promised in the imperial ukase of February 18, 1905, was discussed at the highest levels of Russian government. A committee, chaired by Mikhail Bulygin, was drafting a scheme for a consultative popular assembly. Concerning the Jews, it was initially proposed to exclude them from the franchise on the grounds that participation in popular representation would not be compatible with their continued civil disfranchisement. This proposal, entirely in line with the reactionary tendencies of Russian politics, provoked a storm of indignation across all Jewish communities. During the month of June, protest resolutions were adopted by the Jewish communities of St. Petersburg, Riga, Kishinev, Bobruisk, Zhytomyr, Nikolaev, Minsk, Vitebsk, Vilna, and other cities. Many of these resolutions expressed the outrage of Russian Jewry in violent terms. The resolution from Vilna exemplified the sentiment. In the proposed scheme of popular representation, we Jews, a cultured nation numbering 6 million, are placed below the semi-savage aliens of Eastern Russia. The policy of pacification applied to other suppressed nationalities has given way to a policy of terrorization when the Jews are concerned. The MAD system, consisting in the endeavor to irritate and infuriate the Jews by medieval persecutions and thereupon wreak vengeance on them for the manifestation of that irritation, has now reached its climax. We appeal to the Russian people, now called upon to renovate the antiquated political structure of the country. We hope that the malign vindictiveness toward the Jews, on the part of the retiring bureaucracy, eager to carry over the ferments of corruption into the healthy atmosphere of the future popular representation, will not be realized. Professor Nikolai Sergeyevich Trubetskoy, a renowned scholar, waited upon Tsar Nicholas II on June 6, 1905, at the head of a combined deputation of zemstvos, the local self-governing assemblies and municipalities. In his famous speech, he asserted that no one should be excluded from popular representation, declaring, "It is important that there should not be any disfranchised and disinherited." Shaken by the protests and the force of this argument, the Council of Ministers removed from the Buligin project the clause barring Jews from voting, justifying this concession by the undesirability to irritate the Jews still further. During the month of July in the year 1905, conferences were held at Peterhof, the imperial residence near the capital city of St. Petersburg. These meetings took place under the personal chairmanship of Emperor Nicholas II. Their purpose was to formulate plans for the establishment of an imperial Duma, a national assembly that was to serve as a representative body within the Russian Empire. At these deliberations, the Jewish question did not remain untouched. Among the dignitaries present was Narishkin, a reactionary nobleman of high rank, who insisted that what he called the dangerous Jewish nation should be excluded from participation in the Duma. His words reflected the hostility that had long animated segments of the aristocracy and bureaucracy. Yet others at the conference took a different position. Vladimir Nikolaevich Kokovtsov, the Minister of Finance, argued in favor of admitting Jews. So did Dmitry Fyodorovich Trepov, the Assistant Minister of the Interior, as well as Obolensky and Chikachev, members of the Council of State, which was the upper consultative body of the empire. The debate ended abruptly with a short statement from the emperor himself. The project, he declared, with the insertion approved by the Council of Ministers in favor of Jewish participation, should remain unchanged. In this manner, Jews were not barred from the projected Duma. By this decision, the government committed a striking inconsistency. It granted to Jews the highest political privilege, then contemplated the right to vote for representatives in a national assembly. At the same time, it left them deprived of fundamental civil rights. They remained subject to restrictions on residence within the empire, confined largely to the Pale of Settlement, a vast but limited region in western Russia where most Jews were legally permitted to live. They faced limitations on the right of domicile in major cities and even on the right of transit through certain areas. Thus, the state offered political participation while maintaining civil disability. Only 1 month earlier, on the 8th day of June the year 1905, the emperor had approved an official opinion of the Committee of Ministers. That committee, acting in accordance with an imperial decree issued on the 12th day of December in the year 1904, had been discussing possible reforms concerning the Jews. Its conclusion was that consideration of measures to improve the condition of the Jews should be postponed until after the convocation of the new parliament. The implication was clear. Relief was deferred. The ruler who now allowed Jews to vote for deputies would not grant even minor alleviations in their daily legal burdens. Those who had been treated as pariahs were increasingly driven into the ranks of revolutionaries. Soon afterward, on the 6th day of August in the year 1905, the so-called Buligin Constitution was made public. It was named after Alexander Grigorievich Buligin, the Minister of the Interior who had been entrusted with drafting the proposal. This constitutional project provided for an imperial Duma of sharply limited authority. Representation was to be based upon class qualifications, favoring property owners and established estates of society. The Duma would possess only advisory powers, without full legislative control. Yet, significantly, the project did not impose restrictions upon the Jewish franchise. Jews were not excluded from voting under its provisions. A Jewish newspaper in St. Petersburg, the Voskod, commented with irony that the Jew now possessed the right to be elected as a popular representative, but still lacked the right to reside in the very capital where the Imperial Duma would assemble. The contradiction was glaring. Most of Russian Jewry, except for the radical left wing aligned with revolutionary socialism, prepared to participate in elections to this truncated parliament. They hoped that even a mutilated Duma might serve as a stepping stone toward fuller representation and broader rights. Yet events moved swiftly. The political storm gathered strength. The democratic forces of Russia were not satisfied with an advisory assembly. The struggle against autocracy flared anew with greater intensity than before. Universities and other institutions of higher learning became centers of agitation. By an imperial decree of the 27th day of August in the year 1905, these institutions were granted a measure of academic self-government. Professorial councils, now enjoying autonomy, began to admit Jewish students without enforcing the restrictive percentage quotas that had long limited their numbers. A wave of impassioned Jewish youth surged into the broader body of Russian students. They joined meetings, demonstrations, and debates that filled lecture halls and spilled into the streets. Strikes multiplied. Students ceased attending classes. Industrial workers halted production. Railroad employees, whose labor sustained the vast imperial network, organized stoppages that paralyzed transport. Across the empire, preparations were made for a general strike. It was to be the ultimate weapon in the struggle for a democratic constitution. The movement for emancipation sought to accomplish what armed rebellion had not yet achieved. By bringing railways to a standstill and suspending the normal activities of economic and civic life, it aimed to compel the autocratic regime of Tsardom to renounce its unchecked authority and proclaim civil liberties. The empire stood poised on the edge of a bloodless revolution, its future uncertain, its people gripped by expectation and dread. During the month of September in the year 1905, and in the first days of October that followed, Russia lived in a state of feverish expectation. The revolutionary movement, which had been gaining strength since the massacre known as Bloody Sunday on the 9th day of January in the year 1905, was preparing for decisive action. Workers, students, and intellectuals organized meetings, strikes, and demonstrations demanding civil liberties and constitutional reform. Plans were discussed openly. The goals of the emancipation movement were widely known: freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, legal equality, and a representative government in place of absolute rule. But while the army of emancipation prepared in the light of day, another force gathered in the shadows. The defenders of absolutism, determined to preserve the autocratic power of Emperor Nicholas II, were laying plans for a counter-revolution of blood. Their aim was not merely to suppress political unrest, but to unleash terror, to stage massacres reminiscent of the infamous St. Bartholomew's Day in 16th century France, when thousands of Protestants were slaughtered. The intended victims in Russia were the participants in the liberation movement, and above all, the Jews. The preparations of the revolutionaries were visible to all. The designs of the reactionary forces were concealed with great care. Only after the blood had flowed was it possible to trace the hidden threads of organization. These threads led upward from the slums inhabited by hired hooligans and criminals, through the police department, and even toward the palaces of the Tsar and the highest officials of the state. In November of the year 1905, a man named Prince Georgy Lvov submitted a memorandum to Sergei Witte, the president of the Council of Ministers of the Russian Empire. Witte was the prime minister recently appointed in an attempt to stabilize the country. In his memorandum, Lvov identified by name certain officials close to Emperor Nicholas II who had allegedly organized the pogroms of October. Among those named was General Alexander Bogdanovich in St. Petersburg, described as a fervent nationalist acting with the blessing of Archbishop Vladimir, a high-ranking cleric of the Russian Orthodox Church. Bogdanovich was said to have operated with the support of the imperial camarilla, meaning the close circle of courtiers and advisors surrounding the Tsar, as well as with the cooperation of governors and governors general throughout the provinces. During September of the year 1905, fighting contingents of the Black Hundred were organized across the empire. The Black Hundred was a network of ultra-monarchist, nationalist, and openly anti-Jewish groups committed to defending autocracy and combating revolution. General Bogdanovich reportedly boasted before high officials that these contingents numbered 100,000 men. In city after city, roles were assigned in advance. Administrators, police officials, and hired thugs recruited from among the urban underclass were each given their parts to play. Proclamations calling for violence were printed openly. Later, in the Imperial Duma, the legislative assembly created after the revolutionary crisis, a deputy named Prince Sergei Urasov, who had previously served as Assistant Minister of the Interior, disclosed that the printing office of the police department itself had served as a manufacturing center for this inflammatory propaganda. Thus, the very institution charged with maintaining public order was implicated in preparing materials that incited bloodshed. There is little doubt that Emperor Nicholas II was aware, if not of every detail, at least of the general design, to engineer a counter-revolution through orchestrated massacres, with Jews as the principal victims. Funds were drawn from a secret reserve of 10 million rubles, a vast sum at the time, placed entirely at the disposal of the Tsar. From this fund, millions of rubles were allegedly allocated to finance the organization of pogroms. Such were the dark conditions under which the month of October in the year 1905 began. In the first days of the month, railway workers initiated a strike. By the middle of October, the strike had spread across the empire, paralyzing transportation. In industrial centers, a general strike followed, halting factories and workshops. In numerous cities, clashes broke out between revolutionaries and the military. At first, the government responded with threats. The chief of police, General Dmitry Trepov, issued the chilling order: "No cartridges shall be spared." The meaning was unmistakable. The authorities were prepared to use live ammunition without restraint. Yet as the revolutionary tempest intensified, the autocracy faltered. Faced with a nationwide paralysis and mounting unrest, the regime retreated. On the 17th day of October in the year 1905, Emperor Nicholas II issued an imperial manifesto. This document solemnly promised civil liberties to the people of Russia, inviolability of the person, meaning protection against arbitrary arrest, freedom of conscience, liberty of speech, freedom of assembly and association, and the establishment of a legislative Duma, a representative body in which delegates from various classes of the population would participate in lawmaking. However, the manifesto did not explicitly proclaim equality of all citizens before the law, nor did it grant equal rights to the different nationalities within the empire. Even in the accompanying memorandum written by Prime Minister Sergei Witte, the architect of the October 17th enactment, these issues were treated in vague and ambiguous language. Nevertheless, the manifesto created immense excitement. Attacks against Christian participants in the emancipation movement, such as intellectuals and students, occurred in cities like Tver and Tomsk and in other interior regions of Russia, but these numbered only a few dozen. The disproportion was striking. The organized fury was directed chiefly against the Jews. The pattern of action was remarkably uniform. When progressive groups organized street demonstrations celebrating the October Manifesto, the participants would march with red flags and shout slogans in favor of liberty. Almost simultaneously, so-called patriotic demonstrations would appear. These groups consisted largely of criminals, rough laborers, and plainclothes detectives and police agents. They carried portraits of the Tsar beneath the imperial national flag. They sang the national anthem and shouted slogans such as, "Hurrah, beat the ZHYDS. The ZHYDS are eager for liberty. They go against our Tsar to put a ZHYD in his place." The term ZHYD was a contemptuous expression for Jews, used deliberately to inflame hatred. The patriotic demonstrators were accompanied by patrols of police, Cossacks, or soldiers. Officially, these patrols were present to maintain order. In practice, they enabled the hooligans to assault and beat Jews while preventing the victims from organizing effective self-defense. Whenever Jews gathered to protect themselves, they were dispersed by the police and the troops. Thus, under the banner of patriotism and loyalty to throne and church, the counter-revolution unfolded in a carefully staged drama of terror, as the promise of liberty was drowned in blood. The so-called patriotic demonstrators would begin their marches with flags, icons, and portraits of the Tsar, presenting themselves as loyal defenders of throne and faith. But as they moved through the streets, accomplices joined them along the way. Then, at a signal or by shared understanding, the procession would break apart into small, violent bands. These groups spread through the city like fire. They forced their way into Jewish homes and Jewish shops, smashing doors and windows, wrecking property, looting possessions, beating residents, and at times slaughtering entire families where they found resistance or simply opportunity. The most terrible outbreak of violence took place in the great port city of Odessa on the Black Sea. There the pogrom, meaning an organized anti-Jewish riot, continued for 4 full days. The attackers did not act alone. They were openly assisted by police forces and by army units. They were encouraged by the active support of the city governor, Neidhart, a high imperial administrative official, and by the criminal inactivity of the military governor, Kalbars, who commanded the armed forces in the district and failed to stop the bloodshed. Jewish self-defense groups fought back with remarkable bravery. In direct clashes with street gangs and hooligans, they often succeeded in driving the attackers away. But courage in small arms could not overcome organized troops and police detachments. Against rifles, sabers, and state authority, the defenders were eventually crushed. The toll was devastating. More than 300 Jews were killed. Thousands were wounded or permanently crippled. Many survivors lost their sanity under the weight of terror and shock. 140 women were left widowed. 593 children were left without parents. More than 40,000 Jews were financially ruined, their homes destroyed, and their livelihoods erased. These were the results of the battle waged against the Jewish population of Odessa between October 18th and October 21st in the year 1905. Similar patterns of violence appeared across dozens of other cities. The same method was repeated again and again, with occasional grim variations. In the town of Gniezno, in the province known as the government of Chernigov, rioters forced the Jewish community, led by their rabbi, the chief religious authority, to swear a public oath of loyalty to the Tsar under threat of death. In most places, the pogroms concentrated on destroying property, but even small settlements sometimes saw outright massacres. In the locality of Semyonovka, also in the government of Chernigov, killings accompanied the destruction. The violence was not limited to the territory known as the Pale of Settlement, the region of the Russian Empire where Jews were legally permitted to reside. Pogroms also broke out beyond those borders. In cities such as Saratov and Voronezh, where Jewish populations were relatively small, Jewish communities were nevertheless attacked without mercy. At that time, contemporary observers admitted that it was still impossible to record fully all the horrors inflicted upon the Jews in the second half of October in the year 1905, or to trace with precision all the hidden forces that caused them. The events were so widespread and so brutal that a full accounting would require time and distance. It was said that a day would come when the world would shudder upon learning the complete truth about this prolonged bloodshed, a modern echo of the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, carried out at the opening of the 20th century. On October 17, 1905, the Tsar issued a manifesto, an official proclamation, promising civil liberties and limited political reform. Yet on that very day, a dark counter-revolution also began to unfold. It threatened to drag the entire revolutionary movement into chaos and anarchy. Many saw in the policy of Tsar Nicholas II a double game drawn from Byzantine court tradition, offering promises of peace and reform with one hand, while striking with repression and violence with the other. The blow, it was widely felt, fell most sharply upon the Jewish population. Not only the extreme revolutionary parties on the political left, but even the constitutionalists, reformers willing to accept a constitutional monarchy, doubted that the promises of the October Manifesto would truly be fulfilled. Disorder spread across the empire. Left-wing parties demanded first a democratic republic, and then, in some cases, a social republic based on radical economic equality. Political strikes and labor strikes multiplied. Among the organizers were Jewish workers' organizations, such as the General Jewish Labor Bund, a Jewish socialist labor movement active in the Russian Empire. Many strikes grew so widespread that normal life stopped, and conditions resembled anarchy. In the countryside, the peasant agrarian movement exploded. Peasants burned noble estates and manor houses. In the regions of Poland and the Baltic provinces, political terrorism intensified. In the city of Moscow, in December of 1905, an armed uprising broke out. Barricades were raised in the streets, and the city witnessed the full spectacle of urban revolution. Government forces suppressed the Moscow rebellion with military power and then turned firmly toward repression. Arrests, executions, and punitive military expeditions followed. These measures were carried out under the authority of the cabinet headed by Count Sergei Witte and Minister of the Interior Pyotr Durnovo, the Witte-Durnovo government ministry directing imperial policy. Around the Tsar stood a tight inner circle of reactionary advisors and courtiers, a court faction often called a camarilla, who worked energetically to inflame hatred against the Jews. On December 23, 1905, the Tsar received a delegation from the leaders of the Black Hundred movement, now formally organized as the League of the Russian People, an ultra-nationalist monarchist organization. In their speeches, they urged the preservation of absolute autocracy. One speech focused entirely on the Jewish question and begged the Tsar not to grant Jews equal civil rights. Nicholas II answered briefly and coolly that he would think it over. In the face of the October disasters, Russian Jewry showed endurance and courage. It suffered largely alone. The progressive elements of Russian society, themselves caught in political crisis, responded only weakly to Jewish suffering, even though Jews have been turned into scapegoats for the counter-revolution. But this indifference from outside was balanced by a strengthening of Jewish national feeling among the educated and civic-minded classes of Russian Jews. 1 month after the wave of pogrom violence, an organization called the League for the Attainment of Equal Rights for the Jewish People, a Jewish civil rights body formed to demand legal equality, held its second convention in the imperial capital of St. Petersburg. The gathering lasted 4 days, from November 22nd to November 25th. Delegates gave powerful public expression to their deep national anger and grief. A proposal was introduced to send a delegation to Count Sergei Witte, the head of government, requesting the immediate granting of equal rights to Jews. The convention rejected this proposal. In a resolution explaining the rejection, the delegates described government policy in severe terms. They declared that the recent pogroms, vast in scale and terrible in victims, had been carried out with the open consent of authorities and often with the direct help or even guidance of police and high local officials. They stated that the government, far from being ashamed of these crimes committed by its own representatives, had not removed a single suspected official from office and had taken no real steps to bring any of them to justice. In view of the fact that Count Sergei Yulievich Witte, the influential minister of finance and statesman, had repeatedly stated that the Russian government did not see its way clear to proclaim, at the present moment, the emancipation of the Jews, supposedly in the interest of the Jews themselves, against whom the agitation of the popular masses might be intensified by such a measure, whereas, in reality, the pogroms were a direct consequence of the very rightlessness of the Jews, fully recognized by the masses of the Russian people and by the reactionary organization known as the Black Hundred. The Third Convention of the League of Equal Rights resolved that sending a deputation to Count Witte and entering into negotiations with him would achieve no purpose. Instead, all efforts were to be concentrated upon organizing Russian Jewry in the struggle for equality of citizenship by joining the ranks of the general movement for liberty. Imbued with the spirit of martyrdom, the convention remembered Pinchas Dashevsky, the courageous Jewish youth and avenger of the Kishinev massacre, who was then languishing in a penal military company, and passed a resolution to convey to him its enthusiastic greetings. This act of solidarity and honor reflected the deep sense of collective memory and the fierce national pride that had arisen from the repeated persecutions inflicted upon Russian Jewry. In an outburst of national enthusiasm, the convention adopted a bold resolution. In the interest of realizing to the fullest extent the civil, political, and national rights of the Jewish nationality in Russia, the convention resolved to proceed, without delay, to call, on the basis of universal and equal suffrage, without discrimination of sex, and by direct secret vote, an all-Russian Jewish National Assembly. This assembly would establish, in accordance with the will of the entire Jewish population, the forms and principles of its national self-determination, as well as the foundations of its internal organization. It was a project for a national Sanhedrin, conceived radically different from the Napoleonic Sanhedrin convened in Paris in the year 1807, which had narrowly defined the status of Jewry as a religious group without national recognition. The Third Convention of the League of Equal Rights was held from February 10th to February 13th, 1906, during the election campaign to the First Imperial Duma, the new consultative assembly established by Tsar Nicholas II in response to the revolutionary upheavals. The left wing of the League proposed boycotting the Duma on the grounds that it would prove a bulwark of reaction, a prediction which events would fully justify, and that Jews should refrain from participating in the elections. However, this proposal was voted down. On the contrary, a resolution was passed calling upon Jews to take the most active part in the elections, to nominate Jewish candidates wherever possible, and where this was not feasible, to give their votes to non-Jewish candidates who pledged to support, in the Duma, the civil, political, and national rights of the Jewish people. The resolution further stipulated that the Jewish question in the Duma should be settled unconditionally in connection with the fundamental articles of the Constitution and with the questions of elementary liberties to be granted to all citizens. An election campaign was set in motion under the most difficult circumstances. The police authorities exploited the state of war, which had been declared in many regions, to interfere with comprehensive pre-election propaganda, while the Black Hundred, the reactionary and ultranationalist organization, attempted to intimidate Jews with threats of pogroms during the approaching Passover season. In Poland, anti-Semitic chauvinists threatened the Jewish population for their audacious intention to nominate Jewish candidates alongside Christian Polish candidates. Simultaneously, the Jewish left, including the Bund, the General Jewish Labor Bund, a social democratic organization in Russia, attempted to interfere with the elections by promoting a boycott. Despite these obstacles, all apprehensions proved groundless. No Passover or election pogroms took place, and Russian Jewry displayed vigorous activity in the elections, resulting in 12 Jewish deputies being sent to the First Imperial Duma. The most active among these deputies were Maxim Vinover, one of the leaders of the General Russian Constitutional Democratic Party and president of the League for the Attainment of Equal Rights, Dr. Shmuel Levin, a well-known Zionist and advocate of Jewish national and cultural revival, and L. Bramson, actively identified with Jewish educational activities, affiliated with the Russian Democratic Group, known as the Trudoviki, or Laborites. All Jewish deputies united on the nationalistic platform formulated by the League for the Attainment of Equal Rights. By a resolution passed at the Fourth Convention of the League, held from May 9th to May 13th, 1906, the deputies pledged to coordinate their actions on all matters pertaining to Jewish emancipation and to maintain a common discipline, without forming a separate parliamentary faction. The First Imperial Duma convened on April 27th, 1906, and barely 3 months later, on July 8th, it was dissolved, or rather dispersed by Tsar Nicholas II, for displaying an excessive spirit of opposition. The prevailing element in the First Duma was the constitutional democratic majority, to which the bulk of Russian Jewry and 10 of its 12 representatives belonged, while the remaining 2 leaned slightly to the left. It was natural for Jews to expect that a parliament of this complexion would have little difficulty in addressing the question of equal rights for Jews as a fundamental prerequisite of civil liberty. Unfortunately, this expectation was not met. The entire brief session of the Duma was consumed by an uninterrupted struggle of the opposition with the unscrupulous government, then headed by Ivan Loganovich Gormykin, a rigid reactionary. True, the Duma, in its reply to the speech from the throne, declared that neither liberty nor order can be firmly established without the equality of all citizens before the law. Yet in the official pronouncement of the government dated May 13th, no word was uttered regarding the equality of citizenship for Jews, leaving the pressing issue unresolved. The Jewish deputy, M. Vinaver, rose to address the Imperial Duma, the National Assembly of the Russian Empire, and his voice rang with solemn power across the chamber. He spoke with the authority of one representing a people long subjected to oppression, a people whose rights had been ignored and whose existence had been constantly imperiled. From this platform, he declared, the Duma had long discussed political liberties, yet the Jews, representatives of one of the most tortured nationalities within the empire, had remained silent, restrained by a sense of propriety and decorum. They had not demanded attention for themselves. But now, Vinaver warned, the time for silence had passed. The government, he asserted, was determined to continue along the same path it had followed for generations, a path of civil inequality and sanctioned oppression. He concluded with a chilling pronouncement. So long as the authorities tolerated civil slavery, there could be no peace in the land. The earlier silence of the Jewish deputies had been their first mistake, a failure to confront a throne that itself ignored civil equality, particularly that which affected the Jewish population. They had delayed speaking out with the righteous indignation that the representatives of the most persecuted nationality in Russia were morally entitled to voice. Events would soon force the Duma to confront the issue more directly. By May 8, 1905, debates in the Duma increasingly focused on the government's policy of pogroms, organized, violent attacks on Jewish communities. On that day, an interpellation, a formal question demanding explanation, was introduced challenging the Imperial Police Department on its complicity in inciting the pogroms that had swept across the empire in that year. Pyotr Arkadyevich Stolypin, the Minister of the Interior, promised to provide a reply supported by documentary evidence within a month. Yet the interval before his reply would prove tragically insufficient. A new pogrom erupted in Białystok, a city that had long been a center of Jewish revolutionary and labor activity. Here, police and military forces, who had already twice orchestrated massacres against the Jewish population earlier in the year, plotted yet another violent assault against those they labeled the authors of the Liberty Movement. The spark came from an accidental act of terrorism, the assassination of the chief of police by an unknown hand. This event provided the conspiratorial authorities with a convenient pretext to unleash a meticulously planned pogrom. On June 1st, during a church procession in Białystok, a pistol was fired by an agent provocateur, an operative from the ultranationalist Black Hundred organization. Immediately, rumors spread like wildfire through the crowd. The Jews were said to be attacking Christians. Chaos erupted. Over the following 2 days, the mob destroyed Jewish homes and businesses, brutally assaulted the inhabitants, while the police and military fired upon Jews not only in the streets, but also within their own houses, where families sought refuge. The horrors echoed the infamous massacres of Kishinev. Entire families were slaughtered, individuals were tortured, hacked to pieces, limbs severed, nails driven into skulls. By the end, 80 Jewish men, women, and children were dead, and hundreds were grievously wounded, a grim testament to the cruelty of the counter-revolutionary forces. On June 2nd, the Imperial Duma received word of this atrocity. The chamber was struck with horror. Deputies, including Dr. Shmuel Levin, Radachev, and others, spoke with searing passion, their words carrying the outrage of a people under siege. A resolution was passed to submit an interpellation to the government, demanding a response within a fixed period. In addition, a parliamentary commission was to travel to Białystok to investigate firsthand. 3 deputies set out immediately, returning with an unflinching report, incontrovertibly proving that the massacre had been a calculated counter-revolutionary operation. Peaceful Jewish citizens had been deliberately targeted, shot down by police and military forces acting in concert. On June 5th, just 3 days later, the Duma debated a bill addressing civil equality for the Jews. The plight of 6 million people, disfranchised and marginalized, was discussed alongside minor-class grievances and the separate issue of women's rights. The proceedings revealed the profound lack of empathy among many deputies. Only Deputy Levin's speech resonated with the chamber, suffused with indignation. He reminded the assembly that he himself, a Jewish representative, would normally be barred from residing in St. Petersburg. As soon as the Duma dissolved, he would face eviction, a stark reminder of the persistent discrimination under imperial law. The bill was then referred to a committee for final consideration. 3 days later, on June 8th, the Duma returned to the subject of pogroms. Prime Minister Stolypin attempted to exonerate the authorities regarding the events of May 8th, but his arguments were met with fierce opposition. Former Assistant Minister of the Interior, Deputy Urasov, rose to expose the truth. He presented documentary evidence of a secret printing press within the police department, which had been issuing so-called patriotic proclamations urging the populace to exterminate Jews. He quoted a gendarmerie officer in charge of this operation. A pogrom, he reported, could be arranged on any scale, whether against 10 individuals or 10,000. Urasov concluded his revelation with a stark warning. The danger would persist as long as the affairs of the state remained under the control of individuals trained as corporals and policemen, and whose convictions were rooted in the making of pogroms. The chamber erupted. Applause thundered through the hall, while members of the government benches were greeted with cries of outrage. "Resign, you pogrom fiends." The Duma, shaken by the gravity of the evidence and the fury of the assembly, finally adopted a resolution that echoed these cries of condemnation, demanding accountability for the state-sanctioned terror that had once again struck the Jewish population of the Russian Empire. In the heated days of June 23rd to 26th, in the year 1906, the sessions of the Imperial Duma, the Legislative Assembly of the Russian Empire, were marked by an intensity of debate unlike anything seen before. The discussions revolved around the report of the parliamentary commission appointed to investigate the massacre in Białystok, a city in the Russian province of Grodno, where a brutal pogrom had erupted. The deputies of the Duma were scandalized by the official report, which brazenly misrepresented the facts, blaming the Jewish victims for the violence against them. Worse still, a military order of the day praised the troops of the Białystok garrison, thanking them for their splendid services during the time of the pogrom, as though the soldiers had performed a noble duty rather than participating in crimes against defenseless citizens. Jewish deputies, including Monakim Jacobson, who had personally visited Białystok as a member of the investigative commission, and the lawyers and politicians Wienerver and Levin, spoke with fiery indignation. Their speeches erupted with righteous wrath, calling out the injustice and pointing fingers at those in power who had incited the violence. Radachev, hailed by some as the Russian Mirabeau for his eloquence and courage, scathingly denounced the high officials who had orchestrated the massacre. On July 7th, the Duma adopted a resolution that condemned the government in the strongest possible terms. The resolution denounced a policy of oppression, terror, and extermination that had created a situation unprecedented in the history of civilized countries, and demanded the immediate resignation of the reactionary ministers who had allowed such atrocities to occur. Yet, barely 2 days later, the deputies arrived at the Duma building to find its doors sealed. An imperial manifesto had been posted, dissolving the assembly on the grounds that it had encroached upon a domain outside its jurisdiction and dared to investigate the acts of the authorities appointed by the Tsar. This abrupt closure provoked the signatories of the Vyborg Manifesto, a declaration issued by the parliamentary opposition, calling upon the people of Russia to refuse tax payments and deny conscription to a government that had suppressed their elected representatives. Jewish deputies joined in signing this manifesto, a courageous act of defiance that would later cost them imprisonment and the loss of their electoral rights. After the dissolution of the Duma, revolutionary violence flared with renewed intensity. Assassination attempts against high officials became frequent, the most infamous being the explosion of a bomb at the summer residence of Pyotr Stolypin, the newly appointed prime minister. Revolutionary expropriations, meaning the organized seizure of state funds and private wealth to finance the movement, became commonplace. Labor strikes erupted across the empire, often tinged with anarchistic violence. The government, in response, unleashed brutal repression. A political court-martial was established, which between September of 1906 and January of 1907 sentenced over 1,000 people to death, including many who were innocent or underage. A significant number of these victims were Jewish. But the government's cruelty did not end with legal executions. They reverted to a familiar and terrorizing tactic: pogroms. On the 27th and 28th days of August, in the city of Seidlitz, the chief of the political police, Tikhanovich, orchestrated a bloody military pogrom. 30 Jews were killed and more than 150 wounded. The pretext for the violence came in the form of shots fired at a sentry by an agent provocateur, a deliberate act designed to trigger the massacre. Troops responded with indiscriminate musketry and even hurled grenades into Jewish homes. Many soldiers, intoxicated and unchecked, committed unimaginable barbarities, destroying property and terrorizing the population. A report from another officer of the political police, Captain Pyatukov, confirmed that the Jews had provided no provocation for the slaughter. The massacre had been entirely engineered by the military and political authorities. Yet Tikhanovich faced no punishment. On the contrary, he received thanks from the Governor-General of Warsaw for his energy and executive skill in carrying out the pogrom. The government of Pyotr Stolypin issued a circular on the 24th day of August, 1906, promising to examine which restrictions imposed upon Jews were obsolete or unnecessarily harsh, and which matters were matters of popular conscience and should be left to the Legislative Assembly. The Council of Ministers even drafted proposals for moderate reforms, acknowledging that Jews had been forced into a desperate struggle against oppressive conditions. But these representations had no effect. Emperor Nicholas II reportedly declared, "So long as I am Tsar, the ZHYDS of Russia shall not have equal rights." During this period, the so-called Second Government, the secretive and reactionary Cameron, the entire energy of the newly convened parliament of the Russian Empire, known as the Duma, was consumed by the bitter and unyielding struggle between its left wing, representing more progressive and radical elements, and its right wing, loyal to the Tsar and the conservative order. In this fierce battle for political dominance, the question of the Jewish people, their rights, their security, and their place in Russian society was entirely relegated to a specialized body called the Committee on the Freedom of Conscience. This committee was tasked with addressing issues of religious liberty and toleration, but in practice it became the arena where the fate of millions of Jews was debated. The Russian government had introduced a legislative bill that promised to repeal all denominational restrictions within the empire, restrictions that had long limited the rights of religious minorities in civil and social life. Yet, the bill contained a glaring exception. It explicitly excluded the Jews, leaving them without legal emancipation. In a striking move, the Committee on the Freedom of Conscience decided to remove this discriminating clause, thereby attempting, under the guise of guaranteeing freedom of conscience, to achieve the emancipation of the Jewish people. It was a clever, if fragile, legal maneuver that sought to cloak justice in the language of principle. Yet, this hope for Jewish emancipation proved once more to be an illusion. The Duma, still fragile and unstable, was soon dissolved under the pretext that a revolutionary conspiracy of socialistic deputies had been uncovered. On June 3, 1907, the Tsar carried out a decisive coup d'etat. The former electoral law, which had allowed the Russian democracy and the oppressed nationalities, including Jews, to send representatives to the Duma, was arbitrarily revised. This manipulation ensured that only a conservative, pro-government majority could dominate the new parliament. From that moment onward, the era of dismal reaction descended upon Russia, extinguishing the hopes of political reform and Jewish emancipation alike. The period from 1903 to 1906, a terrible quadrennium, left a deep and quickening imprint on the national and political consciousness of Russian Jewry, shaping both the thinking of the elite and the sentiments of the masses. The year 1903 witnessed the pogroms in Kishinev, now Chisinau in modern Moldova, and Hamel, where Jews, stripped of rights and rendered defenseless, were left at the mercy of violent mobs. The year of the Russo-Japanese War, which raged from February 8, 1904, to September 5, 1905, called these same powerless pariahs to fight and die for their fatherland against a foreign enemy. The revolutionary upheaval of 1905 followed, and after the bloody struggle for liberty, the Jewish people received a constitutional charter wrapped up in pogroms, a legal document that offered rights only in theory while leaving violence and oppression unchecked. Finally, the first year of the Duma saw Jewish deputies speaking indignantly from the parliamentary platform, their words accompanied by the moans and grief of wounded Jews in Białystok, a city in the northwest of the Russian Empire, now in Poland. Had it not been for a prior period of careful self-definition, Russian Jewry might have been crushed by these successive calamities. During that period, the Jewish people had worked out a clear nationalistic attitude toward the non-Jewish world, developing a political consciousness that was both defensive and assertive. Within this spectrum, several national political strategies emerged. At one pole stood Zionism, advocating a renewed exodus and the creation of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. At the opposite pole, the Social Democratic Party argued in its radical rhetoric that the blood of the Jew must serve as lubricating oil upon the wheels of the Russian Revolution, treating Jewish suffering as an instrument for revolutionary upheaval. Yet even these poles, so different in ideology and approach, converged in moments of great national danger. Despite disagreements in program and tactics, they united along a central line, raising the banner that proclaimed the struggle for the civil, political, and national rights of the Jewish people. Disfranchised, battered by pogroms, and victimized by the tyrannous Tsardom, the Jews of Russia refused to humble themselves by begging for rights in installments. They demanded their rights in full, asserting them not merely as a religious or ethnic group, but as the Jewish people, a distinct autonomous nation with a culture of its own, deserving of equality among the nations of the world. From this fierce determination emerged the doctrine of national cultural autonomism, a principle crystallized in definite slogans and proclaimed publicly. These slogans were championed by the League for the Attainment of Equal Rights for the Jewish People, an organization that united almost all political Jewish groups under a common platform, with the notable exception of the Social Democratic partisans. The League became the voice of a people determined to survive, defend their dignity, and assert their rights in the face of relentless oppression, standing firm amid the storm of reaction and violence that swept across the Russian Empire. The years of storm and stress forced Zionism, the political movement advocating the return of the Jewish people to their historic homeland of Palestine, to recede from its original position, which had denied the possibility of a national struggle in the diaspora, the scattered Jewish communities outside Palestine. Amid the most tumultuous days of the Russian Revolution, the Seventh Zionist Congress convened at Bâle, Switzerland, in July 1905. The Congress mourned the loss of its prematurely cut-off leader, Theodor Herzl, the visionary founder of modern political Zionism, and adopted a resolution affirming strict allegiance to the idea of settlement in Palestine while rejecting the temptations of territorialism, the movement advocating Jewish settlement in any territory outside of Palestine. This ideological rift led to a formal split within the party, with the territorialists, led by Israel Zangwill, seceding to form an independent organization of their own. A year later, in November 1906, the Russian Zionists convened in Helsingfors, known today as Helsinki, the capital of Finland, and adopted the platform of what they termed synthetic Zionism. This approach combined the Palestine idea with the fight for national and cultural autonomy for Jews in the diaspora. The guiding resolution of the Zionist Convention declared that the Zionist Organization of Russia sanctioned the affiliation of Zionists with the movement for liberty among the territorial nationalities of Russia and advocated the necessity of uniting Russian Jewry on the principles of recognition of the Jewish nationality and its self-government in all affairs affecting Jewish national life. This slogan of national rights guided the Zionists during the elections to the First Imperial Duma. It was followed to a lesser extent by two socialistic factions affiliated with Zionism, the Pole Zion or Workers of Zion, and the Zionistic Socialists. Both groups limited their demands to a minimum of cultural autonomy in the diaspora, concentrating their energies upon immigration, whether to Palestine, as advocated by the Pole Zion, or to any other territory, as promoted by the Zionistic Socialists. During 1905 to 1906, a new socialistic party with strong nationalistic leanings emerged. Unlike the other two factions, it demanded maximum national autonomy in the diaspora, including the establishment of a Jewish Diet or representative assembly as the central organ of Jewish self-government. Its members called themselves the Saimists, derived from Saim, the Russian term for diet, or alternatively identified as the Jewish Socialistic Labor Party. Amid these competing platforms stood the League for the Attainment of Equal Rights for the Jewish People, an organization that disregarded party and class affiliations. During the revolutionary period, it sought to unite all public-spirited Jews in the general Russian struggle for liberty and in the fight for Jewish national rights. However, with the decline of the revolutionary movement, centrifugal forces within the League began to assert themselves. Divergent views and tactics among its constituent groups ultimately outweighed their shared interest in immediate objectives, which had become more remote with the advent of political reaction. By the beginning of 1907, the League for the Attainment of Equal Rights fractured into its component parts. The first to secede was the Zionist Party, preferring to pursue its own contemporary work under a separate party flag. Yet, in reality, far-reaching activity on behalf of national Jewish rejuvenation in the diaspora was scarcely compatible with the fundamental principle of political Zionism, known as the negation of the Golos, or exile. The Helsingfors program of synthetic Zionism, the child of the Liberty Movement, gradually shrank as hopes for Jewish emancipation in Russia receded. From the League also emerged the Jewish People's Group, which opposed the Zionist idea altogether and rejected efforts to establish new Jewish centers outside of Russia. This group, headed by Maxim Wienerver, the well-known political leader, centered its program on the struggle for civil emancipation, working closely with the progressive elements of the Russian populace. On questions of national Jewish interests, it limited itself to the principles of self-determination and the freedom of Jewish culture in broad outlines, without advancing specific demands for Jewish autonomy. The People's Group included many representatives of the Jewish intelligentsia, the educated Jewish elite, who had largely abandoned assimilationist ideas and recognized the necessity of securing a minimum of Jewish national rights. A third group, also originating within the League, was named the Volkspartei, or Jewish National Party. It stood firmly on the platform of national Jewish policies. The underlying principle of this organization, or more precisely of this social current, rooted in the historic development of the Jewish people, was the principle of national cultural autonomism, which had long pursued a line of development parallel to Zionism prior to the revolution. The Volkspartei advocated the simultaneous struggle for civil and national rights, the creation of a full-fledged national community in Russia, distinct from the traditional Kultusgemeinde, or organized religious communities, of Western Europe. It championed the establishment of autonomous national schools and a recognition of both Hebrew and Yiddish languages. Simultaneously, the party, taking the historic idea of the transplantation of Jewish centers in the diaspora as a starting point, recognized immigration to North America and the colonization of Palestine as two great national factors destined to create new centers of Jewish life. One quantitatively powerful center in North America and a smaller center in Palestine, which, from a standpoint of cultural purity and preservation of traditional heritage, held exceptional qualitative significance. Finally, the League for Equal Rights, a Jewish organization striving for civil and political emancipation, gave rise to a fourth political entity, known as the Jewish Democratic Group. This group distinguished itself from the People's Group by maintaining a stronger alignment with the political parties of the left, including Russian radicals and socialist movements, which sought to transform the social and political order of the empire through revolutionary means. Since the dissolution of the League for Equal Rights, these four political groups, each representing a distinct approach within Jewish political life, generally collaborated through various coalitions. They were all represented on the Permanent Council in St. Petersburg, the imperial capital of Russia, which convened alongside the deputies of the Imperial Duma, the National Legislative Assembly, to address Jewish political questions as they arose. In this way, Jewish public life developed a form of organized representation, reflecting the national and political ideas that had crystallized during the years of revolution and counter-revolution in Russia. Yet, one organization remained outside this federated system: the Jewish Social Democratic Party, commonly known as the Bund. Bound by its strictly class-based program, the Bund was prohibited from cooperating with the bourgeoisie or non-class organizations, even in matters concerning national Jewish interests. However, all these advances and aspirations were struck a devastating blow by the coup d'état of June 3, 1907. This abrupt and forceful act of autocratic power annulled much of what the revolutionary movements had achieved. The suffrage law was amended in a clumsy display of despotism, and the Constitution itself became subordinate to the will of the Tsar. Authority now passed into the hands of the Black Hundred, the extreme monarchist organizations devoted to preserving and restoring the absolute rule of the monarchy. Chief among these groups was the League of the Russian People, an organization openly advocating the restoration of autocratic rule. Its leader, Alexander Dubrovin, congratulated the Tsar, Nicholas II, on his violent coup, and was assured that henceforth the League of the Russian People would serve as the trusted bulwark of the imperial throne. Indeed, one could argue that the reverse was equally true. The Tsar's throne had become the protector of the League of the Black Hundred, whose members, the hirelings of reaction, were generously funded with millions of rubles from the Imperial Counter-Revolutionary Fund, mockingly referred to as the Black Money. Ordinary street heroes, fanatical activists, and former perpetrators of pogroms now wielded decisive influence over Russian politics. The forces of reaction moved swiftly to dismantle the emancipation movement. Day after day, the newspapers reported the arrests of politically unreliable individuals and the executions of revolutionaries. For 2 long years, from 1907 to 1909, the gallows and prison cells became the emblems of governmental authority, a grim stage upon which the empire displayed its ruthless power. Even the great Russian writer Leo Tolstoy, whose conscience had long been stirred by injustice, cried out in despair, "I cannot keep silent." Yet Nicholas II persisted in his role as executioner, while young men and women, many of them Jewish, faced the scaffold. The rioters and murderers of the Black Hundred, who during the October pogroms of 1905 had destroyed hundreds of Jewish communities, went unpunished. The majority were never even tried, for local authorities feared that judicial inquiries might expose their own complicity in the massacres. Even those who were prosecuted and convicted for murder and plunder were released by direct orders from St. Petersburg. Local branches of the League of the Russian People routinely petitioned the Tsar to pardon participants in these patriotic demonstrations, the official euphemism for anti-Jewish riots, and the responses were immediate pardons, ostentatiously published in the newspapers. All petitions passed through the office of the Minister of Justice, the reactionary and notorious anti-Semite Alexander Shalavatov, leaving no doubt that these amnesties were part of an implicit agreement dating back to 1905 between the government and the ringleaders of the pogroms, guaranteeing immunity for the perpetrators. In stark contrast, Jewish self-defense groups, the courageous individuals who had risked their lives to resist the mobs, faced merciless punishment. In Odessa, a major port city on the Black Sea, a court-martial sentenced 6 young Jews, members of a self-defense unit active during the October pogroms, to long terms of hard labor. Their alleged crime was described as having participated in a conspiracy with the object of overthrowing the existing order by arming the Jewish proletariat for an attack upon the police and troops. In truth, these men had only defended the lives and property of their families and neighbors against murderous mobs. Yet in the eyes of the authorities, their act of defense was itself a crime against the imperial order, which relied on the violence of the mobs, supported in part by police and military forces, to maintain control. Appeals to the highest military court failed. In August of 1907, the sentences were upheld, leaving no possibility of pardon or mitigation. This stark disparity, the release of pogrom perpetrators and the punishment of those who had merely defended themselves, was perceived as a direct challenge to the Jewish population, a signal from Nicholas II and his frenzied allies that resistance would be met with relentless severity while violent assailants remained free. The Black Hundred, that notorious movement of ultranationalist, monarchist, and anti-Jewish extremists in Russia, believed that the day belonged to them. They understood all too well that the League of the Russian People, a secretive and reactionary organization, had evolved into what the press of the era frequently described as a second government, wielding more practical power than the official quasi-constitutional administration of Prime Minister Pyotr Stolypin. In cities across the empire, the dregs of the Russian populace, emboldened by this clandestine authority, gave free rein to their most base and violent instincts. In the port city of Odessa, a city on the Black Sea in the south of the Russian Empire, hordes of League members made it their routine to assault Jewish pedestrians in the streets, striking them with rubber sticks and, if they resisted, firing pistols at them. Attempts by Grigoriev, the city governor and one of the few honest administrators who tried to restrain this wave of black terrorism, were met with dismissal. In August of the year 1907, Grigoriev was removed from office, leaving the Jews of Odessa even more vulnerable. With the dismissal of this moderate authority, the assaults on the streets became more brutal, more sanguinary, and all complaints lodged by Jewish citizens were summarily dismissed by the authorities with the chilling remark, "All this is taking place because the Jews were most prominent in the revolution." The official government, represented by Prime Minister Pyotr Stolypin, sought to maintain at least the appearance of a constitutional regime. Yet it was repeatedly forced to yield before the secret power of the Black League, whose plans enjoyed the sympathy and tacit approval of the Tsar himself. By the orders of the League, Stolypin decreed that 100 Jewish students who had successfully passed the competitive examination at the Kiev Polytechnicum, a premier technical institute in the capital of Ukraine, be excluded from the institution. In their place, an equal number of Russian students who had failed the examination were to be admitted. The director and the dean of the Polytechnicum protested this crude violation of academic freedom, but their protests were ignored, leaving them no recourse but to tender their resignations in September of the year 1907. Following this, the Ministry of Public Instruction, yielding to the pressure of the second government, reinstated the infamous percentage norm, a discriminatory policy restricting the admission of Jewish students to institutions of higher learning. This norm had been largely disregarded by autonomous professorial councils in previous years, but now, under the renewed influence of reactionary forces, it once again curtailed Jewish access to education. Around the same time, the Senate, the highest judicial body in the empire, issued a decision declaring the Zionist organization, which had been active in Russia for decades, to be illegal. This ruling granted the police broad powers to repress the members of the movement, giving official sanction to harassment, surveillance, and punitive measures. Amidst this climate of oppression, the elections to the Third Imperial Duma, held in the fall of 1907, were conducted under severe pressure and manipulation. A reactionary electoral law, enacted on June 3rd of the same year, barred the most progressive and democratic elements of society from participating. By dividing the electoral assemblies into class and national curias, the government effectively prevented the election of a significant number of Jewish deputies. Throughout the country, nominees from the left, deemed dangerous, were arbitrarily arrested on fabricated political charges, disqualifying them from running for office. In some towns, members of the Black Hundred openly threatened Jewish citizens with pogroms if they attempted to nominate their own candidates. The results were grim. Only 2 Jewish deputies succeeded in gaining seats in the Duma. One, Friedman, representing the government of Kovna in the Baltic provinces, and the other, Nisolovic from Courland. The Third Duma, which convened in November of 1907, quickly earned the nickname the Black Duma, reflecting its overwhelming reactionary and anti-Semitic composition. Its majority on the right consisted of a coalition between the conservative center, represented by the October's Party, and the extreme right wing of Russian nationalists and the Black Hundred. Whenever the issue of Jewish rights was brought before this assembly, the weak opposition, made up of the Constitutional Democratic Party, known as the Cadets, the Trudoviki or Labor Party, and a handful of socialists, was consistently overpowered and drowned out by the monolithic reactionary bloc. The attitudes of this reactionary Duma toward the Jewish population became apparent in its early sessions when debating a bill concerning the inviolability of the person. The opposition argued for full freedom of movement, considering it a fundamental human right. Yet the right succeeded in amending the bill with a chilling stipulation. No one shall be limited in the right of choosing his place of residence and in moving from place to place, except in the cases set forth in the law, and excepting the Jews who arrive in localities situated outside the Pale of Settlement in the year 1908. In this way, Russian legislators reconciled the principle of personal freedom with the lifelong imprisonment of millions of people in the vast prison of the Pale of Settlement, a designated region in western Russia and Ukraine where Jews were legally confined. The reactionary forces were so zealous in defending this system of ghettoization that even the government of Prime Minister Stolypin faced criticism for occasionally showing leniency. In May of 1907, Stolypin had issued a circular instructing governors not to expel Jewish families who had settled in interior provinces before August of 1906, provided they possessed a family home, were law-abiding, and did not provoke discontent among the Christian population. This measure spared several hundred, possibly several thousand, Jewish families from expulsion. However, the reactionary right immediately questioned this charter of privileges in the Duma, forcing the government to work to nullify these exemptions. That same year, in one further demonstration of anti-Semitic rigidity, the Duma rejected a bill introduced by the opposition granting all citizens, regardless of nationality, the right to visit health resorts and watering places. In these years, the Jewish population of the Russian Empire found itself trapped between the unrelenting forces of autocratic power, reactionary nationalism, and legally sanctioned discrimination, while the small and vulnerable representatives of their communities in the Duma struggled to make their voices heard amidst a chorus of hostility and oppression. Yet these legal discriminations were only the surface of the calamity. Far more excruciating and bitter was the spectacle within the halls of the Third Duma of the Russian Empire, convened after the coup d'état of June 3, 1907. Here, in the very heart of the nation's legislative authority, the right wing, representing the extreme loyalists to Tsar Nicholas II, allowed themselves to make open sport of Judaism and of all things Jewish. It seemed as if these devotees of autocracy, the staunch defenders of the old order, had entered the parliament not to legislate, but to rain insult upon the Russian constitution itself and to mock the very principles of parliamentary government. Like a horde of savages, the pro-Tsar deputies danced figuratively over the corpse of the Jewish emancipation movement, singing hymns in praise of slavery and despotism, and flaunting their contempt for equality. From the tribune of the Imperial Duma, these reactionary deputies, creatures more of the street than of law, hurled mud and filth. Their abuse of the Jewish people echoed the atrocities carried out by mobs in the devastated cities, and the terms they used were crude, malicious, and systematic. The word zhyd, a derogatory term for Jew, and the adjective Zydovsky, meaning Jewish in a pejorative sense, became staples of their parliamentary vocabulary. These deputies inserted formulas and amendments into bills not to improve governance, but to humiliate the Jews, to make their exclusion official and legislated. In 1908, they demanded that the Ministry of War submit legislation to exclude Jews from service in the Imperial Russian Army, claiming that Jewish soldiers were an element which corrupts the army in the time of peace and is extremely unreliable in the time of war. 2 years later, in 1910, they supported a law barring Jewish students from the Military Academy of Medicine, alleging that Jewish surgeons had carried revolutionary propaganda within the army during the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905. In 1909, the Octoberists, a moderate conservative political faction in the Duma, demanded that Jews be excluded from the Office of Justice of the Peace, claiming their inclusion threatened the principles of a Christian state. When Krylov, a deputy of the opposition, warned that where there is no equality, where there are pariah nationalities, there is no room for a constitutional order, the right wing responded with mockery. Thank God for it. We do not want it. Similarly, the warning of Radichev that without the abolition of Jewish disabilities, there is no access to the Temple of Freedom was greeted with cynical laughter. The two Jewish deputies, brave voices in this sea of hostility, struggled to be heard, but the Black Hundred, a violent ultranationalist group, often interrupted them with shouts and insults. In 1910, the Jewish deputy Nisilovic managed to gather the signatures of 166 deputies for a legislative draft to abolish the Pale of Settlement, the designated region in which Jews were legally confined to live. Yet, when presented to the Duma, the bill was entangled in fruitless debates and quietly strangled within a committee, a cruel demonstration of how legal procedure could be weaponized to maintain oppression. The reactionary Duma emboldened the government to escalate its policies of Jewish discrimination. Pyotr Arkadyevich Stolypin, the prime minister, increasingly aligned with the extreme right, displayed no memory of the promises he had made in 1905 to abolish restrictions, which are the source of irritation and are manifestly obsolete. Instead, his ministry systematically invented new and grievous disabilities. As the Jewish deputy Friedman declared in a speech in February 1910, even during the most terrible time which the Jews had to live through under the Minister of the Interior, Vyacheslav Konstantinovich Plev, no such cruelties and barbarities were practiced as at the present moment. Expulsions of Jewish families from cities outside the Pale of Settlement and from villages within the Pale became an epidemic. In the spring of 1910, the government executed a particularly heinous act: the expulsion of 1,200 Jewish families from Kiev, the historic capital of the Russian Empire's southwestern region. The victims included small children, invalids, and the elderly, all forcibly removed from their homes. Jews were punished for the crime of visiting summer resorts outside city limits. And even soldiers who had defended the fortress of Port Arthur during the Japanese War were denied the right of residence, despite previous decrees granting this right to Jewish veterans. The assault on Jewish life extended to the realm of education, orchestrated by the Minister of Enlightenment, Lev Nikolaevich Schwartz. He implemented a law ratified by Tsar Nicholas II in September 1908, which limited Jewish access to institutions of higher learning. In the capitals, Jews could constitute no more than 3% of the student body. Outside the capitals, no more than 5%. And within the Pale of Settlement, no more than 10%. Because of the previous influx of Jewish students, the policy effectively barred countless candidates from education. For a time, Schwartz permitted admissions within the percentage limit based only on newly admitted Christian students, ignoring the prior Jewish population. Later, some universities closed their doors entirely to Jewish applicants, citing the completion of the norm. Once again, young Jews, the martyrs of learning, were forced to seek education in foreign lands, leaving their homeland bereft of the bright minds it had nurtured. The Third Duma, the reactionary government, and their ministers orchestrated a relentless campaign, socially, legally, and spiritually constricting the Jewish population of the Russian Empire. Every decree, every law, every bureaucratic maneuver reinforced the lesson that even in the very heart of Russian governance, the Jewish people were seen not as citizens with equal rights, but as perpetual outsiders, confined, restricted, and marginalized. The educational oppressors went a step further in March 1911, when they secured in ukase a decree issued by the Tsar, extending the percentage norm to the externs, a category of students forced to present themselves for examinations without attending regular classes. Henceforth, Jews were permitted to take the examination for the Certificate of Maturity, a document signifying the completion of a secondary school curriculum, only in proportion to the number of Christian externs. In reality, however, there were no Christian externs because only Jewish children, barred from regular admission, were forced into this category. Consequently, the enormous number of Jewish children denied access to schools by the percentage norm were deprived of the right to receive their certificates. This law was passed during a brief interruption in the sessions of the Duma, the Russian Parliamentary Assembly, and was never submitted to it. Deputies of the opposition submitted an interpellation, a formal demand for clarification or action concerning this decree, but the so-called Black Parliament chose to lay the matter on the table, and the law, lacking all legal basis, went into operation. Influenced increasingly by reactionary Russian nationalism, the government of Pyotr Arkadyevich Stolypin, the Prime Minister of Russia, sought to uproot the national cultural institutions of the so-called alien races within the empire. Poles, Finns, and other nationalities became targets of this policy, and Jewish cultural life was no exception. In 1910, Stolypin issued a circular instructing Russian officials that the cultural and educational societies of alien peoples fostered what he described as narrow national political self-consciousness and national separatism. As a result, all societies among Ukrainians and Jews that promoted the cultivation of a separate national culture were to be prohibited. This blow struck at the very heart of Judaism, at the core of its communal and intellectual life. Following the revolution, when political struggle had subsided, the Jewish intelligentsia, the educated and enlightened Jewish elite, channeled its energy into national cultural endeavors. Taking advantage of the law of 1906, which granted the freedom of assemblies and meetings, they founded cultural, educational, and economic societies, including cooperative and credit organizations. In 1908, the Jewish Literary Society was established in St. Petersburg, soon expanding to over 100 branches across the provinces. That same year witnessed the creation of the Jewish Historico-Ethnographic Society, which began publishing a quarterly review titled Yevryskaya Starina, meaning Jewish Antiquity. The oldest educational organization among the Jews, the Society for the Diffusion of Enlightenment, expanded its work, striving to create a new type of national Jewish school. Across the length and breadth of the Pale of Settlement, the region in western Russia where Jews were permitted permanent residence, countless other cultural societies and circles sprang into life under the sanction of the authorities. Lectures and conferences were held, and heated debates ensued on issues of national cultural importance. Particularly passionate were the discussions regarding the status of Hebrew and Yiddish, the Jewish literary and vernacular languages, in public life, schools, and literature. These debates led to the alignment of two parties: the Hebraists, who advocated Hebrew as the language of Jewish culture and learning, and the Yiddishists, who defended Yiddish as the living vernacular of the Jewish people. Lectures and conferences were generally conducted in one of these languages, mostly in the Yiddish vernacular, emphasizing the vibrancy of Jewish cultural expression. Despite their internal disputes, these partisan conflicts revealed a remarkable advance in Jewish national self-consciousness and a determined effort to build a genuine Jewish life based on cultural autonomy. Yet the anti-Semitic Tsardom, the authoritarian government of the Russian Empire, could not be expected to sympathize with this spiritual renewal. As in the time of Vyacheslav Konstantinovich von Plehve, the Minister of the Interior known for orchestrating anti-Jewish policies, the Tsardom directed its blows at Jewish national organizations. Here and there, the attacks were effective. In 1911, the Jewish Literary Society, with its 120 branches, which had energetically established libraries and organized public lectures, was dissolved. Nevertheless, the assaults on Jewish spirit proved far more difficult than the plundering of property. Cultural activities continued, defying external restrictions and persecution. The literary revival that had begun in the 1990s, temporarily interrupted by the revolutionary upheavals, regained momentum. The rejuvenation of both national and popular languages manifested in a flourishing of Jewish literature. The periodical press in Hebrew, represented by the daily newspapers Hatzafira in Warsaw and Hazemon in Vilna, and the monthly Hashloah in Odessa, found its counterpart in the popular Yiddish press, which reached hundreds of thousands of readers. Notable Yiddish publications included the daily Freund, meaning the friend, published in St. Petersburg since 1903, Haint, meaning today, and Moment in Warsaw. Additionally, the Jewish press in Russian, including weeklies such as Voskod, Razviet, and Yevreysky Mir in St. Petersburg, along with a few other publications, contributed to the vibrant and resilient literary life of Russian Jewry. In the realm of higher literary productivity, the Russian Jewish cultural scene was witnessing an extraordinary flowering, with new creative forces constantly emerging alongside established figures. Among the most celebrated was the great national bard Chaim Nahman Bialik, whose poetry had already stirred the hearts of readers across the Jewish world. Yet alongside him appeared a constellation of gifted poets who brought their own distinctive voices to the literary stage. Schneer Zalman, known as Schneer, emerged as a singer of storm and stress, a chronicler of doubts, negations, and the inner struggles of the soul. The romantically inclined Jacob Cohen added a lyrical sensitivity to Jewish verse, while other youthful talents such as Fitchman, Reisin, and David Einhorn began to make their mark, their voices as yet scarcely unfolded but already hinting at future brilliance. In the sphere of prose and dramatic literature, J.L. Perez, a noted writer of Jewish life and experience, found a worthy rival in Shalom Ash, who vividly portrayed patriarchal Jewish life in the provincial towns of Poland in works such as Die Stadtteil or The Provincial Town, published in 1904. Ash's oeuvre extended to charming sketches capturing the everyday life of Jews and to theatrical productions of note, including Moshe Zayton or Messianic Times, Gott von Nekemo, or God of Revenge, and Shabbatai Zvi, Yehuz, or Blue Blood. His plays met with tumultuous applause on both Jewish and non-Jewish stages, reflecting a universal appeal. His numerous collaborators in Yiddish literature devoted themselves with youthful zeal to the cultivation of this literary tradition, fostering a vibrant cultural movement. In Hebrew fiction, a new generation of talented writers and novelists came to prominence, publishing their works predominantly in the periodical Hashaloah, a leading Hebrew literary journal. Dr. Joseph Klausner, who succeeded Ahad Am, one of the foremost Jewish intellectuals of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as editor of Hashaloah, distinguished himself as a publicist, critic, and historian, occupying a prominent place in modern Jewish literature. Beyond the borders of Russia, the Jewish literary world was enriched by writers domiciled in Galicia, Palestine, Germany, and the United States, all drawing inspiration from the vast reservoir of Russian Jewish life and culture. Taken together, these developments made the growth of Jewish literature in the first decade of the 20th century strikingly evident, with a vigor and breadth that could not be ignored. This remarkable expansion of inner Jewish life in Russia occurred despite the repeated catastrophes that had descended upon Russian Jewry in the first decade of the 20th century. The productivity of the Jewish national spirit continued unabated, and Jewish culture expanded in multiple directions. Assimilationist positions, which had previously sought to integrate Jews fully into the surrounding non-Jewish society, were now largely abandoned, remaining only among a few devoted adherents of a past age. Yet, the process of elemental assimilation, carried by language, schooling, and literature, still exerted influence over Jewish life, even as it was increasingly counterbalanced by a powerful centripetal force of national culture. Although some individuals, swayed by external pressures, abandoned Judaism or forsook the ethical ideals of their heritage for new and decadent aesthetic trends, their numbers were negligible compared with the compact mass of Russian Jewry and the ever-growing army of intellectuals whose national self-consciousness had been deepened by suffering and persecution. In moments of crisis, as in centuries past, the spirit of the Jewish nation proved resilient, growing stronger even as the body of the community was worn and tormented. The Hamans of Russia, the persecutors who sought to crush the eternal people, failed as completely as their forebears in Persia, Syria, and Byzantium had failed before them. By the years following 1905, emigration once again assumed enormous proportions. Between 1905 and 1906, during the years of revolutionary upheaval and pogroms, nearly 230,000 Jews left Russia for the United States. In subsequent years, although slightly reduced, emigration remained substantial, ranging from 50,000 to 75,000 annually. Meanwhile, in Palestine, Jewish colonization and cultural activity progressed steadily. Several schools with a purely national curriculum were established, including gymnasia in Jaffa and Jerusalem, providing education rooted in Jewish heritage and culture. Through all these trials, the creativity of the Jewish people endured. The literature, the schools, and the emigration movements all reflected a society that, while battered by persecution and political upheaval, remained vibrantly alive. The cultural and intellectual productivity of Russian Jewry during these tumultuous years stands as a testament to the enduring strength of a people who, despite the rage of the Black Hundred and the oppression of the Tsarist authorities, continued to cultivate the life of the mind, the soul, and the nation itself. By the year 1911, the relentless campaign waged by the autocratic Russian Tsardom against the Jewish population, a struggle that had begun in 1881, had entered its third decade. This era, marked by pogroms, legal discrimination, and relentless persecution, had become a war of attrition in which the Jewish people endured suffering, fear, and injustice on an almost unimaginable scale. The events of 1911 stand out as chilling landmarks in this dark history, exposing both the cruelty of reactionary forces and the manipulation of law and society to serve anti-Jewish aims. In that year, the organizations of the Black Hundred, those ultranationalist, monarchist, and violently anti-Semitic groups that thrived in the Russian Empire, with the assistance of their allies in the Duma and within the highest circles of government, orchestrated the infamous Beilis case. The incident that sparked this monstrous judicial drama began with the murder of a Russian boy in the city of Kiev, the capital of Ukraine in the Russian Empire. The boy belonged to a family known for criminal activities, a band of thieves, and his body was discovered near a brick kiln owned by a Jewish man. This circumstance, trivial in its factual context, was seized upon by anti-Semites to revive the ancient and wholly false accusation of ritual murder, the vile claim that Jews killed Christian children for religious rites. Initially, the government vacillated in its response to this mysterious murder. But in September of 1911, a political assassination changed the course of events. Pyotr Stolypin, the Prime Minister of Russia and a reformist statesman who had sought to stabilize the empire and introduce moderate reforms, was shot dead in a theater in Kiev in the very presence of the Tsar and the high dignitaries of state. The assassin, a man named Bogrov, was the son of a lawyer of Jewish ancestry, though the father had long renounced his Jewish roots. Bogrov himself was a semi-anarchist, at one time employed as a police agent for secretive revolutionary purposes. The fact that the assassin had Jewish ancestry sent the camp of anti-Semitic reactionaries into a paroxysm of fury, for they had just lost Stolypin, an important protector, and they saw an opportunity for vengeance against the Jewish population. Open preparations were made in Kiev for a massacre of Jews. Fortunately, the presence of the Tsar prevented a violent pogrom in the streets, for the authorities were concerned that such bloodshed would spoil the ceremonial solemnity of the Tsar's visit. Instead, a different form of persecution was arranged, a bloodless pogrom, which took the shape of the Beilis case, a judicial spectacle that would extend over 2 years. The Minister of Justice, Sheglavitov, formerly a liberal who had become a fanatical supporter of the Black Hundred, resolved to imbue the trial with the sinister color of ritual crime. The original judicial investigation had failed to show any Jewish complicity, but Sheglavitov ordered a new special inquiry, constantly replacing investigators and prosecutors until he secured a bill of indictment, presenting the entire affair as a ritual murder, accusing the Jewish defendant, Mendel Baylis, of committing the crime with the assistance of undiscovered persons. For 2 years, the Baylis case became the center of a virulent anti-Semitic campaign. It spread through the so-called better classes of society, filled the streets with gossip and rumor, dominated the press, and even reached the Imperial Duma, where officials and legislators debated it as though it were a genuine crime. When the trial itself took place in Kiev in October of 1913, the authorities had hoped for a triumphant affirmation of their malign plan. The court was carefully selected, judges sympathetic to anti-Semitic notions, and jurymen drawn from peasant and burgher classes who believed the ancient libel of ritual murder. Yet, despite this manipulation, the court could not secure a conviction. Baylis was acquitted, and the authorities were unable to impose guilt on the Jewish community. Frustrated by this failure, the Russian government turned its fury against the liberal intellectuals and journalists who had opposed the miscarriage of justice. Scores of lawsuits were filed, not only against editors and writers, but also against the St. Petersburg Bar Association, the professional body representing lawyers in the Russian capital, which had issued a resolution condemning the methods employed by Minister Sheglovitov in the Baylis trial. This sensational trial of the lawyers was held in June of 1914, only 1 month before the outbreak of the World War, and ended with a guilty verdict for 25 lawyers, charged with agitating against the government. At the same time, a new and emerging danger for Jewish communities arose in the Polish territories of the Russian Empire. In the 3 years preceding the First World War, Polish national and religious sentiment, fueled by a century of political oppression, became increasingly hostile toward the Jews. The economic progress achieved by Jewish communities in Warsaw and Lodz, the two principal industrial centers of Russian Poland, provoked a boycott campaign. Polish anti-Semites issued the slogan, "Do not buy from Jews," targeting specifically the Litvaks, a term referring to the Jews of Lithuania and northwestern Russia, who had played a leading role in the economic development of these cities. The campaign claimed to defend Polish national identity, while accusing Russian Jews simultaneously of attempting to Russify Poland and of asserting themselves as a separate Jewish nationality with their own press, culture, and social institutions. Thus, by the year 1911, the Jewish population of the Russian Empire faced not only decades of state-engineered pogroms and systemic discrimination, but also the rising tide of nationalist hostility in the Polish territories, as reactionary forces, both Russian and Polish, converged in a relentless assault on their lives, property, and very identity. The anti-Semitic movement in Poland, which erupted shortly after the Revolution of 1905, grew with alarming intensity over the following years, reaching extraordinary and terrifying dimensions between 1910 and 1911. During this period, what had begun as a social and cultural prejudice transformed into a fierce economic pogrom. The violence escalated steadily, reaching its dramatic climax in 1912 amid the election campaign for the Fourth Imperial Duma, the parliamentary body of the Russian Empire. In Warsaw, the capital of Poland, the Jewish electorate formed a majority, giving them the potential power to send a Jewish deputy to the Duma. Yet, out of respect for the national sensitivities of the Polish population, who demanded that their representative be one of their own Christian citizens, the Jews were willing to accept a Polish candidate, provided he was not openly anti-Semitic. When the Polish election committee ignored this consideration and nominated the anti-Semitic candidate Kukiszewski, the Jewish electorate responded strategically, giving their votes to the Polish socialistic nominee, Jagiello, who ultimately won the election. This defiance of anti-Semitic expectations enraged the upper classes of Polish society. A bitter and relentless anti-Jewish campaign was unleashed both in the press and on the streets. The Jews were mockingly nicknamed Baylises, invoking the infamous ritual murder legend which had haunted ancient Catholic Poland and led to unspeakable persecutions. Economic boycotts against Jewish businesses were enforced with extraordinary cruelty. In towns and villages where the enemies of the Jews feared to confront them openly, they resorted to arson, setting fire to Jewish homes, often burning entire families alive. The hostility, known in contemporary accounts as the Furor Polonicus, continued to grow more dangerous and organized. By the beginning of the First World War in 1914, nearly all segments of Polish society, from progressive anti-Semites to the clerical establishment, had taken up arms against the Jews. From this organized opposition came the chilling declaration: "On the banks of the Vistula, there is no room for two nationalities," a sentence of death against the 2 million Jews of Poland who identified primarily as part of the Jewish nation rather than as Poles. From his poisonous soil of national hatred emerged the insidious military libel, a propaganda campaign that, during the first year of the war, drenched Polish Jewry in rivers of blood. In a terrifying confluence, Polish and Russian anti-Semitism joined hands, committing horrors before which the ancient annals of Jewish martyrdom fade into mere shadows. Yet, the roots of Jewish life in Eastern Europe extend far back into history. Nearly 2 millennia have passed since the ancient Judeo-Hellenic diaspora sent a handful of Jewish settlers to establish a colony upon the northern Scythian shores of the Black Sea, now part of modern Russia. Over 1,000 years ago, Jews from Byzantium and from the Arabian Caliphate migrated to colonize the lands of the Scythians. Jews were present at the cradle of ancient Kiovian Russia, witnessing the adoption of Christianity from Byzantine missionaries. They observed the rise of Catholic Poland, and during the tumultuous days of the Crusades, they fled the Western European heartlands, seeking refuge in regions not yet fully under the dominion of the Catholic Church. The Jewish people saw Poland in its periods of prosperity and decay. They witnessed the emergence of Muscovite Russia, binding half of their nation's fate to the new Russian Empire. Across centuries, they faced the forces of history, sometimes encountering the black abyss of medieval oppression in the midst of the bright blaze of modern civilization. And finally, they were cast into the conflagration of the gigantic struggles among nations. As the First World War approached, Jewish communities, full of anxiety and uncertainty, looked into a future fraught with peril. The words of the ancient prophet Ezekiel echoed in their hearts. "O Lord God, wilt thou make a full end of the remnant of Israel?" Yet, the history of the Jewish people, forged in the storms of time, provides a defiant answer. Across the maelstrom of human events, the Jewish people had endured, survived, and emerged as a nation that had triumphed over the two cosmic forces of existence itself, time and space. Their resilience, tested by the worst of human cruelty, was a testament to endurance and survival in a world poised for yet more upheaval. The bibliography of the work provides a meticulous record of the scholarly foundations upon which the history of Russian and Eastern European Jewry is built. Volume 1 begins with the examination of the Jewish diaspora in Eastern Europe, spanning pages 13 to 38. Among the primary sources cited is Ladisha's monumental work, Inscriptions Antiqui Ori Septentrionalis Pani Uxini, Volumes 1 and 2, published in St. Petersburg in 1885 and 1890. This study explores ancient inscriptions along the northern shores of the Black Sea, providing crucial evidence of Jewish presence in the region. Another key reference is Regesti I Nadpisai, Svad Materialov dla Istoriae Yevriev v Rossii, meaning documents and inscriptions. Collection of Materials for the History of the Jews in Russia, Volume 1, published in St. Petersburg in 1899, which collects 218 items of documentary evidence. The work of Simon Dubnow, one of the foremost Jewish historians, appears in the form of his article The Historical Mystery of the Crimea, published in Yevryskaya Starina in 1914, issue number 1. Other scholars include Abraham Harkavy, Huskazania, Muzelmanskik Pisatili, O Slavianak I Ruskik, translated as the accounts of the Mohammedan writers concerning the Slavs and Russians, was published in St. Petersburg in 1870. Harkavy also contributed studies on the Khazars, a Sino-nomadic Turkic people of the early medieval period, in the Russisch Review of 1877, later republished in volumes 7 and 8 of Yevryskaya Biblioteka in St. Petersburg in 1878, as well as Alt-Jüdisch Denkmäler aus der Krim, Ancient Jewish Monuments from the Crimea, in 1876. Additional critical works include Furkovich's Abney Zikaron, Matzabat al-Khyber Bein Israel by Krim, published in Vilna in 1872, and Schwolson's Corpus Inscriptionum Hebraicum, Grabschriften aus der Krim, published in St. Petersburg in 1882. Medieval Jewish travelers, such as Pedahaya of Ratisbon, edited by Grunhut in Jerusalem in 1904, and Benjamin of Tudela, whose Sefer Hamasati was edited by Grunhut in Jerusalem in 1903 and by Marcus Adler in London, provide first-hand accounts of Jewish communities. Hoker's study, The Jews in Kaffa Under the Genoese Regime, 1455, published in Yevryskaya Starina in 1912, further illuminates Jewish life under foreign dominions. Russian Chronicles, collected in Sobrny Ruski Letopisy, and the foundational historical narrative of Russia by Sergei Solovyov, Historia Rossii, volumes 1 through multiple editions published in Moscow between 1863 and 1875, provide essential context for the political and social conditions influencing Jewish existence. Chapter 2, spanning pages 39 to 65, surveys the Jewish colonies in Poland and Lithuania. Legal compilations, such as Volumina Legum, Legis et Constitutions Regni Polonii, Volume 1, published in St. Petersburg in 1859, record legislative decrees affecting Jewish communities in Poland from the years 1347, 1420, 1496, and 1505. Archival collections like Bershadsky's Ruskoyevryski Archive, Volumes 1 and 3, published in St. Petersburg in 1882 and 1903, preserve documents central to understanding the legal, economic, and social conditions of Polish and Lithuanian Jewry. Additional diplomatic and historical works include Berson's Diplomatarius do Tixisi Zido w Donijpals, published in Warsaw in 1910, Hube's Constitutions Synodals Provincii Nesnensis, published in St. Petersburg in 1856, Chaki's Rozprawa o Zydak in Krakow in 1860, and Ludwig Gumplowic's Prodostwi Polski Wigildom Zido, also in Krakow, 1867. Scholarly histories such as Sternberg's Geschichte der Juden in Poland, Leipzig, 1878, and Bershadsky's Litovskaya Yevrii, St. Petersburg, 1883, provide a systematic account of the communities and their legal status. Economic studies, such as Schipper's Studia nad sto Sunkami, Gospo Darksami, Zido w Pauls Paxes, Zrednio Exa, published in Leimberg in 1911, examine the financial and commercial interactions of Jewish populations in the Middle Ages. Chapter 3, spanning pages 66 to 102, presents the autonomous center of Polish Jewry at its zenith. Legal sources include Volumina Legum volumes 1 through 4, documenting specific statutes and charters, and archival collections such as Bershadsky's Ruskoyevryski Archive, volumes 1 through 3, and Regesti I Nadpisai, volume 1. The Active Violenskoy Komissi dla Razbora Drevnik Aktov, volume 28, published in Vilna in 1901, preserves documents relating to Jews. Further references include Berson's Diplomatarius, Shore's The Krakow collection of the Jewish statutes and charters of the 15th to the 16th century, Chaki's Rozprawa o Zydak, Kraushar's Historia Zido w Pals, Nussbaum's Historia Zido, and numerous articles by Dubnow and Voskod, covering topics from the Reformation in Poland to victims of fictitious accusations in the years 1636 to 1639. Perl's Geschichte der Juden in Posen, Balaban's studies of Jewish physicians and ritual murder trials, and works on the Jewish communities of Krakow and Limburg round out the extensive documentation. This bibliography, encompassing Hebrew, Yiddish, Russian, German, and Polish sources, reflects the scholarly breadth required to understand the complex social, cultural, and political history of Jews in Eastern Europe. from the medieval period through the early 20th century. Each source contributes uniquely to a comprehensive portrait of Jewish life, its struggles for autonomy, its engagement with surrounding societies, and the evolution of its legal, economic, and cultural institutions. In the Chronicles of Jewish Life in Poland, a rich tapestry of culture, law, and communal organization emerges, revealing the inner life of Polish Jewry at its zenith, as meticulously recorded by historians and chroniclers over centuries. Simon Dubnow, a towering historian of Russian and Eastern European Jewry, documented these developments in works such as Kahal Constitutions and in numerous volumes of the periodical Voskod, published in 1994, encompassing books 2 through 12. He also compiled documents of the Council of Four Lands, published in Yevryskaya Stara, or Jewish Review, in 1912, and the Record Book of the Lithuanian Provincial Assembly, issued between 1909 and 1915, detailing the administrative frameworks and communal decisions of the Jewish provinces. Earlier treatises included articles such as Yad Arba, Aratsat B. Poland, or the Council of Four Lands in Poland, published in Sefer Hayobel Arab Nahum Sokolow in Warsaw in 1900, and contributions to the Jewish Encyclopedia, including an article on the Council of Four Lands in Volume 4, which elaborated on the legislative, judicial, and fiscal roles of the central Jewish authority in Poland. The inner life of Polish Jewry during the 16th century was examined in Voskod, published in 1900, in Books 2 and 4, while the vernacular, the everyday language, of Polish-Lithuanian Jews during the 16th and 17th centuries was documented in Yevryskaya Stara in 1909. Other historians and chroniclers contributed to this rich record. Harkavy, in his work Hadasim Gam Yashanim, published as an appendix to the Hebrew translation of Heinrich Grietz's History of the Jews, Volume 7, in Warsaw in 1899, explored Jewish continuity and innovation. Shore analyzed Jewish organization in Poland in Organizacja Żydów w Polsce, published in Lemberg, now Lviv, in 1899, and offered detailed studies of local communities in works such as Żydzi w Przemyslu, or The Jews in Przemysl, published in 1903. Perls, in his Geschichte der Juden in Posen, or History of the Jews in Posen, published in 1865, documented the unique legal and cultural structures of the Poznan Jewish community, while Balaban contributed studies of Lwow, or Lemberg, and Krakow, including examinations of prominent rabbis such as Jacob Polak, the father of Polish rabbinism, and his era, as well as detailed reviews of communal statutes, including the Krakow Jewish Community Ordinance of 1595, published in the Jahrbuch der Jüdisch-Literarischen Gesellschaft in Frankfurt on the Main in 1913. Rabbinic scholarship flourished as well, with Horodsky's Lukarot Harabbinate, published in Warsaw in 1911, providing biographical sketches of illustrious figures such as Moses Israels, Solomon Luria, Mordecai Joff, Meir of Lublin, and Samuel Edels. Articles in Yevryskaya Stara, such as Rabbi Nathan Shapiro, a Kabbalist of the 17th century, published in 1910, chronicled the mystical currents within Polish Jewry, while studies like The Age of the Ascetic Kabbalah, focusing on Isaiah Horvitz and his family, appeared in Yevryskaya Stara in 1913. Rabinovich explored traces of free-thinking in Polish rabbinism of the 16th century, while Wurchel traced the presence of Polish Jews at the University of Padua in Italy, illustrating the intellectual reach of this community. Bruckner, in From the History of Polish Dissidents, published in Athenaeum in Warsaw in 1898, chronicled the challenges posed by dissenting voices within Jewish society. Texts of religious philosophy, such as Isaac Troche's Hizuk Emunah, edited with a German translation by D. Deutsch in Breslau in 1873, further exemplified the theological discourse of Polish Jewry. Yet, the records of Polish Jewry are not solely celebratory. The decline of the autonomous center in Poland is chronicled with equal rigor. Nathan Hanover's Jełen Mesula, published in Venice in 1653, provided early narratives of persecution and upheaval. The extensive collections of I. Gerland, Lukarot Hagazrat al-Israel, spanning parts 1 through 6, issued in Krakow between 1887 and 1892, along with the posthumous edition in Odessa in 1892, preserve documents of communal trials, massacres, and oppression. Kostomarov's Bogdan Khmelnytsky, in volumes 1 through 3, published in St. Petersburg in 1884, recounted the violent uprisings and massacres that impacted Jewish communities during the Khmelnytsky Rebellion. The Archiv Yuzapednoy Rossii, or Archives of Southwestern Russia, provided critical documentation, including Part 3, Volume 3, published in Kiev in 1876, detailing the activities of the Haidamaks, the peasant insurgents responsible for attacks on Jewish settlements, with a preface by historian V. Antonovich, and Part 5, Volume 2, published in Kiev in 1890, containing censuses of the Jewish population in the southwestern region from the years 1675 through 1791. Legal compilations, such as Volumina Legum, Volumes 4 through 8, and diplomatic collections like Berson's Diplomatarius, numbers 247 through 350 and 357 through 384, provided further insights into the administrative and legal frameworks affecting Jewish life. Shor's documentation of the Krakow collection, as well as the Active Violenskoye Komissie, volumes 28 through 29, published in Vilna between 1901 and 1902, preserved Jewish records. Compilations such as Regesti I Nadpisai, volumes 1 through 3, published in St. Petersburg in 1913, detailed persecutions and massacres. Levin's Judenverfolgungen im Schwedisch-Polnischen Krieg 1655 to 1659, published in Posen in 1901, chronicled the Jewish suffering during the Swedish-Polish conflicts. Dubnow's account of the Rujan martyrs of 1659, published in Voskod in 1893, memorialized heroic resistance. Balaban documented the history of Jewish physicians in Krakow and explored episodes such as ritual murder trials, including those in Posen from 1736 to 1740 and in Denegorod in 1748, as well as the victims of the blood accusation in Zaslav in 1747. Additional studies explored the papal bulls concerning the blood accusation, Russian translations of Stern's works, and analyses of anti-Semitism in Poland during the 18th century. The Haydamak uprisings and the massacre at Yumen are recorded in Gerland's Lukarot HaGezerat and in Regesti I Nadpisai under the year 1678, revealing the persistent threats and violence faced by Jewish communities, yet simultaneously preserving the memory of resilience, legal acumen, and cultural vitality that characterized Polish Jewry at the height of its historical autonomy. The inner life of Polish Jewry during the period of decline, stretching across the 17th and 18th centuries, is preserved in meticulous historical records, many of which were compiled and studied by scholars such as Simon Dubnow, the prominent Jewish historian, whose works remain foundational for understanding Jewish social, spiritual, and political life in Eastern Europe. Dubnow's records of the Council of Four Lands during 1621 to 1699, published in Yevryskaya St. Petersburg in 1912, along with his record book of the Lithuanian Provincial Assembly during 1623 to 1761, produced between 1910 and 1915, offered detailed insights into the deliberations of Jewish self-governing councils. These councils, known as the Council of Four Lands and the Lithuanian Provincial Assembly, regulated religious, educational, and communal affairs, preserving Jewish traditions in an often hostile Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Other scholars contributed to the study of Jewish life and mystical movements in Poland. Julius Schipper analyzed partial Jewish assemblies, or Judentage, in Poland in the 17th and 18th centuries up to the year 1764. Heinrich Gretz, in his monumental History of the Jews, particularly voluminous 10, examined the spread of messianic movements, including the controversy surrounding Sabbatai Zevi, the 17th century Jewish mystic who claimed to be the Messiah, and the subsequent emergence of Frankism, a heterodox movement led by Jacob Frank, who attempted to synthesize Jewish and Christian beliefs. Frank and his followers, known as the Polish Frankists, were subjects of scholarly study by Dubnow, Kraushar, and Balaban, revealing the social, spiritual, and religious ferment among Jews during a time of decline and external pressure. Dubnow also traced the evolution of Hasidism and Tzadikism, the movement of pious leadership centered around charismatic religious leaders called tzaddikim, describing the Hasidic schism and religious struggles that define the 18th century Jewish world. Biographies such as Aliyat Eliyahu by Lewin and Rabbinu Eliyahu by Yatskin preserve the lives of prominent spiritual leaders, including the Jain of Vilna, a central figure in rabbinic scholarship who opposed Hasidic innovations. Philosophical reflections, like those in Solomon Maimon's Lebensgeschichte, illuminated the intellectual currents influencing Jews in Poland and Lithuania, blending traditional religious learning with European Enlightenment ideas. During this period, the Russian Empire, asserting control over vast territories, imposed a quarantine against Jews, codified in legal texts such as Regesti I Nadpisai and Levanda's Compendium of the Laws relating to Jews from 1649 to 1873. These documents, along with the works of historians such as Solovyov, Orshansky, Golitsyn, Kunin, and others, documented the legislative and administrative measures that regulated Jewish life, including restrictions, censuses, and expulsions, such as the expulsion from Little Russia in the second quarter of the 18th century and the census of the Jews of Little Russia in 1736. Appeals by local nobility and elders to Catherine II in 1764 reveal the attempts of Jewish communities to preserve ancient rights and resist oppressive policies. The period of the partitions of Poland, when the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was divided among Russia, Prussia, and Austria, further transformed the conditions of Polish Jewry. Authorities like Chaki, Korzyn, Solomon Maimon, and Ochocki documented the inner history of Poland under Stanislav Augustus and sketched the social, economic, and cultural experiences of the Jewish population. Volumina Legum, the collection of Polish legal statutes, along with studies by Nussbaum, Smolenski, and Moszyjowski, provide invaluable perspectives on Jewish life in Warsaw, Poland, Russia, and Lithuania, tracing the community's adaptations, struggles, and resilience in the face of political upheaval, restrictive legislation, and social decline. In these records, one can discern the rhythms of everyday life, the organization of religious and civic institutions, the persistence of spiritual movements, and the challenges imposed by both internal divisions and external pressures. The history of Polish Jewry in this period is thus a tapestry of devotion, intellectual inquiry, and survival, set against the broader backdrop of Polish and Russian political transformation. The story of Russian Jewry, as chronicled in a multitude of historical works, provides a complex and vivid tapestry of legal, social, and cultural experiences across centuries. In the late 19th century, scholars such as Bershadsky, in his work Litovskaya Yevryi, or The Jews of Lithuania, published in St. Petersburg in 1883, traced the lives of Lithuanian Jews, offering detailed accounts on pages 46 through 48. Archival records such as Akty Vilenskoy Komisii, or the Acts of the Vilna Commission, particularly Volume 29, pages 463 through 180, documented official deliberations and decrees affecting Jewish communities. Historians such as Hecker examined the presence and condition of Jews in Polish cities during the second half of the 18th century, while Dubnow explored the history of the Hasidic schism in the journal Voskod during 1890 and 1891. Fun, in his seminal work Kyria Nemina, or Faithful City, chronicled the history of the Jewish community in Vilna, Lithuania, in the year 1860, particularly on pages 27, 130, and 273. Katz, in his History of the Haskalah Movement, published in Hazemon in 1903, examined the Jewish Enlightenment in Russia, while Kraushar investigated the Frankists in his book Frank I Frankitzi, Volume 1, pages 139 through 149. Poperna analyzed Hershovitz's memorandum in Voskhod, Book 6, 1902, highlighting debates over Jewish reform and policy. Kraszewski's work Polska w Zacy Trzech Rozbioro, or Poland during the time of the Three Partitions, Volumes 2 and 3, chronicled the legal and social circumstances of Polish Jewry during the late 18th century. Other scholars such as Gumplewicz, Dykes, and Leninsky detailed Jewish reform proposals and political activities under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, while Moskicki traced the position of Polish Jewry under the reign of Catherine II, the Empress of Russia from 1762 to 1796, especially their roles during the Polish Revolution of 1794 in Vilna and Grodno. Skarbek's three-volume History of the Duchy of Warsaw, published in Posen in 1860, along with Galitzyn's Historia Ruskovo Zakonodatelstwa, documented the laws enacted by the duchy during 1807 through 1812. Vishnitzer, in a plan of reforming Jewish life in the Duchy of Warsaw and in the Kingdom of Poland, explored reforms proposed for Jewish communities, while Hessen, Ashkenazi, and other scholars chronicled the broader political and legal environment. As Russian imperial rule consolidated, scholars such as Shugarov, Orshansky, Galitzyn, Levanda, Bershadsky, Derzevin, and Hessen traced the petitions, legal statutes, and correspondence that define the early conditions of Jews under Russian law. The petitions of Moscow merchants, reprinted in Voskhod in 1895, revealed the concerns of Jewish commercial classes. The official Jewish statute of 1804, analyzed by Bershadsky, preserved correspondence from 1797 to 1801 that outlined imperial policies toward the Jewish population. Under the reign of Alexander I, the era often described as one of enlightened absolutism. Historians such as Brafman, Hessen, Gordon, Levanda, and Galitzyn documented the complex relationship between state authority and Jewish communities. Brafman's Niga Kahala, or the Book of the Kahal, Volume 2, recorded regulations governing Jewish communal governance. Hessen's Yevrei v. Rossii, or the Jews in Russia, along with his article The Deputies of the Jewish People published in Yevr. St. in 1909, detailed the political representation of Jews. Gordon chronicled the settlement of Jews in St. Petersburg in 1881, while Levanda collected statutes, including the 1804 statute, which structured Jewish legal status. Official reports, such as the Report of the Jewish Committee in 1812, preserved in Ruski Archive, Book 2, 1903, provide detailed accounts of Jewish contributions during the Patriotic War of 1812 against Napoleon, as analyzed by Ginsburg in Odiekisvenia Vojna 1812 Goda I Ruski Yevrei, published in St. Petersburg in 1912. Studies by Nikitin on Jewish agriculturists in 1887, and Hellman's biographical account Bet Rabbi, published in Berdichev in 1901, detail the lives of key spiritual leaders, including Schneer Zalman and his descendants, illustrating both the religious and social fabric of Russian Jewish life. These sources collectively portray a Jewish community navigating centuries of legal restriction, social marginalization, and cultural adaptation, yet preserving a resilient identity amidst the tumult of European and Russian political transformations. Each document, chronicle, and scholarly analysis serves as a testament to the enduring presence and evolving strategies of Russian Jewry in the face of both opportunity and oppression. The 11th chapter of this work, titled The Inner Life of Russian Jewry during the period of enlightened absolutism, covering pages 366 to 389, draws upon a wealth of historical scholarship to illuminate the daily and spiritual life of Jews in Russia under the rule of reformist but autocratic Tsars. Among the primary sources is Bershadsky's The Jewish Statute of 1804, published in Voskhod in 1895, which examines the codification of laws that regulated Jewish residence, occupation, and civic status during the reign of Alexander I, who ruled from 1801 to 1825. Hessen's Yevrei v. Rossii, with important passages on pages 220 and 237, provides additional insight into the social and legal conditions affecting Jews. Golitsyn's Historia, pages 348 to 355, contextualizes Jewish life within the broader political developments of the Russian Empire. Simon Dubnow, a seminal historian of Jewish history, contributed several works, including History of the Hasidic Schism, published in Voskhod in 1890 and 1891, and The Religious Struggle, in Voskhod in 1893, which delve into the conflicts between the Hasidim, a mystical Jewish movement, and their opponents, the Mitnagdim, in various communities. His article, The Intervention of the Russian Government in the War Against Hasidism, published in Yevryskaya Starina in 1910, documents the active role of the imperial authorities in these religious disputes. Other sources illustrate the richness of Jewish communal life and leadership. Fun's Kyria Nemina, published in Vilna in 1860, recounts the history of the Vilna Jewish community, while Isafal Luniminim, Vilna, 1881, provides detailed accounts of internal community governance. Horodesky's biographies of prominent Hasidic leaders, including Levi Yitzhak of Berdichev in Yevryskaya Starina, Volume 1, 1909, and Naaman of Bratslav in Ha-Goren, Volume 4, 1903, capture the spiritual vitality and ideological debates of the period. Zetterbaum's Keter Kahana, Odessa, 1866, further illustrates the interplay of religious, social, and educational leadership in Jewish communities. Frank's Yehud Pollenbaum Napoleon, Warsaw, 1912, documents the experiences of Polish Jewry under Napoleonic influence, while Cometson's essay, Sur l'État actuel de Juifs, Warsaw, 1796, and the contemporary periodical Hamisef of 1809 provide early modern perspectives on Jewish life. Nayavakovich's Vapel Doshra Yudiaskoy, or The Moan of the Daughter of Judah, St. Petersburg, 1803, reprinted in Budishnost in 1902, and its Hebrew edition Kol Shah at Bat Yehuda, Shklav, 1804, dramatizes the suffering and resilience of Russian Jewry. Stanislavski's Mendel Lewin, in Voskhod of 1881, offers a literary reflection on Jewish society and character. The 12th chapter, covering pages 390 to 413, examines the last years of Alexander I. Levanda's Bornik Zakhanov, compiled between 1815 and 1825, preserves the legal framework under which Russian Jewry lived. Pins the Deputation of the Jewish People, Voskhod, 1905, volumes 1 to 3, and Hessen's The Deputies of the Jewish People, Yevryskaya Starina, volume 2, 1909, document the formal petitions and negotiations of Jewish representatives with the imperial government. Louis Wei's memoirs, Sur l'État des Israélites, Paris, 1819, prepared for presentation at the Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle, records European awareness of the Jewish question in Russia. Lerner's Yevrii v. Novorossiyskym Krai, Odessa, 1901, and Golitsyn's Historia, pages 608 and 686, further provide narrative context. Kosman's study of the Siberian Subbotniks, or Sabbatharians, in Yevryskaya Starina, 1913, and Dubnow's Historical Communications, Voskhod, 1901, detail the complex religious and social movements within Jewish communities. The inquiry into the Jewish question conducted by the Chancellery of the United Societies of the Nobility, St. Petersburg, 1910, as well as Pestel's Russkaya Pravda, edited by Shagalev, St. Petersburg, 1906, and Semyovsky's Political and Social Ideas of the Decembrists, St. Petersburg, 1910, complete the picture of Jewish interactions with broader Russian political currents. The turbulence of the Polish insurrection of 1831 is reflected in Mstislavski's account. The Jews in the Polish insurrection of 1831 in Yevryskaya Stara, 1910, while Myakotin's The Toviansky Movement, Voskhod, 1888, books 11 and 12, illuminates the grassroots activism of Polish Jewry. Demographic and military obligations, such as the conscription of Jewish youth in the Kingdom of Poland, are recorded in Die, Juden and Russland, Hamburg, 1844, pages 35 and 38 through 40. These chronicles, memoirs, and legal codices together convey the dramatic tension, intellectual vibrancy, and unyielding endurance of Jewish communities across Russia and Poland during the 19th century, offering listeners a vivid tableau of struggle, perseverance, and cultural vitality. The inner life of Russian Jewry during the period of military despotism, a time marked by harsh control and oppressive oversight, comes into focus through the writings and recollections of numerous contemporary figures and historians. Authors such as Mordecai Gottlieb, in his autobiography published in the Hebrew periodical Haboker, or between 1880 and 1881, and M. A. Ginsberg, in his autobiography titled Abiezer, published in Vilna in 1883, provided personal accounts that reveal the struggles and spiritual resilience of Jewish communities under severe military rule. Biographical works, such as Plungian's Ben Porat on Minashi, published in Vilna in 1858, and Hillman's Beth Rabbi, chronicling the life of Shneur Zalman and his descendants, published in Berdichev in 1901, further illuminate the leadership and guidance offered by prominent rabbis during this period. The mystical and spiritual currents of Hasidism are revealed through Horodezky's Rabbi Nahum Michernobyl Yubanah, published in Berdichev in 1902, and Sternholz's Olam Litet Trufa, a collection of letters by Rabbi Naaman of Bratslav published in Berdichev in 1896. Nathanson's Sefer Hazikronot, or Book of Recollections, on the life of I. B. Levinson, published in Warsaw in 1878, and the Memoirs of Wengeroff, Memoiren einer Großmutter, published in Berlin in 1908, provide vivid portrayals of daily life, education, and religious observance. Horodezky's work on the Sadigora dynasty, published in Yevryskaya St. Petersburg in 1909, and Zetterbaum's Keter Kahana, The Crown of Priesthood, published in Odessa in 1866, examine the role of the tzaddiks, the spiritual leaders who guided the communities in Poland and Russia, showing how they maintained cohesion and faith under military oversight. The literary and scholarly culture of the time, reflected in the works of Majid on M. A. Ginsberg in St. Petersburg in 1897, Fun Safa Lunimonim, published in Vilna in 1881, and Gordon's study of B. Levinson in Yevryskaya Biblioteka, Volume 8, St. Petersburg, 1880, revealed the complex interplay between cultural advancement and survival in oppressive conditions. The final years of Nicholas I, the Russian Tsar whose reign extended from 1825 to 1855, are illuminated through the collections of laws compiled by Lavanda for the years 1848 to 1854, as well as the literary works of him. A. Ginsberg, including his A. Forgotten Era, published in Voskod in 1896, and the musical documentation of Jewish folk songs compiled with Merrick in Yevryskaya Narnia Piesny, St. Petersburg, 1901. Literary accounts, such as Osip Rabinovich's The Penal Recruit and The Inherited Candlestick, and Bogrov's The Captured Recruit in Yevryskaya Biblioteka, Volume 4, St. Petersburg, 1874, together with Friedberg's The Captured Recruits in Sefer HaShana, edited by Sokolow, Volume 3, Warsaw, 1901, as well as Memoirs of Cantonists by Spiegel in Yevryskaya St. Petersburg in 1911 and Itzkevich in 1912, depict the grim reality of Jewish conscription and military service under Nicholas I, alongside the ritual murder trials, such as the infamous Saratov case. Korobkov's Studies on Jewish Conscription, published in Yevryskaya St. Petersburg in 1913, provide detailed legal and social context. Trivas's examination of ritual murder trials before pre-reformatory courts, published in 1912, further exposes the legal discrimination and social dangers faced by Jews in the Russian Empire. The era of reforms under Alexander II, who reigned from 1855 to 1881, is documented in Levanda's compilations of laws for the years 1855 to 1865 and in government inquiries into the Jewish question, highlighting discussions of projected legal bills in the Council of State. The centenary publication K. Stoltiu Komitea Ministrov, St. Petersburg, 1902, records the resolutions of Alexander II, while Voskod, 1903, Book 3, preserves the official enactments. Additional analyses, including Hessen's An Attempt at Jewish Emancipation in Russia, Perezatoy, Volume 1, pages 153 and following, or Shansky's The Jews in Russia and Russian Legislation Relating to Jews, St. Petersburg, 1877, Georgievsky's Report on the Education of Jews in St. Petersburg in 1886, and Marek's Sketches from the History of Enlightenment Among the Jews of Russia, Moscow, 1009. 109, illustrate the interplay between imperial reform, legal regulation, and Jewish efforts toward cultural and educational advancement. Petitions such as the one of 1857, documented by Kandel and Kortalnik in 1913, and contemporary analyses by Sternberg and Leipzig in 1878, reveal the agitation and responses of the Jewish community, particularly in Warsaw, during a time of social and political flux. Periodicals such as Jutrzenka, a Polish Jewish weekly published in Warsaw from 1861 to 1863, and memoirs like Berg's Memoirs Concerning Polish Conspiracies and Revolutions, St. Petersburg, 1873, preserve the voices of eyewitnesses and participants. The experiences of individual Jews during events such as the Polish insurrection of 1863, recorded in Yevryskaya St. Petersburg in 1910, underscore the persistent challenges and courage of Jewish communities facing both military despotism and national upheaval. The history of Russian Jewry under the reign of Alexander II, the Emperor of Russia from 1855 to 1881, is preserved in a rich array of historical documents and scholarly studies, each revealing the tensions, struggles, and resilience of a people under constant scrutiny and oppression. Works such as Inquiry into the Jewish Question, Part 7, published across multiple pages including 63, 70, 89, and 95, examine the legal, social, and political conditions facing Jews in the Russian Empire. Spasovsky, in his biography Zizn I Polityka Markiza Wielopolskiego, or Life and Policies of Marquis Wielopolski, published in St. Petersburg in 1882, illuminated the influence of high-ranking officials on Jewish policy, providing insight into the workings of imperial administration. During this period, the reactionary measures implemented under Alexander II sought to control and limit Jewish life while maintaining a facade of reform. Brafman, in his third edition of Niga Kahala, or the Book of the Kahal, published in St. Petersburg in 1888, examined Jewish communal governance, the councils known as Kahals, and their interactions with the imperial authorities. The Jewish delegation to the Vilna Commission of 1869, described in Yevr Street in 1912, and cross-referenced in the periodical Perezatoy, Volumes 2 and 3, shows the attempts of Jewish communities to represent their interests within imperial administrative frameworks. Laws targeting Jewish dress in 1871, documented in Yevr St. and in Perezatoy, reflect the imperial obsession with controlling Jewish cultural expression. Orshansky, in his study on the nature of the Odessa pogrom, published in the collective volume Yevryi v Rossii, or The Jews in Russia, in 1877, provided analysis of the violent outbreak in Odessa, while Margulis, in the Odessa riots of 1871, published in Yevryisky Mir, or The Jewish World, in St. Petersburg in 1910, recorded the human toll of these attacks. Levanda, through his Bornik Zakhanov, or Collection of Laws, traced legislation affecting Jews from 1865 to 1873, supplemented by the official Soberny Zakhanov, or collection of laws, edited by the Government Senate for the years 1874 to 1880. Further analyses appeared in Yevr. BIBL, Volume 7, in 1879, evaluating the legislative trends affecting Jewish communities over the decade. Memoranda, such as those by Nekladov, including on the emancipation of Jews, printed in Spravka P'Yevry Skomu V'Prosu, Part 7, pages 103 through 122, and separately published in St. Petersburg in 1907, reflect the ongoing debates about Jewish civil rights. Statutes such as the Municipal Statute of 1870 and the Conscription Statute of 1874, documented in Spravka, Part 2, reveal the legal framework controlling Jewish participation in urban administration and military service. International developments, including the Congress of Berlin in 1878, were analyzed for their implications on Russian Jewry, as recorded in Spravka, Part 3, pages 151 through 154, and in Yevr. BIBL, Volume 6. The Russo-Turkish War of 1877, examined by Criticus, the pen name of historian Simon Dubnow, in Voskhod. Book 1, 1891, illustrates the paradox of Jewish loyalty and sacrifice in service of an empire that often treated them as outsiders. Legal proceedings, such as the full proceedings of the Kates case, preserved in the supplement to Yevr. BIBL, Volume 6, pages 1 through 188, and public debates on ritual murder accusations, such as Chwolson's Upo Trebliatli, Yevrii Christiansky Krov, or Do the Jews Use Christian Blood? 2nd edition, St. Petersburg, 1879, reveal the dangerous intersections of rumor, superstition, and state indifference. Borisov's work Ippolit Ludo-Stansky, published in Kiev in 1912, adds additional legal and social context to this turbulent period. The inner life of Russian Jewry during the reign of Alexander II is vividly portrayed in studies by S. Ginsburg, In a Forgotten Era, published in Voskhod in 1896, volumes 3 and 5, and Margulis's article on N.I. Pyrogov, the prominent Russian surgeon and social reformer, in Voprosy Yevryskoy Zizny, or Questions of Jewish Life, published in St. Petersburg in 1889. Criticus, in his article Aksakov and the Jews, Voskhod, Book 2, 1887, examines the intellectual debates on the Jewish question, while Dostoevsky, in his collected writings, particularly Yevreyiski Vopros, or The Jewish Question, Volume 11, pages 85 to 102, and his autobiographical sketches in Dnevnik Pisachila, during 1873 to 1877, reveals the moral and literary dimensions of the discussion. Orshansky's Yevrei v. Rossii and Margulis's studies on crown rabbis and teachers of the 1860s in Voprosy Yevryskoy Zizny, pages 149 through 195, highlight the educational and religious structures of Jewish life, while Tarnopol, in Op-ed Osmotrodielnoy Reformi v. Oblasti Judaisma, Odessa, 1868, explores cautious reforms attempted within Judaism. Gumplevich's article in Jitsenka, or The Dawn, number 19, 1891, provides additional perspectives on community life and reform. Leon Rosenthal's Toldat Hebrit Marb Haskalah B'Israel, or History of the Society for the Diffusion of Enlightenment Among the Jews, published in 2 volumes in St. Petersburg between 1885 and 1890, alongside Criticus's reviews in Voskhod, Books 10 and 11, document the efforts to modernize and educate Russian Jewry. Levanda's account of the establishment of the first periodical of Russian Jewry, in Voskhod, Book 6, 1881, charts the rise of Jewish print culture as a medium of social and intellectual engagement. Through these records, letters, legal texts, and scholarly analyses, the reader witnesses the complex, often perilous world of Russian Jewry under Alexander II, a people navigating legal oppression, violent pogroms, cultural challenges, and the ever-present need to assert their identity education, and civic rights amidst the shifting currents of Russian autocracy and reform. The letters of Osip Rabinovich, published in Yevryskaya Starina in 1911, beginning on page 71, provide an intimate window into the literary and journalistic life of Russian Jewry in the early 20th century. Simon Dubnow, the eminent historian of the Jewish people, in his work The Change of Tendencies in Jewish Journalism, included in Letters on Ancient and Modern Judaism, St. Petersburg, 1907, pages 205 to 226, carefully traces the evolution of Jewish periodicals and the shifting ideological currents within them. Frumkin's article, From a History of the Revolutionary Movement Among the Jews During the 70s, also in Yevryskaya Starina, 1911, pages 221 and following, and 513 and following, recounts the radical currents among Jews in the decade of the 1870s. Sinberg's study, The First Socialistic Periodicals in Hebrew Literature, Peresitoy, Volume 1, pages 233 to 263, explores the early socialist presses in Hebrew that sought to mobilize Jewish workers and intellectuals. Sosis, in his article Social Currents During the Period of Reforms, published in Yevryskaya Starina in 1914, charts the broad social trends affecting Jewish communities during the period of liberalization in the Russian Empire. The literary revival of the 19th century comes alive in the biographies and critical essays devoted to the foremost Jewish authors and poets. Mandelkern's study of Micah Joseph Levinson in Haasif, Volume 3, 1886, and Branan's article on the same poet in Vosgod, 1902, Book 3, reveal the emergence of Jewish romantic and national poetry in Lithuania and Poland. Branan also analyzed Abraham Mapu, the Hebrew novelist celebrated for his historical romances, in Warsaw, 1900. Cantor in Gordon and His 25 Years of Activity, Vosgod, 1881, Books 11 and 12, and Dubnow, under the initials S. D. in the Jewish Nikras of Vosgod, 1884, Book 7, recount the literary and political influence of Joseph Lieber Gordon, a pioneering Hebrew poet and Zionist activist. Gordon's own correspondence, Igarat Jalag, in 2 volumes, Warsaw, 1894, provide the first-hand account of the literary and national struggles of his generation. Beanstalk, in A Festival in Yiddish Literature, Vosgod, 1884, Book 12, records the achievements of Abramovich, while Frischmann, in his introduction to the collected Hebrew works of Abramovich, Volume 2, Odessa, 1911, chronicles the life and literary career of the Yiddish storyteller Mendel Makers-Forum. Branan also examined Perez Smolenskin, the editor of the Hebrew periodical Hamelitz, in Warsaw, 1896. M. Kahan, in Mireb Adareb, Volume 1, Vilna, 1904, pages 186 to 244, analyzes Lilienblum's work alongside other literary currents of the 70s generation. Gottlieb's P. Smolenskin, published in Gallery of Jewish Worthies, Part 2, St. Petersburg, 1899, further situates Smolenskin within the Jewish intellectual landscape. Moshe Leib Lilienblum, a central figure of Jewish enlightenment, is represented in his novel Hatat Neyurim, Vienna, 1876, and later in his collected works, Krakow, 1910 to 1912, Volume 2. Klausner provides a biographical analysis prefacing these collected works. Hessen's essay, O. Rabinovich and I. Orshansky, Gallery of Jewish Worthies, Part 1, St. Petersburg, 1898, traces the contributions of these literary figures. Ilya Grigorievich Orshansky's autobiographical sketch, Yevryskaya Biblioteka, Volume 6, pages 1 to 43, St. Petersburg, 1878, alongside Yampolsky's recollections in Yevryskaya Starina, 1911, page 55 and following, reveal the personal experiences behind the intellectual movement. Valinsky, in The Portrayer of Russian Jewry, Vosgod, 1888, documents the stories of Levanda, while from the correspondence of L. O. Levanda, Yevryskaya Biblioteka, Volumes 9 and 10, St. Petersburg, 1901 to 1903, and select letters in Yevryskaya Starina, 1913, pages 279 to 281. The 21st chapter, titled The Accession of Alexander III and the Inauguration of Pogroms, pages 243 to 258, draws from Razviat, 1881, pages 494, 650, 653, 846, and 1255 to 1257, alongside Yevryskaya Starina, volumes 1 and 2, and the Chronique du Mouvement Socialiste in Russie, by Loy, 1907. Book 6, page 305. These sources chart the political transition following the assassination of Alexander II in 1881 and the violent anti-Jewish riots that erupted, marking the inauguration of state-sanctioned pogroms. The 22nd chapter, The Anti-Jewish Policies of Count Nikolai Ignatiev, pages 259 to 283, relies on government publications, including Pravity Elsvini Vysnik, number 98, 1881, Razviat, number 19, Yevryskaya Starina, volume 5, page 346, and archival materials from historical societies. Correspondence, such as Sagasty's letter in Razviat, 1881, page 1105, and Campos' letter in the same periodical, page 1148, document the implementation of repressive measures. The Inquiry into the Jewish Question, edited by the Council of the United Nobility, St. Petersburg, 1910, Part 2, pages 125 to 126, alongside the Russian Jewish Encyclopedia, Volume 1, pages 826 to 827, and Dr. Mandelstam's Reminiscences in Parasitnoi, Volume 4, St. Petersburg, 1913, page 53 and following, illustrate both the bureaucratic and social dimensions of Ignatiev's policies. Reports of the gubernatorial commissions on the Jewish question, volumes 1 and 2, St. Petersburg, 1884, as well as Historia Revolucionava Odvezenia v Rossii, St. Petersburg, 1906, pages 260 to 262, and Die Judenpogromen in Russland, volume 1, Cologne, 1910, pages 46 to 66, provide a detailed and harrowing account of the violent persecution of Russian Jewry in this period. This carefully compiled bibliography offers a comprehensive lens into the literary, journalistic, political, and social dimensions of Russian Jewish life during the critical decades of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, tracing the intellectual ferment, the revolutionary currents, and the brutal repression that together shaped the trajectory of Jewish communities in the Russian Empire. In the final decades of the 19th century, the lives of the Jewish communities within the Russian Empire were overshadowed by the twin forces of oppression and reluctant reform, producing a tense and often explosive environment. The records preserved in the Historical Review of the Activities of the Committee of Ministers, Volume 4, published in St. Petersburg in 1902, offer a chilling window into the bureaucratic machinery that regulated Jewish existence. The periodical Voskod, in its 1903 edition, Book 3, page 154, further documents these developments, while Razviat, a Russian journal published in 1882, numbers 3 and 4, reveals how supplementary discussions were published for public circulation, detailing the incremental tightening of restrictions on Jewish life. Archival collections, including numbers 10, 12, 13, and 15, preserve the raw bureaucratic correspondence that underpinned these policies, illustrating a systematic effort to control Jewish mobility, property, and education. The concept of legislative pogroms emerges starkly in the records of the period. The Yevryskaya Stara, Volume 1, pages 265 through 267, recounts the ways in which laws were applied selectively to oppress Jewish communities under the guise of legality. The Russian Jewish Encyclopedia, Volume 1, page 829, further corroborates the legislative framework that empowered local officials to act with impunity. The Historical Review of the Activities of the Commission of Ministers, Volume 4, pages 20 through 21 and 183, alongside Voskod, 1903, Book 3, page 155, details the intricate procedures that rendered these legal instruments deadly in practice. Publications such as Razviat, number 20, and the supplementary issues of 1882, including pages 1125 and 1417, along with the diary of a Palestinian immigrant in the Voskhod Chronicle of 1882, bear witness to the immediate human consequences of these statutes. Further discussion appears in Yevryskaya Stera of 1915, pages 100 and 200 onward, and in Voskhod of 1883, Book 1, page 69 of the second part, all chronicling how law became an instrument of terror. Amid this oppressive legal climate, inner upheavals within Jewish society arose. Razviat, 1882, pages 506 and 1301, alongside the Voskhod Chronicle of 1882, page 645, reveal debates and ferment within communities struggling to reconcile religious, cultural, and political survival. The periodical Bez Illusiae, or Without Illusion, in Razviat of 1881, page 1988, and 1882, page 152 onward, records critical reflections on communal strategy, while Simon Dubnow's articles in Razviat, numbers 34 and 35 of 1881, provide historical commentary on the moral and practical dilemmas faced by Jewish leaders. Gordon's Cole, Skyer-Jalog, Volume 1, pages 115 through 116, published in St. Petersburg in 1884, adds a lyrical dimension to the anxieties and hopes of the Jewish populace. Essays such as Kozha Dilat, or What is to be Done, in Hamsfot, numbers 2 through 5 of Razviat, 1882, capture the existential questioning that rippled through intellectual circles, while Ben Zion Pryluker's Yevrei Reformatory, or Jewish Reformers, St. Petersburg, 1882, chronicles efforts at practical reform in education, ritual, and communal governance. The intensification of Jewish disabilities is documented with remarkable precision. The inquiry into the Report on the Jewish Question, Volume 2, pages 20 through 21, alongside Pollin's Commission reports, pages 175 and 250 onward, reveal how administrative oversight and punitive statutes were deployed systematically against Jewish communities. The Yevryskaya Stera, Volume 1, page 88 onward, and Georgievsky's Doklad Povoprosu Obi Obrazovani Yevryev, or Report on the Question of the Education of Jews, St. Petersburg, 1886, document the imposition of educational restrictions and the tight regulation of schools. Posner's Yevrei v. Obshi Shkoli, or Jews in Secular Schools, St. Petersburg, 1914, pages 58 through 59, further illustrates the limited access Jewish children had to state education and the obstacles they faced in pursuing secular learning alongside traditional religious instruction. Government publications, such as the History of Ministers' Commission, Volume 4, page 433, St. Petersburg, 1902, and the annual reviews of the first books of Voskhod for 1884 through 1889, especially 1884, Book 1, pages 27, 30 through 31, and 36 through 37, demonstrate the continuity of surveillance and control. Voskhod, 1891, Book 2, page 40 of the second part, highlights both the legal and social pressures on Jewish families, while Frederick's The New Exodus, London, 1902, pages 175, 248 through 252, charts the forced migration and the growing Jewish diaspora. Frug's essay, Two Generals, in Yevryskaya Ziz, 1915, number 14, offers personal recollections of military and bureaucratic oppression. Mysacha's Rukovodstvo K. Zakonodielstvu o Yevryik v Rossii, or Guide to the Laws about Jews in Russia, page 384, St. Petersburg, 1892, codifies the complex network of regulations that limited Jewish life, while the Yevryskaya Biblioteka, Volume 4, page 469, St. Petersburg, 1901, In Yusov's Yevrii v. Army I, or Jews in the Army, St. Petersburg, 1911, pages 14 through 90. 2. Reveal the severe restrictions, forced conscription, and institutionalized discrimination that characterized Jewish service in the imperial forces. Across this historical tableau, the narrative of Jewish struggle, legal oppression, educational restriction, and social marginalization emerges with relentless clarity. From bureaucratic memoranda to personal diaries, from press articles to legislative codices, the story is one of a people navigating the treacherous waters of state power while striving to preserve identity, knowledge, and communal cohesion under the shadow of increasing persecution. The story of Russian Jewry at the turn of the 20th century is one of profound suffering, mass migration, and a struggle for survival under relentless oppression. The period from the 1880s into the early 1900s saw waves of emigration, as the Russian authorities, dominated by reactionary forces and the Black Hundred, systematically made life unbearable for Jewish communities. Publications such as Voskod Chronika in 1883 and 1884, alongside Orshansky's reviews in Voskod, chronicled the relentless pressures exerted on the Jews by both local administrations and the imperial government. Investigations like the Palm Commission documented the conditions that drove families from their homes, while personal reminiscences recorded by Margulis in Yevriiskimir in 1909 and in Voskod in 1895 provided intimate accounts of the anguish and displacement experienced by Jewish citizens. Studies such as Posner's Jews in Higher Institutions and articles on Jewish agricultural colonies in America in Voskod in 1890 and 1891 reveal the practical responses of immigration, as Jews sought refuge and opportunities abroad in North and South America, establishing farms, businesses, and communities in the New World. The research of Fornberg, Yevryskaya Emigratsiya, published in Kiev in 1908, and Lilienblum's Direktlot-Avergalum, Warsaw, 1893, traces the hardships endured during these journeys and the adjustments necessary to survive in foreign lands. The movement of emigration intertwined with the rise of modern Zionist thought, documented in Kaysen's diaries in Voskod in 1889 and in Sapir's Zionism, Vilno in 1903, with reprints in St. Petersburg in 1915, illustrating both the ideological and practical dimensions of Jewish relocation and national aspiration. In the shadow of the Russian reactionary state, the anti-Semitic policies were so intense that, as H. Frederick described in The New Exodus, a study of Israel and Russia, published in London in 1892, the mere rumor of imperial decrees could ignite terror, prompting entire communities to flee. Reports in Voskod from 1890 to 1891 and inquiries into the Jewish question chronicle the crescendo of pogroms and social violence, embedding fear and uncertainty into the fabric of daily Jewish life in the empire. The expulsion of Jews from Moscow, as documented in Voskod Chronika in 1891 and supported by archival interviews between Baron Gunsberg and the Minister of Finance in September of 1891, underscored the arbitrary and totalitarian nature of Russian anti-Semitism. Reports by Weber Kempner to the United States government in Paris in 1892, alongside the accounts of Goldovsky and in the serial Beyond the Border in Voskod, show how entire Jewish neighborhoods were uprooted, forced into squalid quarters, or compelled to emigrate under duress, leaving centuries of communal life behind. Amidst this turmoil, efforts for organized relief and structured emigration emerged. Baron Maurice Hirsch, the philanthropist who founded the Jewish Colonization Association, sought to channel the energies of displaced Jews toward productive settlement, particularly in Argentina, as documented in the historical study of the activity of the Ministers' Committee, Volume 4, St. Petersburg, 1902, and in various reports of the Jewish Colonization Association in Paris between 1891 and 1894. Writers and observers, including A. White in Jewish Colonization and the Russian Persecution, New Review, London, 1891, and Lapin in the Present and Future Colonization in Argentine, St. Petersburg, 1894, chronicled these ambitious yet often insufficiently funded projects, noting the ongoing hardships that continued to plague Jewish immigrants despite the assistance offered. Accounts by M. Kahan and Mirev at Erev, Vilno, 1904, Birkenheim in Colonization Movement, Voskhod 1895, and Katzenelson in the Martyrdom in the Moscow Synagogues, St. Petersburg, 1909, reveal the human suffering that persisted from the destruction of synagogues to the dispossession of homes, and the relentless struggle of Jewish communities to survive and maintain their cultural and religious identity. Reports in Yevryskaya, St. Petersburg in 1911, Dubnow's New History of the Jews, edition 1914, and Voskhod Chronica in 1894, collectively narrate the compounded tragedy of Jewish life under Tsarist Russia, where immigration offered hope but never fully alleviated the suffering, leaving communities constantly at the mercy of both bureaucratic decrees and popular anti-Semitic violence, caught in the crucible of exile, displacement, and relentless social persecution. The accession of Nicholas II, the last emperor of Russia, to the throne in November of 1894 ushered in a period of great anticipation and deep anxiety for the Jewish population of the Russian Empire. As recorded in Voskhod, the prominent Jewish periodical, in 1896, Book 1, page 38, the hopes for reform mingled uneasily with the shadow of entrenched autocracy. Archival sources, including the unpublished memoirs of the Commission on the Jewish Question under Plehve, spanning 1803 to 1804, reveal the early bureaucratic deliberations concerning Jewish life under the new reign. St. Petersburg Archives of the Jewish Historical Society, Collection SB, number 134, preserve documents showing the intricate negotiations between Jewish representatives and imperial authorities, while Byloy, Book 9, published in 1907, recounts contemporary reactions to these administrative measures. Levine's Bornik Zakonov o Yevryik, or Collection of Laws about Jews, published in St. Petersburg in 1902, provides a legal codex framing the lives, rights, and restrictions of Jewish citizens under Nicholas II. Studies of the Jewish population in far-flung regions, such as Voitansky's Yevryi v. Irkutsky, or Jews in Irkutsk, published in 1915, illustrate the experiences of Jewish communities at the edges of the empire, while Yevr. Bibl, Volume 9, St. Petersburg, 1901, and Posner's Yevryi v. Obshi Shkoli, or Jews in Secular Schools, St. Petersburg, 1914, document the struggles for access to education and the development of secular learning among Russian Jewry. Contemporary Jewish weekly publications, including Budishmost from 1902, numbers 5 and 6, reflect the public discourse surrounding Jewish social and political issues, complemented by entries in the Russian Jewish Encyclopedia, Volume 4, pages 661 to 664. The period of the national awakening of Russian Jewry coincided with the broader currents of Jewish intellectual and political movements in Europe. Theodor Herzl, in his Zionistische Schriften, Volume 1, published in Berlin in 1905, and Friedemann's biography, Das Leben Theodor Herzls, Berlin, 1904, document the emergence of political Zionism as a movement advocating the establishment of a Jewish homeland. R. Gottheil, in his work Zionism, published in Philadelphia in 1914, analyzes these ideological currents in the context of global Jewish emancipation. The Protocols of the Zionist Congresses from 1897 to 1901, published in Die Welt, the official party organ in Vienna, and periodicals such as Voskhod and Hashiloah, the literary monthly of Ahad HaAm in Berlin and Odessa from 1896 to 1902, preserve the debates over national identity, Jewish settlement, and cultural renewal. Max Nordau's Zionistische Schriften, Cologne, 1909, further emphasizes the philosophical and practical dimensions of the Zionist movement. Dubnow, in his letters on the Old and New Judaism, published in St. Petersburg in 1907, pages 164, 181, and 230, and translated into German in 1903, traces the intellectual evolution of Russian Jewry, while Ahad Ha'am, in Al Parashat Derikim, volumes 1 through 3, from 1895 to 1904, articulates the vision of spiritual Zionism, emphasizing cultural and moral revival. J. Klausner's Duchovny Zionism, or Spiritual Zionism, St. Petersburg, 1900, and Frumkin Sketches from the History of the Jewish Workingmen's Movement, 1885 to 1897, published in Yevr. St. in 1913, reveal the intersection of nationalism, labor, and social reform among Jewish workers. The history of the Jewish labor movement, including Geschichte von der Jüdische Arbeiterbewegung in Russland, Geneva, 1900, and Meadham's Nationalnost I Proletariat, in Kastelanski's Formy Nationalnawodwizenia v. Sowremennik Gosdarstwach, St. Petersburg, 1910, pages 772 and following, document the ideological debates surrounding Jewish participation in broader revolutionary currents. The Jewish Labor Bund, a socialist organization advocating for Jewish workers' rights and cultural autonomy, is detailed in the Russian Jewish Encyclopedia, Volume 5, page 93 and following. M. Philipson's Neues Geschichte der Jüdischen Bewegung, Berlin, 1911, Borikov's Klassovai Momenti Nationalnovo Prosa, St. Petersburg, 1906, and Klausner's Novoevreyskia Literatura, 2nd edition, Odessa, 1912, alongside M. Pine's History de la Littérature Judeo-Allemande, Paris, 1910, record the flowering of modern Jewish literature, philosophy, and political thought in the Russian Empire. The tragedy that would ignite the national consciousness of Russian Jewry came with the Kishinev massacre, a brutal pogrom in the city of Kishinev in the government of Bessarabia in April of 1903. Die Judenpogromen in Russland, Volume 2, pages 6 through 8, and contemporary account in Voskhod, including issues from 1903, pages 11 and following, 16 and following, 18, 20, 22, 24, 25, 28, 31, 32, 33, and 38, document the horrors endured by the Jewish population. Governor Urasov, in Zapiski Gubernatora, or A Gubernator's Memoirs, St. Petersburg, 1907, provides insight into the administrative response, while pamphlets such as Kimu Uchit Pakushny Dashevskavo, or What Do We Learn from Dostoevsky's Temptation? London, 1903, by Melody Israel, or Young Israel, capture the moral outrage and attempts to educate the public about the massacre. Records in Yevr. Street, Volume 8, 1915, page 412, and the Protocols of the Sixth Zionist Congress, 1903, demonstrate the international attention the tragedy attracted. Klenov Shaun I Africa Navai Kongressi, Moscow, 1905, and Dubnow's Historical Moment, Voskhod, 1903, issues 21 and 22, reflect the intellectual, political, and moral responses from Jewish leaders worldwide, framing the Kishinev massacre not only as a local tragedy, but as a turning point in the consciousness and mobilization of Russian Jewry. In the early years of the 20th century, the Jewish communities of the Russian Empire were caught between the twin storms of violent persecution and social upheaval, a period marked by relentless pogroms and the cataclysmic Russo-Japanese War. The 34th chapter, titled Continued Pogroms and the Russo-Japanese War, pages 87 to 104, draws upon the reports published in Voskhod in 1905, pages 3 to 35, and the memoirs of Count Paulin, the governor of Vilna, published in Geneva in 1904, a special edition by the Jewish labor organization known as the Bund. Additional insights are provided in Voskhod Booklets, 1904, Volume 9, pages 134 and following, 140 and following, 146 and following, and in Formberg's work Yevryskaya Emigratsiya, Kiev, 1908, page 19. These sources document the continued attacks on Jewish communities, illustrating both the terror inflicted upon ordinary families and the systemic failures of local authorities who often abetted or ignored these atrocities. The 35th chapter, titled The Revolution of 1905 and the Fight for Emancipation, pages 105 to 123, relies heavily on Voskhod, 1905, issues 3 to 35, chronicling the tumultuous months of political upheaval, widespread strikes, and mass demonstrations. Amid this chaos, Russian Jewry sought to assert its civil rights and political voice, striving for equality in a society increasingly fractured along ethnic and class lines. The 36th chapter, titled The Counter-Revolution and the October Massacre, pages 124 to 142, details the violent backlash that followed the brief revolutionary surge. Voskhod, 1905, issue 47, and 1906, issues 10, 14, 18 to 21, 26, 42, 47, 49, and 50 provide contemporaneous accounts of these events. Official documents compiled in Sources for the History of the Russian Counter-Revolution, Volume 1, St. Petersburg, 1908, and in Judenpogromen, Volumes 1 and 2, pages 187 to 223, 267 to 327, 383 to 400, and 8 to 536 depict the systematic, organized nature of anti-Jewish violence sanctioned or tolerated by authorities. The Archives of the League for the Attainment of Equal Rights for the Jewish People, St. Petersburg, 1906, provide insight into the responses of Jewish political organizations to this wave of terror. The essays of M. Vinover in Yevreyiski Vopros v. Garzanoi Dumi, The Jewish Question in the Duma, published in Svoboda I Ravенство, 1907, issues 2 and 3, alongside the weekly Yevreiskaya Zizn, 1906, issues 25 to 28 and 32, document the legal and political strategies pursued by Jewish deputies in the Imperial Duma. L. Wolf, in The Legal Sufferings of the Jews in Russia, London, 1902, pages 49 to 50, provides further context on the bureaucratic oppression and legal discrimination that compounded the physical dangers of pogroms. The 37th chapter, titled External Oppression and Internal Consolidation, pages 143 to 169, explores how Jewish communities sought resilience and unity in the face of relentless external pressures. Formy Nationalnavo Dvizhenia v. Sovremenic Gosdarstvac, St. Petersburg, 1910, pages 399 to 423 and 778 to 783, examines comparative models of national movements and their relevance to Jewish self-organization. Simon Dubnow's Letters, St. Petersburg, Introduction, and pages 294 to 361, document personal reflections and strategic correspondence among Jewish intellectuals. The journal Svoboda I Ravенstvo, 1907, issues 30 to 32, 38, 39, 40, 41, 43 to 45, and 46, illustrates the evolving discourse on equality and civic participation. Stenographic reports of the Imperial Duma for 1908 to 1909, alongside a study of internal affairs in Yevreyiski Mir, 1909, Book 1, provide detailed records of parliamentary debates and legal initiatives affecting Jews. The Russian Jewish Encyclopedia, Volume 7, page 374, offers an authoritative overview of the period, while J. Klausner's Novoevreyskia Literatura, The New Jewish Literature, 2nd edition, Odessa, 1912, and M. Pine's Histoire de la Littérature Judeo-Allemande, Paris, 1910, chart the flourishing of Hebrew and Yiddish literary culture even in the shadow of oppression. Through these chronicles, letters, journals, and official records, the narrative of Russian Jewry emerges as a complex interplay of terror, resilience, and cultural revival, revealing how a community besieged by violence and systemic discrimination endeavored to preserve its identity, defend its rights, and cultivate its intellectual and literary life amid the cataclysms of the early 20th century.